Experts, however, are of the opinion that the Supreme Court, being one of the institutions of democracy, and judgments are subject to public scrutiny and should therefore not seek to gag the public in criticizing its decisions. Our next big story is about measures Lagos State is putting in place to give succor to its most vulnerable residents experiencing hardship from fuel and Naira shortages. Worried by the challenge some Lagosians, especially the vulnerable and less privileged, are facing currently as a result of Naira and fuel scarcity in the country, Governor Sanwo-Olu stated that the state government will roll out food packs and health relief packages beginning Monday the 13th of February. The governor also slashed to 50% the fare on state-owned buses, ferries, lag ride, and other public transport, extending this discount indefinitely from the initial period of 1 week. Government shuts all Nigerian universities, orders students to go home from February 22nd to March 14th. Citing security concerns, the federal government shut all universities across the country and ordered students to go home for the period. Hoodlums unleash attacks on Labour Party campaign in Lagos. Hoodlums attacked the presidential campaign rally of the Labour Party held in Lagos on Saturday, leading to 1 death and numerous persons injured. The Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter Obi, was also accused of gifting 2 billion naira to churches through the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN.
For giving us the big stories of the past week. And before we go on break, I just want to bring up the fact that the earthquake in Turkey, we need to commiserate with the people of Turkey and the people of Syria who have suffered from the effects of a devastating earthquake. In this part of the world, we're relatively fortunate that we don't experience such things. But once upon a time, I lived in the earthquake belt, and I've actually been involved in at least 2 major earthquakes. And I tell you, there's nothing scarier. The ground shakes, the buildings sway, and it's as if the entire world is going to come screeching to a halt. There's nothing like it, and the effects can be devastating. So our hearts go out to the people of Turkey and Syria, and we offer our condolences and sympathies to the people of those countries. Back home here, there's also an incident at Chrisland School in Okwebi, Ikeja, that's also quite sad and tragic, in which a 12-year-old student lost her life under questionable circumstances last week at a sporting event that the school held at an outside stadium. Investigations are still underway as to what may have been responsible for the child losing her life, but we offer our condolences to the family, and we pray that the government does this investigation and puts to bed whatever may have been responsible for that poor child's untimely death. All right, that's it. We shall take a break now, and when we come back, my guests will be joining me to take a look at these stories, take a deep dive into these stories, and discuss them in depth. Don't go away. Joining me to give us her take on the big stories of last week is Simisola Adeyemi, an entrepreneur who runs a catering outfit in the Surulere area of Lagos. Welcome to the show, Simisola.
Thank you, sir. Good to be here. Good to be here.
Thank you for joining us. Also with us in the studio today to give his take on the big stories that made the headlines last week is Demola Afolabi, an entrepreneur and company director in Ikeja, Lagos. Thank you for joining us this morning, Demola.
Thank you for having me.
Brilliant. Let's start with you, Simisola. What's your take on this whole Naira redesign policy? This whole thing that has seen us queuing in front of ATMs and struggling to get our own money out of the banks that we worked hard to earn and we have put away for safekeeping, and now we can't access it. How do you see this whole thing?
Well, it's a bit sad. Great idea, wrong timing, wrong strategy. It's very, very unplanned. and it's taking a very great toll on the citizens. It's been chaotic. There was an issue, like I cook, so I went to the market sometimes 2 weeks ago, and the whole of the goat meat section shut down because they didn't want to take the old Naira note. There was no sensitization. People are, it's chaotic, that's just it. It's a very wrong timing and very unplanned. It's a good idea. I'm a cashless fan. I believe in cashless, but it's just a very, very terrible time to take up such important thing.
What do you think is wrong with the timing? Is it because elections are coming, or are you trying to say that maybe the notice wasn't long enough?
Well, short notice, number one. Then I believe there's a little bit political, political undertone. Yes. But you shouldn't, because of your political undertone, affect the lives of over 200 million Nigerians. It's so unfair. People are buying Nairas. They are buying their money. They are buying
their own money that they
are buying their money that they have. It's unfair. No. But I'm a cashless fan. Don't forget that. I believe in cashless policy. I love the fact that we are going to have less cash now, but wrong timing, horrible strategy.
Bad implementation.
Exactly.
Demola, in terms of the political undertones that Simi has mentioned, do you really believe there's political calculations behind this Naira redesign policy, or is it just simply all about moving with the times and trying to adapt to technology, take advantage of technology to make our lives less complicated?
Absolutely. There is a very heavy political undertone, and the reason why I say so is because of the timing of the
implementation.
The implementation one, the fact that we have to return all old Naira notes on a date before the elections. I mean, I have been in other countries where either a currency has been introduced or changed. And I'll give an example. I was in England when the pound note was changed, and the £1 note we used to spend was changed into a coin. And then I think the £20 note was changed, and then the £50 note was introduced. But at no time was there any date by which, if you did not return your money to the bank, it will not cease to be legal tender. I believe till today, there's no time limit. I mean, if you turn up at the Bank of England, which is the central bank, you go to a desk, if you find the old Naira note in your loft or wherever, they'll change it for you and give you the equivalent.
So are you saying that the fact that they put a time limit on it in Nigeria is for political considerations?
There's no doubt in my mind that that is for political considerations. Whilst, I mean, they may claim that they're trying to mop up the Naira, prevent money laundering, etc., etc. I mean, if there are political actors or members of the political class or politicians who they believe are running afoul of the money laundering laws, or that they want to use money to influence the elections, then they need to intervene with those persons in other ways that does not affect the ability of citizens to have access to their money, especially in a country like Nigeria, where we have millions of people who are not even literate. They don't understand what is going on. All they know is that they've turned up at their bank, they've demanded their money,
and they can't get it.
I mean, they don't, I mean, how do you go about explaining to them that the bank has not collapsed?
Yes, indeed.
You know, because that is what is going through their own minds. They never mind what the goodness in the policy is, which I actually support, but it's just the way it was implemented. I mean, the central bank governor was saying that, at one point, a paper, it was published in the paper that he said there was not enough materials. There was a quick reporter from Central Bank and from the governor himself. But if that is the case, we believe that the governor, but where is the Naira?
Yes. Yes, I hear you. And it's interesting that you would bring that up, because the Council of State met on Friday and they said that they ordered the recirculation of the old notes and printing of new notes, but so far we haven't seen anything and we are still stuck in the same rut.
Again, it shouldn't be last Friday that the Council of State will be saying print Naira notes. I mean, they knew they wanted to change the notes, so they should have been printing for weeks on end before the change.
But you know, I think I like the idea. If it's going to stop book buying, then we have to bear the sacrifice. We have to bear it. We have to just bear it. If it's for the good of the nation, nothing comes easy.
Well, there's nothing without any pain, but I want to use that to discuss another aspect of the Supreme Court, who has said that Nigerians should stop attacking its judges, its judgments, that what is happening now is that because some of the things they have said lately are deemed to be controversial.
Yes.
Like there have been 2 senatorial candidacies that they have ruled what seems to be unorthodox.
Yes.
And of course, they are intervening in the issue of the Naira redesign policy. A lot of people have been criticizing the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court came out yesterday and said, hey, it is our duty when a matter is brought before us to adjudicate it according to the law. Now, let me ask you, Simi, do you think that in the issues that affect our daily lives, that the Supreme Court should be the one kind of fashioning out the way we live, as opposed to, in democracy, it's the voter who holds the ultimate power. Yes. And they say the court is the last hope of the common man. Yeah. But when the court begins to be the first hope, as opposed to the last hope, how does that affect our own actual democratic power of the ballot?
Well, it's the Nigerian factor. It's the Nigerian factor. Whatever the Supreme Court comes out with is what we should, bear, because the judges and the politicians, they are at par. They work, I wouldn't say they work hand in hand, but they are friends. So in most cases, I think the outcome of their conclusions, it will always favor them. It will always, it will not be in favor of the common man. That's what I've deduced.
Demola, do you think there's corruption in the judiciary?
Well, some of their judgments makes it appear as if all is not well within the Supreme Court. I don't want to, say more than that, but also I know that a central bank is supposed to be independent. A central bank is supposed to be independent in policy making and so many other things.
So you don't think the Supreme Court had the jurisdiction to intervene in the matter like it did last week?
Exactly. That is what a school of thought amongst the lawyers is saying, that the central bank does not have the jurisdiction.
The Supreme Court does not have the jurisdiction.
The Supreme Court does not have the jurisdiction to intervene in
CBN matters.
In CBN matters. And the example he gave was quite clear, which I thought, oh, wow. He said, if the central bank decides to increase the interest rates, for instance,
can you go to the court
can a few governors
to stop it,
put themselves together and head to the Supreme Court to say that, look, this high interest rate is affecting businesses or my people in my state, and that the Supreme Court should stop it?
So you think this was a judicial overreach? Even though you're not a lawyer and I'm not a lawyer, the jury is still out on that.
Yes, I think so.
But you make a compelling argument that it seems to be that the judiciary is stepping into areas where...
okay, so who is supposed to check the central bank?
Well, the first problem that the Central Bank of Nigeria has and has had for probably generations is that the governor of the central bank is picked from amongst commercial bankers.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I
he's
mean-
answerable only to the president.
Yes, I mean, in more developed countries where they don't have the kind of problems, they have their own problems as well.
Yes.
They don't have the kind of problems that we have. Central bank governors are most of the time economists, not
Bankers. And there's a difference in terms of skill sets.
Yes, and there's
between a
a
banker
skill set
and-
and understanding of the environment,
Yes.
Okay.
the
Monetary
economic,
policy.
the monetary policy, and all the rest. They are not commercial bankers who have interests. Who
Let's
tend
talk-
to have interests.
Let's talk about another government entity that's playing a role in this whole fuel scarcity and petrol scarcity issue. We talked about the Supreme Court,
Yeah.
the role it has played. Well, the Lagos state government last week rolled out a set of palliatives for the most vulnerable and less privileged people in Lagos by slashing transportation costs by 50% on government-owned buses, ferries, the lag ride taxi system. In addition, the governor has also promised that effective Monday, the 13th, there will be food banks that will supply food to the needy, and there'll also be health relief packages. Is this an example of a responsive government that's being sensitive to the needs of the people? Because what I hear you saying, Simisola, earlier is that the implementation of the timing and the implementation of the Naira redesign policy was not well thought through in terms of the impact it would have on the masses. So now we see a government taking proactive steps to mitigate the hardship caused by this Naira redesign policy. Do you have kudos for the Lagos State government, or do you have knocks?
Honestly, give it to Lagos State. They are very proactive. I don't know who gives them this, advice, but they are always proactive. When it comes to, I remember festive seasons, they always do slash on the transportation. They do relief packages and all. Lagos State has always done that, and I believe this doesn't have any political undertone, like they want people to vote for them. No,
they just
Lagos
really
State,
care.
Lagos
They
State
care.
really cares. People probably, I don't know if foundations have a hand in it, but they are always trying to reach out to the masses to curb the hardship when things like this rises and everything. Lagos State is always, I'm not defending them, but I believe in charity and reaching out to people in need in times of difficulty, and Lagos State has done a good one, and I think other states should emulate. But if it has a political undertone, it's going to end it's going to end in the gallows, because Lagosians, people have made up their minds.
Okay. All right, so Lagos State blazing a trail that others should follow. Demola, let's talk about this Labour Party rally that happened in Lagos over the weekend. And in the process of that rally happening, actually before the rally came, the federal government had announced that all universities should shut down from, I think it's February 22nd, and close till after the election, citing security concerns. The security concerns are probably on the basis of the fact that the elections are coming. Does this mean they are worrying about violence and possible mayhem? Because that ties into the next issue I wanted to talk about, that there was a Labour Party rally in Lagos over the weekend where hoodlums hijacked it and unleashed mayhem on the campaigners.
Yes.
In fact, one person was allegedly killed, several others were injured. The rally was disrupted completely. So this issue of violence, that the government could be that concerned to shut all the universities and tell all the students to go home, and then we have a very practical example happening right here in Lagos over the weekend. Does that mean that violence is a real and present threat in the upcoming elections, despite all the peace pacts signed by the contestants?
Yes, clearly so, because as you said, a Labour Party rally, thugs appeared from nowhere with guns and machetes, and the number of persons were injured, and allegedly one died.
Do we have any idea where these people came from, who sponsored them? Do we know? What are the police saying? Do we know?
Well, we haven't heard anything much yet from the side of the police. But what we know was that a number of persons were attacked with machetes and were, injuries were inflicted upon them. And interestingly, at a time when this cashless policy implementation and the currency thing has, gone wrong or been poorly implemented, and our hospital system wouldn't treat you if you do not have cash to pay. I mean, in the last week or so, I've heard of 2 deaths. One is close to somebody I know.
Because they didn't have cash to pay.
Yeah, yes, because they didn't have cash to pay at the hospital. One was in Kaduna, where a man took his pregnant wife to the hospital, was running around for cash. The hospital refused to commence treatment, and the lady, sadly and unfortunately, died. And one, I'm told, was at a hospital in Lagos, a general hospital, which is in Lagos State controlled, and where someone was brought in, and the hospital were insisting on payment in cash.
But why can't they take transfers?
The guy said
why
they
can't
didn't
they
have
take
cash.
Transfers?
They were willing to pay by transfer.
Why can't they take?
And the guys kept
Why can't they take transfers?
Insisting on cash, and 3 hours later, the guy that was brought in died.
Okay.
The government has already mandated that petrol stations and other retail outlets cannot refuse to take transfers. So why a hospital, which whether private or government owned, would
So it
refuse?
goes back. I've seen this happening even before this cashless policy, where hospitals, people will be rushed in, cardiac arrest, whatever it is, and the hospital will keep on saying that, look, pay before service. And I think the Lagos state government, through its Ministry of Health, and similarly other state governments, need to step in here, because I understand that doctors have what you call a Hippocratic oath, where they must save lives. So,
yes.
I mean, in this day and age of technology, where, I mean, if someone walks into a hospital, needs treatment, get the IDs of those who brought him in and the patient. If you need to get their,
Exactly.
whatever IDs you need to get off them, so that you can ensure that when the patient has been treated, monies that, the cost of the treatment can still be retrieved.
Yes, of course.
Once the persons that brought them in and the patient have been identified,
yes,
the monies can be retrieved. We cannot claim to be a giant of Africa and claim to be among the Committee of Nations, and people are dropping dead in hospitals because they don't have cash to pay.
Absolutely.
It is a disgrace.
Indeed, yes. Simisola, are you worried about violence in the upcoming elections?
I am extremely bothered, because 2 weeks ago there was a little shootout in my area in Surulere. Like there was gun battle. We watch it on Twitter.
Yes,
there were shotguns.
Yes.
So this is election isn't here, and they're already
things
fighting.
like that are happening.
And the party leadership should caution their people. Caution them. Call them to order.
There was a case.
Call them to order. Both the online warriors and the physical warriors. Call both of them to order.
There was a case in Etiosa, which is gone viral now, where Ibale and his cabinet were discussing about how everybody within their community was going to vote for one party.
He threatened them and said anybody who
was
wasn't
issuing
going to vote,
threats.
They will be kicked out of the community.
Yes, was issuing threats that they were going to frustrate their businesses, kick them out of the community, and all sorts of things. These were the things that Mr. President Buhari was talking about that he didn't want to happen. So I think the police needs to get onto these issues and make sure that nobody is able to threaten anyone. And
but the Labour Party started this problem. They started this problem from online. They started this problem bullying people. Once you don't support their candidate, they're going to come for you.
Well,
they bullied people, and now it's showing physically. It's left online.
Well, I think by and large that all the parties have played a role one way or another. I know that some are more active online, some are more active physically on the terra firma.
On the streets.
All the political parties need to show some restraint. Now, I think it's fair to say that President Buhari is doing everything he can to ensure free and fair elections. But that aspect, I think that free and fair elections, from his perspective, looks more at the process, the beavers, the fact that there's no cash to buy votes and things like that.
Yes.
But the security aspect seems to need a little bit more
attention.
Work. Thank you, Nigeria. It's 12 days to the election from today. That's less than 2 weeks. So, we believe that in the coming days there'll be a lot more political activity. We ask that you all be safe. Those who don't have their PVCs, there's nothing you can really do now since INEC has closed that. But those who have their PVCs, make sure you go out there and make your voice be heard. Thank you for joining us on this episode of What's Your Take. I thank our in-studio guests, our newsreader, our producer, and of course, TV360. We look forward to seeing you again next time.
My name is Omotoyosi Ogunlende. I'm an artist. I study art from the Yaba College of Technology, where I did my OND and my HND. And I graduated from the Department of Art. I majored in sculpture. My father used to love art though. He's late now. May his soul rest in peace. And my mom didn't give me any issues about me practicing art or not. So basically, I've got art inside me from while I was a child. I used to draw back then, and my mom used to sell some of my drawings for me in church. So I've had art in me basically. So I'm a born artist. Well, like I said, I started while I was a child. I started drawing from comics, I pick up comics and I draw, and that's how I knew, I think I've got some art, art skills in me basically, so art has been inside of me basically. If you're asking for string art, basically I've been doing string art in a very short while now, say like 3-4 years now. Yeah, basically I've been doing string art. I ran into string art in I think 2016. Yes, at an art conference where I went with a brother of mine. I saw this dude he was just stringing on the wall, like on a long stretch. No particular design. He was just from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, like that continuously. And it formed this rays of different colors. And I was so, it caught my attention. And I didn't even ask the guy what's his name. I didn't have any conversation with the guy. I just saw it. I took pictures that I lost some of them. I can't even find them any longer. So I just saw it and I was wondering, I came back to Nigeria and I was wondering, okay, that art that I saw, what's it called? What is it called? And I just went on Google and I was like, is it thread art? Is it nail art? Is it string art? And voila! And I saw different forms of string art, from normal, simple artworks created and into portraiture, and I'm like, wow, this is amazing, and that's how I found myself into it. Following, different artists who are into string art via social media, and it has been a wonderful followership and understudying some string artists in the diaspora. Now, what made me focus on string art? Basically, I saw it as a different form of art. A form of art that you can liken to painting on canvas, you can liken to sculpture, you can liken to watercolor and the likes of it. So that's what I focused it because it wasn't that known, if I should say that, in this part of the world, in Nigeria. It wasn't that known in Nigeria, and it's still not known yet though. Well, achievement basically, Bella Africana had an award sometimes, I think 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was nominated, and I know there are more achievements to come basically, but personally, it has paid off for me. And like I say, is my found love. That's what I call string art. So I do string art even to the smallest piece. If it's possible for me to string, I will string it. Challenges basically is not a widely accepted, form of art in this part of the world, because trying to push it out there, trying to market it, trying to get people known and all that. It has been challenging in such a way that questions like how durable is it? Does it last long, and what have you? I would say that has been the challenge, and also back to, you know, how you charge and all that. So basically that has been the challenge. So far so good, basically. For me, the materials are readily available because you have here the armor, threads, you know, and nails. They are all readily available, and the woods that I use, the boards that I use, they're readily available. So they are not too much of materials that are challenging for me to find around. So materials are readily available. It's just what you interpret with the medium, which is the nails and thread. Yes, what you interpret with it perhaps might be, you know, a bit challenging, but so far so good. God has been wonderful. First and foremost, I would say displaying them at galleries, you know, displaying them at art shows, art fairs, yeah, which I had a group exhibition last year, different strokes, you know, with four artists, you know, 2 females and 2 male. So I was able to display my works there, and I also leverage on social media, which is my Instagram handle, you know, yeah, I also push it on social media, Facebook, which that's for many artists right now, that's our own gallery, you know. So that's basically, yeah, how I push it out there. People get to know it. I've got so many commissions via Instagram, and I give them the glory. For me, my greatest achievement so far, because I haven't gotten to it yet, so far my greatest achievement has been impacting my knowledge, you know, impacting my knowledge of the string art, steps, methods, and what have you, of string art into children and even adults too. So basically that's been my achievement so far. Future plan basically for me is to be known worldwide as Nigerians' famous string artists, basically. For me, that's my future plan, and I'm hoping to have a series of exhibitions locally and internationally. Say nothing brings money, but how diligent, how good, persistent, and creative you are with that thing you do, it will bring the money. Basically, that's it for me. Because likewise, you too, if you're not good at what you do, you won't be here. If you're not creative about what you do, you won't be here. So for me too, yeah, people say there is no money in art. Now, would we say there is money in banking? Because I sit at the counter and I receive money, it's not my money. Do you understand? So for me, what you do with your hands, diligently, wisely, persistently, will definitely bring that money you want your way and the fame. Indirectly, I won't use the word train, say inspire. Do you understand? Yes. I've been able, I can't say how many people, because not everybody will come out and say, you inspired me, you know. A lady sometimes back on Instagram, she's a cake maker. You know, she just posted it and said my string art inspired her to produce this kind of cake, you know, and I was, wow, oh, amazing. There's a lady too in Brazil that has been chatting me up, you know, she's also a string artist and trying to ask me questions, how she can go about this, how she can go about that. So for me, it goes a long way. So you never can tell how many people you've been able to inspire or touch their lives. So that's why I coined it down to indirectly. I know I've inspired different kinds of people, either in the art sector or in whatever sector you can call it. But somehow, because other people too in other field have also inspired me, you know, to also keep up my craft. So basically, for me, I know I've inspired different people in different areas. There's nothing new, they say, under the heavens, you know. But for me, the material I use, which is the nail and thread, for me makes it unique because it's not a widely found medium of art in this part of the world. So basically, for me, the materials I use and how, well, that's what I've been told. How neat, you know, and firm, you know, my threads are usually on the nails. Basically, for me, makes it stand out. So far, so good. My work has been to the United States, which a private collector bought off me in Nigeria here and took it over there. So basically, for me, that's why I said it's work in progress. You get it. So for now, so far, so good. Yeah, we're working on going globally. For me, I would say it's an achievement being one of the recognized, you know, or the foremost, or the one who pushed string arts out there in Nigeria, which we're still working on, we're still keeping at it. For me, I would say it's not adding to my bank account though, but it's a plus though. Yeah, whether I like it or not, you know, it's a plus. People who know me to be the string artist and all that, which I gave myself that name, the string one, you know, but it's not yet, so to say, a name that will be, you know, on the lips of everybody. But I know very soon, someday, one day, it will definitely be. I can't say I've arrived, really, because work never ends. Even the topmost recognized artists, the Yusuf Grillo and the likes of them, you know, Baba Oshinowo and Co, you know, they are still working. So for me, I haven't arrived yet. Really, sky is just the starting point for me. So I haven't gotten to that point where I will sit back and say I've arrived. Nah, I'm not God, though I'm a mini God, but then I haven't gotten to that point or peak yet. Any hardworking, diligent, and focused person inspires me. And if I should pick from the world of string artists, there's this lady in UK, Debbie Smith. She inspires me with her works. She's a great string artist, a great artist basically. So she inspires me. And back home here, there are lots of artists. I can't start mentioning names right now, but there are lots of artists back home here that inspires me. As long as, yeah, hardworking, diligent, focused, you know, and at the top of his or her game. Yeah, that's what inspires me basically. I won't lie to you, yes, I do get injured. I even have a scar on my thumb right now. And oftentimes, yes, I get injured and you just stomach it and you forge your head. You know, basically, you know, when you get injured, that shouldn't be a stumbling block, you know, for you to say, I'm not doing this. But I kid you not, it's not an easy medium. It's not, basically.
What we really go through is not really meant for humans, because when you're there, like in a small room whereby you maybe like people of 10 people should be in, you come across like 100 people in a particular small room, and when you want to sleep, you have to sleep with your side. Everyone sleeps on sides. You understand? So there's no more space, and you want to eat yourself or make use of the toilet, it's just in front of you. So you can inhale the odor of the toilet, which is not conducive for the human health. So, and apart from that one, the weather is very, very cold, extremely cold. And at night, you don't have something like blankets that will be given to you. So it's not really good for the body, to be precise. And in terms of feeding, you're being given just a long bread. We call it hamsa. Just a long bread. That's your meal. They'll give you three of it. That's your meal for your lunch, your breakfast, and your dinner, which is not healthy at all. I was deported, and I was deported back to the border of Algeria and Mali. Okay, so when we were deported there, it was a Sahara desert, to be precise. That's where they will leave you. And when they leave you in that border between Algeria and Mali, you have to walk 7 kilometers to the border of Mali, and we call that 7 kilometers to hellfire, because it's extremely hot over there. Some of them you were not really giving food well when you were in the camps. You don't have the strength to even walk. Some of them died along the way. Some of them, I'm not going to lie you, have to drink their own urine just to survive, to have strength to be able to go to that next borderline of the Algeria. So it's really, really hectic. You have to make a choice to go back to Algeria, or you have to go back to Morocco. And when you're being taken to the border of Algeria, the Algerian militants, they open fire on the militants of the Moroccans. So they don't have to hide. Or they can just tell you, okay, just go this way, just go down the valley, just stick like this. That is Algeria. So if you want to go back to Algeria, you now have to surrender yourself to the militants of the Algerians. They will not put you into a deportation camp. They do not have to deport you back to Mali. So it's like you're being deported from one country to another. And you can imagine the shape of the deportation camp in Mali there. It is, oh God, it's unexplainable. I believe, I won't lie, I believe I spent 16 years in this journey. On transit,
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said there's no media scheme.
One vote woman and
the 1.8 megaspectrum frequencies.
The bulls took over the wheels on the Niger stock market today as sellers eased.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Deji Badimasi. Now, the Supreme Court's ruling to temporarily stop the CBN's February 10 deadline to swap old Naira notes for new ones has generated varying degrees of reactions from different quarters in the country. Now, a 7-member panel of the Apex Court, led by Justice John Okoro, had made the ruling on Wednesday in an ex parte application brought by Kaduna, Kogi, and Zamfara states. While a cross-section of citizens heaved a sigh of relief over the Apex Court's judgment, others protested the decision, saying that the extension of time will only benefit politicians who intend to induce voters and, of course, buy votes during the elections. Now, shortly after the judgment, the Attorney General of the Federation and the Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, asked the Supreme Court to dismiss the state government's suit now. In a recent development, however, the National Council of State on Friday backed the central bank's new Naira policy on the condition that it makes new Naira notes available or recirculate the old notes so as to ease the tension in the country. The council agreed that there's need for aggressive action on the part of the central bank as it relates to the implementation of the policy by ensuring adequate provision is made with regard to the supply of the Naira in the system. But do not forget, the council's position is actually advisory, so it's up to the president to actually make the final decision. Let's continue this discussion now. Let's look deeply now into this. I'm now being joined on the program by GT Ogunye, who is a lawyer. Mr. Ogunye, thank you very much for coming on the program. Let us start with this advice by the National Council of State. What do you make of it?
Well, the constitutional position is that the National Council of States is an advisory council. However, it is patent that his agenda, consistent with his constitutional mandate, is usually drawn by a sitting president. And that's why the issue of the Naira swap came up before the Council of State, and the second issue of the oil tanker crisis and the election that is coming up. So, yes, the National Council of State is advisory, but his voice can be potent, particularly because the head of the judiciary and former head of states and presidents, yes, all are members of this advisory body. Yes, it's advisory, but his voice is usually loud and is.
But the question I want to also ask you is, don't you think this kind of meeting should have taken place before this policy was rolled out in the first place, so that, you know, the CBN would have the opportunity to feel the pulse of the governors and these council members, rather than have the meeting after the damage has been done, if you like?
Now, ordinarily, the National Council of States should have even been the body to discuss the matter. There is a National Economic Council comprising all the governors in the Federation who are members under the Vice President, who is the chairman, given the broad mandate under the Constitution to discuss the economy and the issue of legal tender, coinage, or money being used in the country is so central to the economy. Why was the issue not discussed there first? Why was it not discussed at the level of Council of States exhaustively? Why was the Ministry of Finance not carried along? So what is so unique about it that the exercise was conducted in a rather secretive manner, if you ask me? So the CBN governor will strut to the presidency, running after the president all over the place. Even if the president is outside Nigeria, he will go there to consult it, to the exclusion of the Council of State, to the exclusion of the Federal Executive Council, in a supposed democracy where transparency, accountability, due process, and the rule of law should predominate. So what's so secret about it? The money we're talking about, mind you, is not CBN Naira. It's Nigeria's currency now. The currency does not even belong to the federal government alone. It's Nigeria currency. So why are they conducting this thing as if they are doing it in a secret society? And now look at the bedlam that has been created. So my answer to that question is that they should have consulted all the stakeholders before coming out with this policy, which apparently now, given the way it's been implemented, was ill-thought, ill-conceived, and now, ill-implemented. And rather than come down from the arrogant horse of hubris, and then accept the fiasco that had been created. I mean, when the CBN, through its policy, and the federal government then become the agent of instability themselves, the agent of crisis. I mean, look at the people scaling the fences of banks. Look at the banks that have been destroyed in an economy that was hitherto fragile. Now, and I ask myself, was it that people in government sometimes just feel that, what can we now do more to increase or accentuate the pain of the citizenry? Okay, let's introduce this. Otherwise, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. Year one of an 8-year, in 4-year tenure, you didn't change the currency. Year 2, year 3, year 4, 5, 6, 7. Your last year, few months to your exit from power, you are now rushing this through and you are insisting that you are doing something so important. You are fighting corruption. So you didn't fight corruption to fight illicit election funding. In 2015, you are not in power then. In 2019, you had the opportunity. You didn't change the currency then. So too often, this argument is projected that corruption is being fought. And therefore, policies that are ruining us, that ruin people, that ruin the economy, that ruin lives, must be accepted. We must tolerate it. We must bear the hardship. I mean, these are the shenanigans we faced over the years. And I'm saying, enough. Enough. So, okay. The Council of State, the governors, our stakeholders, have had the dubious argument following the Supreme Court interim intervention that this is just a matter of policy. It's between the CBN and Nigeria. As if the CBN is a sovereignty on its own, is a country on its own, is independent. The monetary policy that the CBN superintends is the monetary policy of Nigeria. Okay? In the exclusive legislative list, in Schedule 2 of the Constitution, Item 15, on currency, coinage, and legal tender. That's an exclusive power to the federal government over which the National Assembly legislates. So there is a link here. Those who are thinking that the CBN is an island to itself, it can do whatever it likes with our lives, are wrong legally and in reality. They are inventing sophistries to run away with these shenanigans. And what they've done, that is not the law. So the National Assembly has competence to regulate the CBN. It carries oversight functions. So regardless of the fact that the CBN Act 2007 has statutory independence that they talk about, that statutory independence granted the CBN is to ensure that it has operational efficiency. It is not a statutory independence granted for it to do what it's doing currently with our lives. If the argument were valid, that the CBN is an island itself, is accountable to no one and is responsible to no one, and therefore nobody could interfere in what it's doing on the critical issue of legal tender, which I've argued doesn't belong to the CBN alone. Why did the CBN government go to the chambers of the Federal Executive Council for the president to launch the money? So what has the president got to do with it? So why are they saying that the federal government is the one fixing the deadline? Is the one giving directives? So why is he running all over the place to meet with the president? If the CBN is an island unto itself, so why is Emefiole running all over the place to get the president back in on the matter? Therefore, in reality, the CBN does not operate as an island. In any case, for those who are suggesting that, because I've heard the argument, that those who thought that they are wiser than the Supreme Court. By the way, you can critique the judgment of the Supreme Court and its rulings. That's fair enough, within the bounds of decency, and say, law, because judges also encourage judicial review, by the way, in learned journals.
Yeah.
But the point is that don't assume that those who are the Supreme Court do not know the law. Courts and judges have the power, so motu, lawyers say, to raise the issue of jurisdiction, so that when the matter was brought before the court and they gave that interim order, they could have asked the counsel to those 3 states, look, why are you here? Do you think that we have jurisdiction over this matter? We don't have, so we'll throw it out. They won't have to wait for any AGF or anybody to come and school them, or his hired lawyers to come and tell them that. They know the issue of jurisdiction, and they know that the CBN is an agency of the federal government. It's an agency of a disclosed principal. That principal is the federal government of Nigeria. And so when people then argue that, there is no dispute between the states and the federation on the issue, and that if the states have disputes with the CBN, what are they suggesting? States, sub-sovereigns, should now go to the Federal High Court, the federal government's court, to go and sue an agency of the federal government, CBN. Is that what they are suggesting? So all the states now, including Kano State and Ondo States, will now go before a federal high court in Abuja to say, Emefiele, we are suing you. Is that not silly? Okay? So there's a dispute, and the dispute is on the issue of the economy, over which the state governors have a right in the National Economic Council to deliberate, to talk about how these things have to be done over the monetary life of the Nigerian people, because Nigerians spend money in these states anyway, and their citizens are being impacted. And you are saying that they have no dispute. They have a dispute, and to my mind, the Supreme Court rightly intervened. In any case, given the fiasco that we're talking about, which the National Council of State has now intervened in by advising and giving a conditional support that, look, we support what you're doing, but make the Naira available and recirculate the old ones. How can anybody doubt the judicial and judicious essence and import of the Supreme Court as a stabilizer in offering that opportunity to a fumbling federal government and the CBN, apparently, to save face? So why could anybody go to that court and be challenging the jurisdiction of the court when the opportunity was offered on the platter of gold? You fumbled, you've messed up, you have not printed sufficient money. That's obvious. So stop scapegoating banks. Stop saying that they are holding money.
But let me quickly ask you. Let me ask you this. Sorry, I have to interject here. If you can hear me, sir. Can you hear me? Yes.
I can understand it.
Yeah, okay. Now, the Supreme Court ruling, of course, despite the Supreme Court ruling, I should say, the CBN hasn't said anything. The federal government, too, well, the Minister of Justice said that the ruling will be obeyed, but then the CBN hasn't said anything, and then banks have sent messages to their customers. As a matter of fact, I got a message from my own bank telling me that the deadline still stands and that, people must change their money, that nothing has changed. Is that a violation? Could we say that is a disregard for the ruling of the Supreme Court?
That's a contumacious and flagrant affront. It is a violation. And this is what we talked about. The executive branch of government allows matters to suffer neglect and then crisis occur later, things that can be arrested and then crisis that can be averted. Immediately that order was given, a face-saving order. The Attorney General ought to have issued a statement. The CBN ought to have come forward. We are complying with the order. You've even forgotten that the president promised 7 days. Has he resolved the thing within 7 days now? So it was an opportunity for them to save face. So, and then you are now saying, yes, we will obey the order. It's not open to the AGF to even debate on whether it's going to obey the order. The Attorney General of the Federation, yes, is an office created by Section 150 of the Constitution and granted broad power under Section 174. That office is very important. It's said to be the only ministerial post that is separately created under the Constitution and given powers therein. However, the AGF is not an appellate authority over the Supreme Court. He is not. Not to talk of the CBN. So really, it's not open to them to discuss whether they will obey the order or not. Section 287 of the Constitution is clear that the decision of our court, particularly the Supreme Court, is binding on all authorities and persons in Nigeria. Okay? And so, by not quickly obeying the directive and allow things to be the way they are, now bankers are now saying the deadline still holds and all that. What do they mean by the deadline still holds? Which deadline are they talking about? When, by their own showing, their Council of State are now come forward to say that recirculate the issue. And you know what I really think about this matter? So that you know how dire our situation is. Because people will be wondering. Unfortunately, we are not being offered explanation. My suspicion is that this policy was presented to this president, and the precedent of what he did, the 12-day magic he did during the military era in 1984, including the dirty side of it, the 53 suitcases belonging to the Emir of Gando allegedly through Major Jokolo at the airport then. So he was enamored of his past. Oh, you can do it. This is very important. You will live on the high and all that. And he bought into it without question being asked about the implementation modalities. And after buying into it, this is and I feel strongly about it. They then realized down the road that the mint locally here does not have the installed capacity to quickly print this money in the desired quality. And that's who are even talking about the quality. Unlike in the past when they were printing this money outside the country. Here is Nigeria borrowing money from overseas to do things, not be able to have money. So will you borrow money from IMF now to print its own currency? And so it was discovered too late that the capacity was not there. But instead of them to come out and say, look, we're sorry. We know we've embarrassed the country. Pardon us. We are being patriotic. We thought that the means we have the capacity to do these things. We have now discovered that it doesn't have. They started imposing impossible conditions for Nigerians to
withdrawal limits.
Yes, and Nigeria now are in tears. Oh, you think that it's funny. I don't know what your experience is. I've been raising money on the streets. I'm saying that I'm GT Ogoye. I've been raising money on the streets. So Nigeria are trading in Naira. And rather than deal with the issue, Nigeria are now self-condemning, self-incriminating. Oh, they are bad. The bankers are stupid people. They steal money. Oh, the POS people, they are bad people. Oh, Nigeria are not people of conscience. A government has created a condition of dog eat dog. And instead of you to focus on that source, you are now saying, some people are saying, no, look at all the politicians and the opportunistic intervention. When the thing started, at the highest level, including those who are campaigning, they say, this is a very solid whatever, we'll fight whatever. By the turn of the time, the crisis was now boiling over, they started changing their statement. They don't have character and conscience and good judgment. This is not how you run the affairs of state. And so we have no other person to blame for this than the federal government, in
Government.
particular the president himself. He inherited the CBN governor. He had every reason. In 2015, given the allegation they themselves were making about how the CBN was shelling out dollars to their political rivals during the election to demand the resignation of the CBN governor, and said, no, you can't do this. For 6 months, he was putting together his government. He didn't do that. Not only that, he then, when his tenure ended, the president renewed his tenure. So he had confidence in the CBN governor. We thank him for that. Now look at the mess. So they have no other person to blame than themselves. So and they should stop.
Well, I'm afraid we just have to end the discussion here because
propaganda and sending all the anti-corruption agencies to go out. I was angry because I'm ever, you know me, I'm ever supportive of anti-corruption agencies. But Absolutely. When they start going to town using video to confuse Nigeria and all that, which are going to do with what is on the streets, where people are using Naira to purchase Naira in their own country, as if Nigeria is in a state of war. So what is wrong with us? So the Supreme Court has acted rightly, indeed, for the purpose of argument. Even if the Supreme Court had a doubtful jurisdiction on the matter, but given the issue of policy involved, had judiciously decided that, look, this intervention is warranted. Why would anybody in the circumstances, not to talk of those people who are carrying placards, those people hired
protesting against the decision of the Supreme Court?
What is wrong with us as a people? Why do we create crisis for ourselves like this? Why is the argument so skewed against the ordinary people? Election is coming, you say that, yes, because you are fighting. What is my business with the election? We'll be conducting elections in Nigeria over and over and over again now. So it's because of election that Nigerians have now gone poorer. And people are not conducting surveys yet on the impact of this mandate on the economy, on the health, the poor health of our economy, you know, on the long term. People are not conducting survey. When you use your money to be purchasing your money, well, even if 2,500 and all, Nigerians are going poorer. That is not what Nigerians deserve. So, my wish is to see that the federal government of Nigeria and the CBN will do the right thing. They will not even allow adjudication on the matter of the Supreme Court by going there to say that, look, we are going to comply. Don't do anything. We are making amends and all that. We will do everything normally and properly and all that. I have referenced the section 20 of the CBN Act that says that once you change legal tender for about 6 months, you will still need to, and this is done in other jurisdictions. People talk about international best practices. So have they forgotten about that now? Have they forgotten about the practice in England currently, where currency is being changed, and you take over a year more than for the old currency to, and as they do everywhere, why is the approach here always knee-jerk? Why is the approach here always calculated, seemingly, to humiliate the ordinary people?
Well, Mr. Gunya, I think we just have to end the discussion here because we're actually out of time. If you can hear me, yeah, we're actually we're actually out of time. Let's just wait and see what the president does with the advice of the National Council of State now. I mean, that advice is pretty clear. Print more or you recirculate the old currency. So let's wait and see what happens. But it would have been nice to hear the central bank say something about that Supreme Court ruling. Unfortunately, we haven't heard anything from the Supreme Court, and then the banks are busy telling everyone that
they can claim that they are not a party to it, so they can't say anything.
Okay.
So those who are a party to it have started saying something. So it's okay.
Okay, interesting. Thank you very much for your time, sir. Thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Don't go away. Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal. How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places, the Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Welcome back. Now let's discuss serious politicking. As you know, political rallies have become a regular feature in elections across the world. And Nigeria, of course, is no exception. As the country prepares for the upcoming general elections, candidates of various political parties are busy holding campaign rallies across the country and attracting huge crowds at this rally. Now, from theme songs to stump speeches and even negative campaigning, politicians are known to deploy different campaign strategies now in a bid to sway eligible voters. Now, a candidate's every word, action, and even their perceived thoughts are displayed and of course observed by members of the public, especially those who attend these rallies. One thing, though, is setting. Organizing these rallies are quite expensive, especially in Nigeria, where most times money is used to mobilize people to attend the rallies. And most times, of course, the candidates themselves only have just about 5 minutes to address the people, the crowd now at this rally. So the question is, do these rallies actually make any impact during elections, or they are more of a show of force? Let's discuss this some more. Joining me now, I have political affairs analyst Aki Fatunke, and I also have Dr. Kachon Onujuna, who is a political affairs analyst and, of course, a chieftain of the Labour Party. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming on the program. Let me start with you, Dr. Kach. Dr. Onujuna, I should say. Now, you look at these campaign rallies going on. You look at the crowds that attend these campaign rallies. You look at, especially the front runners in the presidential election. They keep attracting huge crowds at their rallies. The same state, they attract huge crowds. Sometimes you just find it difficult to tell the difference between the crowds of one party and the other. You get the impression that it's still the same group of people who attend one rally that actually attend the other and so forth. So do these rallies actually make any difference?
Yes. What you are describing, as I said, you're describing the current changes in our country. Our country used to do the old analog system of renting the same crowd within the same town, throwing the same rhetoric to them. But that is changing now. With the availability of social media, people are now doing what they call crowdfundings, as we're beginning now to see, organizing themselves. So yes, organizing themselves, communicating with each other after crowdfunding is new. Social media is also new to bring the news from far and wide to everybody instantly. Now, but it does not kill the old traditional methods of staging military kind of big rallies, big parades, you know, the military marches. These are the things of the past. It's not the same in other places where you have democracy.
Yes, and that's why I'm asking. These big rallies we see, and they're happening today, even though they're, as you said, traditional, but they're still happening. So these big rallies we see around the country today, do they make any difference at all in the actual election?
No, no. The big rallies only serve to sway emotions. For those who have not yet made up their minds, some of the big rallies can tell them or how to vote.
We appear to be losing you, Dr. Ononuju. We appear to be losing you. we can while we try to figure out what the problem is, let me come to you, Mr. Fatunke. Give me your take on these huge rallies we see across the country.
Very, very interesting. There are two schools of thoughts. There is the school of thought, which is the received theoretical 2 + 2 = 4 kind of situation.
Okay.
And of course, there's this other school of thought that says 2 + 2 may be 5 because we are looking at it from a binary system. Practically speaking, I do not think, I may not necessarily agree with the import of my thoughts here, but I do not think that those crowds and those rallies are not making impact. I will draw a parallel. We will have, for instance, our religiosity. And when people just say, hey, wait a minute, you're going to see a Father Christmas or a Mother Islam somewhere or a Juju man somewhere, and everybody just troops out to go make a lot of noise because poverty, joblessness has been the order of the day. And so on a little pot of pottage, come on, let's go say it. Let's go say it. Religious perspective. The other perspective, of course, Mr. Bademosi and Nigerians listening to me, who also know that when it comes to the big thing, the big noise, the big boys, the big young boys that can pull crowds, where you can just go out there and go and shake here and there, you know, they also draw crowds. Some, you will be surprised, borrow money from somebody else to just go see. I want to see Buhari. Oh, I want to see Atiku Abubakar. Oh, I want to see my dear friend and brother Peter Obi. I want to see Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I want to see Kwankwaso. I want to see the other 18 because as far as we are concerned, we don't know a lot of them. So once they come and see American wonders. Now, one of them happens. The era of money politics is such that people are taking promissory notes. I repeat myself. People are taking promissory notes. Once you are able to go in there, we know what constituency you belong to. You know what's going to happen? We're going to give you water. We are going to give you lights. We are going to send your children to school. We know some of your people have been captured. We are going to try and find a way of bringing them back. Therefore, my posit is simple. Where you have not worked, where you have not applied yourself intelligibly to even understand the basics, what you just have is a big thing. So you go in there, you bring big bands. That's the time you are going to see some of the big bands, and you're going to shout here, you are going to shout there. Now, Catch was trying to make a point of now shifting to the social media. Absolutely no doubt about that. But the social media is not just now. The social media has been with us, plus or minus, effectively in Nigeria in the last 10 years. This time around, what you find is the same crowd going to see a Father Christmas yesterday. Another Father Christmas has come today. Another Father Christmas is going to come tomorrow. Let's just go out there and go and touch a lot, go and make a lot of noise.
Can I just ask a question?
Do you think 70%
these crowds we see at these rallies, do you think they could, you could use that to measure the strength of these political parties in some of these places where these rallies are held?
It cannot be, to my mind. So if a rally is held in a zone A, it's the same people, unless if we are impugning that people are transported from one other zone to the same place, which I know is possible. But in this day, especially in this day and age of we wanted to go cashless, no money to spend, promissory notes, it's almost very, very, very difficult. Those crowds are there to vent. Those crowds are there. They already made up their minds. Come or don't come, they already made up their minds because the emirs, the obas, the kabiyesis, the religious leaders have told them the area that they should go. So just go and see the American wonders. Kachi spoke very intelligibly about the fact that we may have undecided voters. Undecided voters are going to be swayed, not from those crowds that you are seeing there.
Okay.
From opinion molders. Opinion molders.
The point is, Mr. Fatuke, the point is, I mean, knowing that these rallies, these big rallies we see don't really make much of a difference in elections. Why do you think the political parties keep spending big on them?
Oh, yes. You remember Voltaire, the French philosopher, who told you, I come here in the morning, you hailing me. By the time I come in the evening, the same set of people will come and say, put him down. Just go ahead and pull him down. I think the political parties are just merely trying to, try to, put across his point. That maybe they are undecided voters. Maybe they know some of the things they are going to see there. And I can tell you, in the remote areas, they still believe when they come for these rallies, they are still going to get some kind of freebies or some handouts. Now, when they don't get those freebies and handouts, when a Peter Obi comes around and they hear say an Atiku is going to come, hope spring eternal. Well, if Peter Obi is not going to do it, well, an Atiku will plug the gap. And if Atiku does not do it, Jagaban will come and plug the gap. Now, when all that now happens and nothing much has come to them, they now then depend on what you call promissory notes. Those promissory notes are the notes that are given to them by way of some brainwash. Okay, it's a Muslim, it's a Christian, or it's from this particular tribe, or it's not from that particular tribe, it's a thief, it's all that. That is the area I think that you need to go. I did a bit of a forensic in asking a few questions. And I say, okay, this particular person that you say is your alpha and omega, how much of him do you know?
Yeah.
And I got to listen to the fact that sometimes it's not what they say, but the ability to be able to dance, dance Kiss Daniel and the rest. They can know. So these people can dance. Oh my God. We are going to be seeing some of these bands that ordinarily we would never have been able to see in our lives. So let them begin to make such big noise. We just want to hear the noise. Arising from there may just be maybe 1% or 2% of likely undecided voters. But the rest are already made up their minds that this is the area that they are going to go. Unless if the opinion molders now come and say, yes, I told you, you should have gone right. Now I'm telling you, you should go left. That is what matters. It's just for the entertainment value, if you ask me.
And of course, we can't deny the fact that somehow it has some kind of economic value as well, especially when you consider the business now that can be done when such rallies are held. I mean, people who sell, say, sachet water, for instance, people who sell different, things around these rallies. I mean, it generates some kind of income for a lot of people. But then it's just a surprise that these political parties keep spending big on these
try
rallies.
to call it in economics naturally, and Mr. Bademos, you don't also forget that it also draws the other side. Hoodlums, people will pick your pockets.
Yeah.
People will make sure that you want to cry before you leave the place, and then not to talk about stampede. Don't forget, and let me delineate this point. Rallies and campaigns is recognized in our electoral acts as saying, go see the people. So it's a way of saying, well, I've been to you. I know plus or minus. If I put all my cards on the table, I have been able to tick 3 or 4 of a box of 8. Now you see me. even though after these rallies you may never see me again, or at least you have an opportunity that you have seen Mr. A, Mrs. B, Mr. C, Ms. D, and all that kind of stuff. I think it's basically just to try and tick the boxes. It's also a way of showing off in areas that these politicians know they have more bit of influence to now drive down these leg merchants. Go out there, go talk to your wife, go talk to her, and somebody now then comes, so I saw Mr. A, Mr. B. Don't sit down at all. They say to us that this is the way we should go. Please, that's the way I am going to go. They come back home and do some of those dance steps that you see that some of the presidential candidates do. And then the wives of those who cannot walk and all that kind of, we just begin to smile. Poverty upon poverty, ignorance upon ignorance does not take us nearer any way or any move.
Okay, let me just pause you there because let me pause you there because we have Dr. Noniju who is back. Dr. Noniju, sorry there was a problem with your audio, but you were making some kind of point to me about these political rallies and that they actually don't make any difference at all in the actual voting itself. So the question is, why then do these political parties spend big on these rallies? I mean, especially when we know the rallies actually don't make much of a difference during elections.
There is a lot of things we do not know. We never used to poll data. We never also had candidates speak directly to the people. It was always using proxies and surrogates to speak. This was the first election in which the candidate kept speaking to the people, kept talking to the people. By the time the official period for elections were on, he had already made that communication. So he changed the dynamics. So in issues of how also to get the people, either through campaigns or through other systems, you can be rest assured our country is changing. You can see how politicians are panicking. Despite the monies, the structures, the affinity to those in power, the people who were reached from data after data, from polling company after polling company, had the results. So we're beginning now to use data. We will, with time, find out what works, what doesn't work, and be able to follow those things that work.
So are you saying a time will come when these rallies will just become useless and in fact
will become a thing of the past. The rallies in Nigeria are not the same as the rallies elsewhere. Yet all we have everywhere is democracy. What you had was the army organized show. You go hire the people because of poverty. And then after you use them, another party can come the next week, hire the same set of people, use them to present pictures. So what the Labour Party has done was to say, no, they organically instigated crowd that crowdfunded themselves should now bring themselves to the rallies. Well,
we're actually not talking about the Labour Party here because we do not know for sure that all the crowds, I mean the crowds you have at these rallies are organic in the sense that they funded themselves and all of that, because I know for sure as a journalist I cover some of these rallies too, and I know for sure that some of these rallies are, people are mobilized. That's just the truth. People are mobilized. But what my question is, if these rallies do not make much of a difference, I'm just wondering why politicians spend big on them. Because whether we like it or not, if you do the mathematics, the cost of organizing these rallies, the cost is quite high, and it adds to this making elections expensive in this country?
No. You can do rally if you wish. Kwankwaso has chosen not to do rally. Nobody has arrested him.
No, but he's doing rallies.
He's
doing rallies.
Any law. Good. Mr. Peter Obi wasn't doing rally. He was talking.
But he's doing rallies now.
The movement embraced him. There are other traditional parties that rely on the old method of rallies. But I believe going forward, we will start looking at data and to be able to apply what works, and in that same state, abandon what doesn't work. I see a change in society, and I will beg you to please be patient. As we learn what works, we will do more of that. As we see the things that don't work, maybe sometimes you could allow them just for the nostalgic effects of the masquerade being seen, just to show the size of the masquerade, to also boost the amount of crowd size you can mobilize. It is good we're having this discussion, but you should understand society will change. I have seen mobilizations plus the idea of bring your own organized crowd. When you bring that organized crowd, that you go through crowdfunding, you become a member of what we are doing. Instead of the other system of ownership of political structures, I think is now changing. That's what we're seeing. And that's why, as you're trying to state, the rallies in the old forms may not be sustainable. Let's watch. We are watching.
Okay. Mr. Faruq, I'll let you have the last word. Do you think a time will come when these rallies will just disappear?
Of course, society naturally changes. Education and enlightenment naturally should change. I haven't seen that movement in our educational system that has changed our paradigm. Go look at the statistics. And that is where I slightly disagree with Kachi. Yes, at the end of the day, the substance, whatever it is that you want, is not going to come out from there. But that is where you go to go and get some kind of raw materials, feel heat. People still run into camps and religious grounds after they get the prayers. They have not done the things that they need to do to get the value of those prayers, so they get nothing. The following day, they'll still go, hoping against hope. So all political parties, especially the front runners, have realized this as a strategy. Just go out there, let's go for show. Let's go jump up and down. Let's go feel free. Let's go feel high. Try to be high. And from there, one thing may lead to another, not necessarily things that are going to lift us forward. They are not interested, like Professor Lumumba said, they are not interested in all your big grammar about bringing education here and there. What you have for us in the stomach. And these political parties, without exception, realize that that is a game plan. And it's the reason why they are doing it. Let's go do it. Yeah, at the end of the day, when I get the prize, and I can have a very nice, fine change of scene, I can now then begin to look at things that will matter to their lives. I'll begin to look at security, I'll begin to look at education, I'll be able to look at employment, I'll be able to look at all this jackpot syndrome, and then come back. But go out there and begin to speak all the grammar, and begin to say that you are the next best thing to Solomon. They will tell you, my friend, just go sit down there. But go out there and go and do the Palongo dance. You will see people begin to shout, again, the bottom line, does it take us a bit forward? No. For yesterday, for today, for tomorrow, hopefully, when we begin to do the right things, when we begin to plant the right seed, we begin to now then harvest where we should really be going. Nigeria, I still maintain, is not one man, one vote. Where it is going to be one man, one vote, then the prescription that Kachi and my friend is talking about then becomes, these people hardly are able to differentiate between what is good for them and their families and what is good for their belly.
We
So
just
back
have to leave it
infrastructure.
there. Unfortunately, we'll run out of time. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming on the program. Dr. Kach Ononuju, who is a political affairs analyst and, of course, a chieftain of the Labour Party. Thank you very much for your time, sir. And Mr. Akifatunke, thank you so much for your time as well. Thanks a lot.
God bless you.
All right, that's how much we can take on the program this week. We thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
Our chop, make a chop attitude to governance, now what is spoil Nigeria reach today. Refineries of quick fixing. NNPC recently signed an agreement with Daewoo Construction Nigeria Limited for the rehabilitation of the Kaduna refinery in what was described as a proposed quick fix initiative expected to restore the refinery to a minimum of 60% of its capacity by the fourth quarter of 2024 at a cost of $740.6 million. Oh boy, see money. NNPC claimed that the last time this refinery was maintained, or what they call turnaround maintenance, was 15 years ago. Even a same refinery with refining capacity of 110,000 barrels per day has not produced any fuel for years. But we all know recently recorded a loss of 22.9 billion naira in 2021. You are not working, just a chop money. Even though we agree that restoring the Warrior and Kaduna refinery back to its operation will guarantee energy security for the country and reduce our dependence on imported petroleum products, also reduce pressure on forests, guarantee fuel supply, eradicate long queues in our filling station, and end this debate about should there be subsidy or not. But I want to ask, is it quick fix that is needed for a refinery that has not been functional or maintained for 15 years, or a complete overhaul, rehabilitation, and revamping? What is the working capacity of the nitrogen plant in Kaduna refinery? At least Warri own, we know say not even get. To at least to guarantee preservation of the equipment, since almost all the equipment go down corrode, including the storage tanks and the pipelines within the refinery. Even the power plant in the refinery has not been working. As we all know, say, now PHCN, they take the power the refinery. When PHCN on their own, they use generator on their own office. Nigeria, our own DM motherland. If you are quick fixing a 110,000 barrel refinery at the cost of $740 million, how much do you need to build an entirely new refinery of such capacity? We like to spend money uselessly here. Is Daewoo a refinery construction or maintenance company where they don't build refinery before, where they don't maintain one before? What happened to the original builders of this refinery? Also, since Kaduna no get seaports that we can use VLCC, large vessels to carry crude to, how NNPC want to transport crude from the Niger Delta to Kaduna if not be pipeline? What is the operational capacity or integrity of this pipeline to determine if they can still carry crude to the refinery? Considering the fact that the pipeline, having been unoperational for years, would have been corroded by water, insecurity, and vandalism. Was any integrity test conducted on the pipeline? And what is the outcome of this integrity test? What is the value of the contract for repairing, overhauling, revamping, all quick fix
fixing the said pipeline and storage facility, if at all. What alternative means, if any, is NNPC going to use to transport crude from Niger Delta to Kaduna, if not pipeline? Why is Nigeria building gas pipeline to Europe if pipelines are no longer necessary? Anyway, hope this would end up as the case of the Omoku power plant that was built and commissioned by Odili and Obasanjo, if you can remember those days, only for them to discover on the day of commissioning that there was no gas pipeline built and connected to the power plant that will gas the power plant to power it. We even hear say that night they used generator to take commission, and Omoku people sleep for darkness even though they had a power plant. How do you award a contract to quickly fix a refinery when never worked for years to people when never build or repair refinery before? And yet also no contract to fix the pipelines when we carry crude go the refinery. Would they think at all for this country? Anyway, I hope this quick fix no be last minute cleaning up for some people in government, you know now. I will therefore advocate that whilst we are debating about the political parties and their candidates, or my thief is better than your thief, we should not lose sight of the facts of the happenings around government ministries, parastatals, and agencies. We should consistently scrutinize the activities and seek answers to pertinent questions concerning any contract awarded at this time. As this time usually is a quick cleanup for certain persons. We know quick fix has never fixed anything. So hope they are not quick fixing this money into their pocket. Remember, if you remove your eyes from government activities at this critical time, you'll be shocked to realize after the election that you not only meet an empty treasury, even the treasury box, somebody don't whisk them away. That's all time will permit us to take for today. But for previous episodes, just follow us on all our social media platforms shown on your screen, and there are loads of them there. And like we say in law, you can't put something on nothing and expect it to stand. It will fall like a pack of cards. So even those stealing and destroying our pipelines are part of the general problem of Nigeria. So report pipeline vandalism. See you next week.
My name is Ibia Blessing, a sculptor artist, hail from Benin, Edo State, Oredo. My artwork is generally all about me, my environment, and the society I found myself. And those are the things that influence my art. Most of my artwork, some of them are political statements underneath with beauty, like the ape you just saw, titled Vagabond in Power. Today in Africa and the world, we seem to have a lot of vagabonds in power, and they have made life so difficult for the common man. I see those leaders as an animal, so I decided to represent some of them in the form of an animal. Like in art, in Dadaism, white forms are represented in animal forms. So I see them in that way. You can also find such leaders in our university, in our offices. I see them like an animals. That's why some of my sculptures piece you can see around, some of them are animal forms, some of them are human forms. And generally my art is highly being influenced by my environment. I love nature. I love people. I love faces. That's why I keep seeing them playing around my work. I see myself as an artist because I don't just sculpt iron. I sculpt, I paint, I do anything in art, I perform. I believe art is not supposed to be limited to a setting there. To say I'm a metal sculptor, I'm a tile sculptor, I'm a wood sculptor. No, you are an artist. Talking is a form of art. Dancing is a form of art. Performing art, everybody do art, but unknowingly to some people. Actually, I can say that I was blessed in all ramifications. From my mother's side, my grandfather was a traditional carver in the ancient Benin court art by the Great. He was a Benin court artist, he carved wood. In my father's side, my father was an art dealer when it comes to Atik. I was so privileged enough to be born into the center of art, the airport art, the ancient Benin airport art. My father's house was the airport art in Mission Road. There, traditional carvers comes around from all over to come and carve and sell. They carve their traditional art, like wood carving in shadow, they carve some artwork, shadow and human form, abstract and human forms. So I was born into it. I grew up to meet my uncles, my people I call mentors and masters. They were all carving wood. I was also privileged enough, my late uncle Ben Osawe, of blessed memory, the famous sculptor. He was also a sculptor, my uncle. I was privileged enough to work with him. As the last, I worked with him in wood carving, in modeling. what really made me dive into metal, I realized that everything around me has been wood. My grandfather and my mother's side, wood carver. From my father's side, wood carver. Everybody is wood. And I used to carve wood, but the pain of carving wood in my shoulder is too much. I said, what can I do that I will not be eating too much of hammer, igbam. I see the way they are eating their hammer. I say, if I continue like this, now die you. So I said to myself, I want to turn iron to look like wood. At the same time, I want to be better than my fathers. My fathers were limited to traditional carving. They were not opportune to go to school. I said to myself, I will go to school and I'll study school of art. Then my late uncle said, he himself also went to school. His father was also a carver. He was opportune to study in London too. I said, uncle, if you can go to school, I for 1 year, I will go to school. So I was opportune to get admission into Unrest Polytechnic. So I started from the scratch, from pre-ND. Like play. I like using broken alongside my English because I'm a very down to earth. I'm an African man. I love my where I come from. So from Unrest Polytechnic, I went there. I was privileged enough to study general art. From general art, I found myself in sculpture after some challenges, whatever. So after the school, even when I was in the school, the lecturer would tell me, this is not how to do metal in this school. We cut hole here, we cut hole here. I say, but this is the way I want to do it. My classmates will be laughing at me. You are saying my style. But this is my style. This is what I like. This is how I like it. They say we will not score you. I say it doesn't mean. And most importantly, I'm coming out as a sculptor. So I left school. I was privileged enough after my school. I went to serve in Benue State. After my service in Benue State, I stayed back for another 4 years in Benue. I never wanted to come back to Benin. I realized if I should go back to my family house, they will want to start dictating my life. I want to be free, so I stayed in Benue for 4 years. From Benue, I started making my sculptures, bringing them to Lagos to sell, to clients, to various people. There I was opportune enough to meet Mama Nike of Nike Art Gallery, Art Foundation. She likes my work. Over the years, she started patronizing my art. I was also privileged enough to meet Mr. Jeff, Third Pyramid Art Gallery. He likes my art, he started patronizing my art. But the originality about my work is that by my metal sculpture, I try as much as possible to make my work look like wood so that where I'm coming from will not be lost. Why I said that I see myself as an artist, not a sculptor. I see myself as an artist because I felt to myself, if I call myself a metal sculptor, I have cut myself off from the origin where I'm coming from, which is the wood carving. If I call myself a wood carving, I have cut myself off from where I went to learn in the school. Okay, if I call myself tire sculptor, I have cut myself off from the other side. The only thing I can call myself is just an artist because I see myself as just an artist. Since I started art, I will not lie to you. It has really been a game of thrones. Game of Thrones, you win some, you lose some. But I try to make sure that my wins will be more than my loss. Some people like my work, some don't like my work, but I keep going. The beautiful part of it is that I love what I'm doing. I can say most time I don't even sell, but I keep working. It's just like somebody that is an addicted to singing. Even though you put him in the prison, he will keep singing. He's addicted. And there's a song that says I'm an addicted. I love what I'm doing. It gives me joy when I'm doing my art. Whenever I handle my materials and I'm working with it, I feel this kind of joy in me. It's not the money. If you are looking for money, I don't think art should be where you should run after money. The money won't come in time, just the way people think. Art is something you do for the love of art, for passion. With time, money will join. But for me, I do art for the love. Through the love, money comes in good. I pray that money comes in, but I love what I'm doing. To set up a sculpture studio, an art studio, no matter how small it is, it's not easy. Sculpture is very expensive, which is art. It's very expensive. In Nigeria today, we don't have power. One of the greatest limitations as a sculptor artist is power. If you are to buy a diesel generator, you need to owe nothing less than $500,000 Naira to be able to buy one. If you are to buy a normal generator, you need to own almost 400,000 to buy one. If you are to buy other soft machines, they are very expensive. When I started from the scratch without no family support. My father was not rich. My mother was not rich. But I believe in what I'm doing. The little money I'm making, I try as much as possible to save and buy my equipment, because I know that those equipment is what that will take me to another level. And I'm still buying some. I have not bought some, but I've got most of them. So the journey of art and artist, you need to be dedicated. You need to believe in yourself. Whether people say that you are doing it right or not, you don't need to. Criticism may come in, filter it, pick the one you know is good for you, and let go of the shafts. In the course of sculpture, because of art in general, other challenges, one is to make a work of art, two is to get a buyer. Making a work of art is as easy, but getting the buyer is the main cocoa, is the main war. Some people will just say, I like it, I like it, I like it, I like it, but to come bring money, no be play. Not everybody that likes your work that want to buy them. Some people just want to use you, as in get your work, make some money out of it, and throw the shaft to you. But as I always say, if you close your eyes for bad things, you don't want to see bad things passing. When good things are passing, your eyes will still be closed. But the beautiful part of it, art is not really easy to sell. But if you love what you are doing, keep doing it. As an artist, some days may go by, you may not have money to even buy a recharge card. Sometimes you may not be able to feed yourself. Let's be sincere to ourselves. But what keeps you going is the passion and love you have for what you are doing. Because if you love what you are doing, you keep doing it. No matter what you lay your hands on, you keep working. You keep making more research to get more affordable material to work with. In the course of art, general milestones that I've achieved, there are so many. There are so many. Through the grace of God, I have been able to make some international connections. I have works in US, I have works in France, I have works in notable places in Nigeria. And I have been able to meet some great men and women all around the world. Like the famous Timaya have my work of art. A musical artist, my work of art, you can get to see some of them in the walls of Top Pyramid. My work of art, most of them are in abroad, in private collections. I don't want to mention names, although I've mentioned some. I've achieved more. I've been able to see things for myself, get to meet people that matters. And you have been able to meet great men and women that have positive impact in my life and in my art. If I have not gone into art, I may not have met them. Actually, I've done some exhibitions, some group exhibition here and there. In 2016, the Connected Gallery. I've done another one at Niger Art Foundation and done some other exhibitions like that. But when I finish my sculptures here, I often exhibit my work of art in Niger Art Gallery. There you can get to see most of my work. I also exhibit some of them in Top Pyramid Gallery. As I earlier said, this is just a studio. I exhibit more of my work in those places I earlier mentioned. And some private collectors can come around and say, we would like to exhibit your art in our show. They exhibit, we make sales. That's how I do exhibit my work of art for now. Instagram and Facebook have played a very big role in the art industry. A very big role. Most of the people that do give me calls, I don't know them from Adam. They saw my work on Instagram, EBA Blessing or Blessing EBA. They will just message me. We like your work, we like to have one of your pieces. We get to talk. Some of them come around to the studio, some make an order, we deliver. Instagram, the social media have been of great help, which is few people have been of great help to my profession and to me. As I earlier said, I work with several materials. But for now, the materials I'm really working with are metal sheets, nuts and tires, for now. If I'm making a sculpture with metal sheets, first of all, I make a sketch. I make a sketch with my rod. The sketch I make with my rod, I take a paper trace from the rod sketch. After the paper trace from the rod sketch, I cut out my metal sheet. I beat to form. I weld it with an arc welding machine. I fire it to the form. I patinate. That piece is ready. If I'm working with tire, the first thing I do earlier on, I get a maquette or I make a sketch. I make a construction, which is the framework. After making the framework, I get my tires. There are tires that are suitable for tire sculptures. They are called tread tires. There are two types of tire in the market, tread tire and iron tires, iron tread tires. The iron tread tires cannot be cut. Even though you cut it, the metal inside will still be of hazardous to the client or the person using it. So I normally use tread tires. And you can get to see more tread tires in bike tires and bicycle tires. After cutting my tires into strips, then I use my drilling machines to drill them. I use electric riveting machines. I order for some of my machines abroad, which I'm using to band the tires and the iron together. After banding them, the form of whatever form I want to build will erupt. Then I patinate it. By me paint it. That is what it is done. The process of making that kind of a sculpture piece, one, you get the clay model. You model with clay. You set an armature, you model with clay. If you are working on a resemblance, you get a picture of the resemblance, you model it on the clay. You prepare the mold with concrete. Concrete is cement and sand. You prepare it, you now mix it together after done with the clay work. You oil it, you divide it with metal chins. Metal chins are aluminum to divide the clay. You apply the cement, which is the concrete, on the clay work all around. By the time it's set up, you liberate it, which one you earlier saw. After liberating it, you open it. You chip up, you clean it up, clean up the clay from it. The form that was in the clay will now appear on the concrete. Then you get your nut. You arrange it inside the mold, you wet it out, you pull it up, you clean it with iron brush, you join them together neatly, and that is how that piece is being achieved. I believe knowledge is meant to be shared. I receive CWE students from several schools, IT students. From now, we have some students from Osun State Polytechnic. We receive students from several schools. In the far north, some student comes around. I do train people. I love to teach people what I know, because people will remember you for how you impact their life. So I teach people. It's a great future projection. I believe every art piece is a masterpiece, and every masterpiece has a future projections. What is the future projection of an art piece? The longer it becomes, the more valuable it becomes. Like the works of masters like Picasso, Michelangelo. At their time, at their era, the work may not be too expensive, but today it sells in billions in our money. I believe as time goes by, the more I work, the more I exhibit, the more people get to know about me, the more the value begin to rise. An artwork value is priceless. It keeps growing, the value keeps appreciating, you don't depreciate. That is how I see art. That's how I see man. Me personally, as an artist in my business, in 5 years' time, by His grace, I see myself being in the next level, being able to touch more lives, train more students, help more people to become self-independent as well. Because what will be of your benefit after you made all the money, you made all the fame, you didn't touch any lives? It will not be good. In the next 5 year time, I see myself being able to touch more lives. I may have trained more students. I may have helped a lot of people to achieve their own goal, to be able to take care of their family too. That is how I see fulfillment. Fulfillment to me is not you having a big car driving all around or living in big mansions. I see myself in 5 years' time, I should have been able to touch more lives, teach more people art, encourage more people to remain in the profession. At the same time, be a mentor to many upcoming artists, a mentor that will guide them to the right path of light. If you want to be an artist, as somebody that want to call me, hey, I want to be an artist, I want to learn to become an artist, the first stage, if you are not privileged enough to go to school, some artists are not, you can work under an artist tutelage to get knowledge of being an artist. After some time, by the time you have mastered the profession, working with a master, you'll be able to sell 1 or 2 works, even though you don't have access to material, to machines. Through that process, you can be buying the utility of your machines and be doing something. But if you have the art of moving to the next level, you can pick a course, have an ND in art, then it's good to go.
The majestic river Niger Rising from the highlands of Guinea, it meanders through many countries to Nigeria, slicing through the commercial city of Onitsha and the beautiful Asaba on her way to the Delta, where she discharges into the Gulf of Guinea in the Atlantic Ocean. Stretching to about 4,000 kilometers, River Niger is the third longest in Africa and provides livelihood to the people of the many communities on its bank. From here, they irrigate their farmlands and fish in its deep waters. Aside providing veritable mode of transportation, it is also a source of power generation. In fact, many people, particularly in Anambra and Delta states, depend on the river for their sustenance. Back in the day, canoes were the primary means of transportation on the river and served to convey goods and people from one bank to the other. But in 1965, 5 years after independence, the first Niger bridge constructed by Dumez was completed. With the inauguration of the bridge, the main east-west connection in Nigeria was created. For Southeasterners, homecoming is everything. They return en masse at festive seasons to celebrate with kinsmen. But quite often, the frightening gridlock on the old bridge turns the homecoming trip into a nightmare. Femi Adesina recalls the harrowing experience of a friend who spent 6 hours trying to cross from one end of the bridge to the other.
That friend I had known long before now called me and said, please, what could I do? I said, what was the issue? He said he had been on the River Niger Bridge for 6 hours. 6 whole hours. He said, can I call somebody so that they can intervene and let the bridge flow? He said, 6 hours from the foot of that bridge, that when traffic flows, you can cross that bridge in 5-7 minutes. He said 6 hours they had spent on that bridge, and there was no hope that they would get to the other side.
But then there are those with more bitter tales to tell. On this same bridge, homebound families are known to have been trapped for hours and days on end.
I have slept there, so I can have a first-hand experience of the challenge. So in situations like that, it's a nightmare, because you may even come there thinking that you are just you have stayed 1 day. Some people tell you they have stayed 2 days, especially during festivities. It's usually a very major nightmare.
Aside the nightmarish experience of the users, the bridge also poses danger to motorists as a result of the heavy load it bears.
I've had awful experiences flying through that Niger bridge. It has been an awful experience where we have a dilapidated bridge that for so many years it has lasted. It was so dilapidated that sometimes you'd be scared that you might end up having your car get into the river. So it's an awful experience.
There has been lots and lots of tales about that place. We've had records of the bridge quivering, motorists on the bridge actually feeling the quakes and tremors from the bridge. So it was, in one way or the other, going to end up being a nightmare. It was actually a catastrophe just waiting to happen.
Now, 57 years after it was built, the second Niger bridge is coming up quickly to alleviate the plight of the people, reduce the load on the old bridge, and boost the socio-economic potentials of the Southeast.
bridge is very nice. It's very good.
So we believe that since the new Niger bridge have passed, we believe that development can come.
Truly, the construction of a second bridge across the river Niger had long been identified as the panacea to the seemingly intractable gridlock and frustration on the old bridge. Until 2018, it was the subject of intense politicking. While President Shehu Shagari promised to build the bridge, General Ibrahim Babangida challenged Nigerian engineers to design it. From General Sani Abacha to successive governments, nothing much was done except perhaps for President Olusegun Obasanjo, who actually flagged off the construction of the bridge on the eve of his departure in 2007. His successor, Alhaji Omar Yaradua, had a short stay in office, but ahead of the 2015 general elections, President Goodluck Jonathan performed another groundbreaking ceremony and promised to do the bridge.
I remember that clearly. I was in my office, in the Sun newspapers, on that day, and I remember crystal clear that flag off and the things that were said about that bridge. And it's amazing that nothing happened. And then the then President Jonathan also went to that side. I remember clearly. That's why it's baffling that after all those body movements, nothing happened.
It was being used for politics. Every 4 years, they do flag off, they do ceremony. After the flag off, they remove everything, and then the bridge is forgotten. After another 4 years, at every election period, canopies are set, and then another flag off. So that was why when the president now gave his word, knowing who he is, that he's going to do this bridge, considered it a flagship project, and then followed through. Today, we're no more talking about flag off, we're now talking of commissioning.
The era that was most significant vis-a-vis Second Niger Bridge was the 16 years of the People's Democratic Party. Anytime elections were approaching, they would go there, make some body movements as if things were going to happen concerning the Second Niger Bridge. Once elections came and they got the votes of the Southeasterners, they disappeared. The next time, when elections were coming again, they would pretend that there was movement on Second Niger Bridge and it would fizzle out again. Then came Muhammadu Buhari, a man from the northwest of the country, from Naira. In terms of affinity with the Southeast, it's not much, except that we're all Nigerians.
Interestingly, while little was done during the period of bumper harvests from oil sales, President Muhammadu Buhari, who arrived the scene at a time of lean financial resources, became the game changer. Without the boastful promises and grandstanding of the past, President Buhari plunged headlong into the project. Today, he has succeeded where others before him failed.
I think I'm going to say it unequivocally that President Muhammadu Buhari, that is one of the greatest achievements that he has done for Nigeria. I'm not talking about Southeast, I'm talking about Nigeria as a whole. Because without that bridge, there will be no movement from Southeast to North, from Southeast to West. So even going outside Nigeria, a lot of folks that come to Aba, buy goods, come to Onitsha, buy goods, now have to transfer those goods to other nation states.
It is encouraging, it is nice to see that for the first time, we actually have an administration that has looked into that problem and preferred a real solution in the new Niger bridge. So I think it's it's a positive step, one that if more of our leaders would emulate, it would make Nigeria a much better place for us to live in.
The second Niger Bridge is an engineering marvel being executed by Julius Berger, the international construction giant. Stretching to a length of 1.6 kilometers, the bridge is equipped with a 10.3-kilometer highway. The toll plazas in both directions of the facility have 8 lanes leading to the bridge. The Owerri interchange on the Onitsha-Owerri road is designed to provide direct access to the bridge from Obosi in Anambra State to Asaba in Delta. Construction of 2 secondary bridges at Amakom and Atani communities are also part of the total package.
All the 16 booths have been completed. The operation building also completed. Then the workshops and other ones, security house, they've been completed. Then the approach road on this project, we have 3 kilometers on Asaba end. Like I said, has been constructed. We only need to put the final layer of the asphalt. Then on the Onitsha end, the Anambra end, we have completed more than half of it.
On the eastern side of the bridge lies the ever-bustling Onitsha, a commercial hub that embodies the resilient and enterprising spirit of the people of the southeast. The Onitsha main market, reputed to be the largest in Africa, attracts visitors from across the continent and contributes to the hectic commercial environment of the city. As a result of the intense economic activities in Onitsha and beyond, traffic holdup on the old bridge is perpetual and frustrating. But the ongoing 7-kilometer approach road on the Onitsha side of the new facility will help to eliminate congestion and provide direct access to the second bridge. The idea is to connect the southeast and south-south regions seamlessly to the rest of the country.
You see, you are talking of a bridge that links Anambra State, southeast, Abia, Imo, to the entire Nigeria, coming through Lagos. All right, that is the route. All the containers that come from Lagos coming to the east, that's the route they use. It's quite enormous. It's something that, if you look at the economic benefit, you get very excited. There's quite a lot we can benefit from it, and it's going to impact very positively on the economy of the southeast.
It's going to lead to free flow of traffic. Of course, even our people who reside in other parts of the world, in other parts of the country, once there is a period of festivities where all of our people return home to celebrate Christmas, Easter, and what have you, they will not hesitate. Most of them will come back home, and coming back home brings happiness home. Economically, economic will become viable because goods will move freely between other parts of the country and the southeast. Business will boom, and everything will pick up.
On the other side of the bridge lies the serene city of Asaba, the capital of Delta State and once the colonial headquarters of the Southern Protectorate of Nigeria. Strategically located on the bank of the river, Asaba serves as the main entryway to the southeast from the Lagos axis. Here, traffic is usually heavy on its main highway, but to ease the flow and divert vehicles to the new bridge, a 3.3-kilometer approach road is also being constructed.
The second Niger Bridge is the artery between the western part and the eastern part of the country and the rest of the country. You can't quantify what it will do economically. Even apart from the economy, how about the comfort of the people? Going home at festive seasons, our brethren from east of the Niger love to travel at Easter, at Christmas, and other festive seasons. You cannot imagine the relief they will have on that bridge. They have slept on that bridge before. My friend spent 6 hours last December, but people who slept till the next day have that experience. So the relief will come for them.
President Muhammadu Buhari is a man of few words. When in 2018 he gave assurance that his administration was going to deliver the project, many people may have taken it with a pinch of salt and perhaps waved it off as a familiar story, a tale by moonlight repeatedly told by past politicians without commensurate action. 4 years after, the dream is set to become a reality.
I thank God I'm alive to see the working of that second Niger bridge. They have gone a long way. I am happy over what I see today. They are trying. They are trying. I pray, let the Chukwu Okike Abioma guide them. So far they have gone.
It's been a subject of serious politicking over the years. So our people kind of developed a feeling that it will never come. But all of a sudden, here comes President Buhari, who now announced that he was going to do the bridge and immediately started work.
It waited this long because they made it political. Instead of really pulling up their bootstraps and working, they turned it to a political thing. That was why whenever elections were approaching, they would go there to hoodwink the people of the region to get their votes. They turned it into a political thing. But then came President Buhari, who was not interested in fooling anybody, who was not interested in the politics of it, was just interested in action.
Under this administration as well, the long-abandoned Onitsha River Port has been revived and may soon become a port of final destination for goods bound for the southeast, thereby decongesting the existing seaports in Lagos, Port Harcourt and other cities. Stakeholders are of the view that the second Niger bridge will boost activities at the river port and complement the multimodal transportation initiative of the administration.
Today, we talk of multimodal forms of transportation. You talk about the road, you talk about the rail, you talk about water and things like that. So this multi-approach is something that has a lot to do with impacting on the economy. So here is the Onitsha River Port that has to do with the water, and then here is the second Niger bridge that has to do with the roads. But both complement each other.
To ensure compliance to schedule and quality delivery, the project site has witnessed high-profile visitors lately. Aside the Minister of Works, Babatunde Fashola, who pays regular supervisory visits to the site, the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, recently led top functionaries of the federal government to see the state of readiness of the bridge.
The Federal Executive Council has passed tolling policy, national tolling. National is for the nation as a whole. So which one will be concession, toll fares, and so on? That's secondary. Important. Let us finish this road.
Similarly, the Minister of Finance, Hajia Zainab Ahmad, also came calling with the Managing Director of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, Mr. Uchoji, and chief executives of other relevant agencies. For the minister, it was an inspection and assessment visit to be sure the 157 billion naira so far released has been well utilized.
I can report to Mr. President and say I have seen where all the 157 billion naira has gone to. This is a project that is very dear to His Excellency the President. It is designed to uplift the lives and livelihoods of the people of the southeastern part and the southwestern part of our country.
Indeed, the transportation industry has experienced unprecedented turnaround in the past 7 years. For a critical sector that supports socio-economic growth, it's never been this good. Apart from equipping the National Inland Waterways Authority to provide navigable pathways for the movement of goods and services, stupendous amount of resources have also been committed into developing a functional rail transportation system. In addition to the second Niger and local Oweto bridges, solid road networks that crisscross the country and connect the geopolitical zones have been constructed.
when the story of the Buhari administration is to be told, of course, we will talk about the second Niger bridge. We will talk about the Bodo Boni Bridge. We will talk about the Loko Oweto Bridge. We will talk about Lagos Ibadan Expressway. We will talk about the new ultramodern airport in Lagos, the one in Kano, the one in Port Harcourt. We will talk about the new runway in Enugu. We will talk about so many things.
Just as the River Niger provides legitimate employment and sustenance for many families, construction activities at the new facility have also given jobs and livelihood to many people from the region. In addition to this legacy infrastructure, critical road projects and monuments are also being executed in the zone. Despite these huge investments, political detractors had actually tried to sell the false narrative of hatred and marginalization to some gullible natives of the area.
With the developmental strides that the president has taken to the south, it's not just the second Niger bridge. What about the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, which the president made sure that rehabilitation of such road is completed? Other giant projects that the president has started and also completed in the southeast is an evidence that the president indeed does not hate the southeast.
Don't forget that time was when Southeasterners, people of Igbo extraction, were controlling the levers of development. I'll give you an example. The Deputy Senate President from Southeast, Deputy Speaker from Southeast, Chairman Senate Committee on Works Southeast, Chairman House Committee on Works Southeast, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy Southeast, Secretary to Government of the Federation Southeast. And all through those periods, not 1 kilometer of our roads, federal roads, that were in terrible state, not 1 kilometer was addressed. And all these people I mentioned are from Southeast. Now it took somebody else who is not from Southeast to now address this infrastructural decay. Now face the reconstruction of these roads, this critical infrastructure. Just to mention a few of the things that this administration has done in the Southeast. And then somebody goes back and says he hates Southeast. How does you demonstrate hate?
This president bears malice to nobody. And he has cared for the Southeast as much as he cares for other parts of the country.
The second Niger bridge is an important national asset. Aside easing traffic on the old bridge, it is an inter-regional integrator with the capability of boosting economic activities and development in the southeast. Already, the people are beginning to tap into the huge investment opportunities that come with the bridge.
You know our people, we are business people. We understand the dynamics and we take advantage of opportunities. It will bring a lot of development to the southeast, a lot. And even south-south, because the bridge is coming from Asaba to Onitsha and vice versa. So the development is not only for south, it's also for south-south.
Truly, when the story of the Muhammadu Buhari administration is told, the second Niger bridge will be recorded among its greatest achievements.
When President Buhari would have been done and is gone to have his due retirement, and the story is being told, what would never be forgotten will be his footprints on the sands of time in terms of infrastructure. I don't know how to swim, but when they load me in the boat, we were like 155 people in one boat. So when we are going to Italy, we have run many hours. So on the way going, our boat now capsized because of the waves, and our boat is pumping boat. So when the waves throw in, and they load us about 3 boats, 2 at the front, 3 at the back. When the waves come in a big way and throw, it capsized our boat. 65 people died in the same boat with me. About 30 girls and 35 boys died in the same boat. So when they are dying, they are sinking down. Some was catching my leg. Some drawing my clothes on my bag, shouting, "Biggie, Biggie, Biggie, Biggie." That's how I remove the clothes. I stay hanging, holding the rope that I'm holding on top of the boat. That's how. So after everything, all of us, about 55 people, well, 155 people, the people that remain on top of boats, maybe they are not more than 80 people again. Everybody was crying, 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 crying that we are dying, no rescue. From 4 o'clock in the morning, our boat capsized. We are on top of the water till the next 4 o'clock in the evening. On the afternoon time, a helicopter come on top of us to come down like this a little bit. All of us was crying, raising hand up. They now carried the newborn baby, one woman having over there, to raise it up, to raise the baby up. In a way, the helicopter will see the baby. So we are shouting for rescue, rescue. So all of us was crying. I said, God, is it today I will die on top of sea? All of us crying. So as we are crying, the helicopter, they wind up, but I believe that they will be seeing us through the screen. After everything, when the helicopter left, it's like they called the police people in the area. The police people now coming with a small boat to come and rescue us. When they rescue us, they will carry us to the prison to go and lock us. And when they lock us there, the Nigerians that are in that very highland will come and bail us with like 500 dinar. 500 dinar. When they bail us like 500 dinar, like they will use in form of 50,000 Nigeria. They use it to bail us out. They will go and lock us somewhere. Our family in Nigeria, we can be calling our family in Nigeria to pay 150,000 in their account. They will gain like 100,000. They are using it to do business. In my life, even if they told me that Libya is like America again, I cannot try that country anymore in my life because I suffered a lot, honestly.
As technology continues to advance globally, Nigerian youths are ensuring that they take the center stage of the fast-paced world of innovative inventions. From creating impressive programs to inventing new products, Nigerian youths are daily enhancing the quality of life and entrepreneurship that has a huge impact across Africa and the globe. Hello and welcome to another episode of Startups with me, Abisola Adebayo. On the program today, we'll be talking to two of these geniuses that are using technology to enhance the country's development. In Oyo State, Southwest Nigeria, Olushola Ayola has established a center to train Nigerians on robotics and artificial intelligence. And in Lagos, Onyeka Owika has created an application that helps save power consumption. How exactly are these guys able to do all of this? I'm just as curious as you are, but we'll be finding out in just a moment.
What RAIN does is the first of its kind in Nigeria and perhaps in West Africa, because we receive applications from Egypt, Liberia, Ghana, and so on. We do training and certification in robotics and artificial intelligence, which is the future. And developed countries are already beginning to struggle to take a position there. So normally Africa or Nigeria should just wait for all of that to be developed first before we take interest. But RAIN is saying no to that. My name is Dr. Olushola Ayola. I'm the founder of Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence, AI, is the technology of making machines perform tasks considered possible only with human intelligence. This technology has ushered in tremendous opportunities, leading to leapfrog development and attainment of economic growth and prosperity across developed and developing nations of the world. However, in Nigeria, the giant of Africa, the pace of innovation and artificial intelligence adoption has been slow, mainly due to the lack of adequate knowledge about the technology. Having lived and schooled in the United Kingdom for years, helping the country with developing ground and underwater robots and artificial intelligence, Olushola Ayola decided to return home and help his home country with the skill set and experience he's acquired. This electrical engineer was determined to prove that AI can improve the livelihood of Nigerians only if there can be enough Nigerian-based experts in the promising field. In 2019, he founded Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria RAIN, a foremost training, research and innovation center focused on the creation and development of artificial intelligence-enabled technology.
I mean, when I was done with my PhD and I was done with saving and I was done with working there, even though I was working in a robotics company that was helping the UK government to decommission their nuclear storage sites, I felt it was time to go and develop that skill in Nigeria for my people. Because many times when the UK needs to get a particular robot built, they do the design there, they send it to China. So China guys would actually build the robot and send it back to UK. And I felt, wait, why can't they send it to Nigeria? Because after all, I'm the one in the company that China will send it back to, and I'll try to get it back to standard. Unfortunately, whenever I tried to contact people in Nigeria, do you know how to use this? Do you know how to use that? They all say, no, we're not taught, or we were not taught very well, or we don't remember it because we've not been practicing it. So I thought, let's have a new kind of education system where we get projects to do, we get people to train, and we get research to do. So it's all busy. It's like a Silicon Valley of ideas here in Nigeria. And so we set it up. If we had said you can only come to RAIN if you are a computer science graduate with 2-1 or anything, we'll be limiting a number of people. Because you would agree with me that many people are very good when it comes to hands-on, but may not be good when it comes to WAEC or NECO or all those JAMB exams. And so for us at RAIN, to get into RAIN to study, you need to be above 15 years old. So that means you should have finished secondary school, and you should have a credit pass in your mathematics at O levels. That's it.
Ayola prides in the quality of training and infrastructure RAIN offers its trainees. He says the plan is to compete with standards from developed nations and produce the next generation of AI experts to contribute to the country's development.
It's been a series of eureka moments, like, wow, we did it again, we did it again. Typically in Nigeria, and this is one thing we have learned a lot from the experience in the past, you don't set up an institution to look like the normal African standard, Nigerian standard. You have to raise the bar. So we were not competing with anybody in Nigeria. We were competing with the standards I met in the UK, which were my vision for Nigeria. You know, a school that is homely, the teachers are friendly, the environment is friendly, you have a hangout spot, you have a kitchen, you have relaxation, games and all of that. Then you have internet, you have power supply, you have facilities, like you have the kind of ambience that makes you want to learn. You have projectors, you have all of the, all of those IT facilities that will encourage students to want to learn. We have all that. RAIN is actually taking care of unemployment in the future by providing the skill that the government or the people need. That's one. Secondly, RAIN is helping to attract foreign investment, because just by having a pool of talent in the area of AI, you're a leader, global leader. Now, when people look for AI solutions globally, they just go on Google and search artificial intelligence developers across the world, and RAIN puts Nigeria on the map.
Since establishment, RAIN has been experiencing a steady growth. Ayola says students in the tech field are eager to enroll and is also been receiving partnership proposals from the government, local and international bodies. Beyond this, the institution has been building and developing impressive artificial intelligence products.
It's been growth upon growth as we've been going. At first we were training only, and then later we started doing research for people, and now we're doing product development. So it's like we keep going higher. Of course, investors have been coming as well to say, can we buy this company off you? Can we take over? Can we expand it quickly enough? And I'm like, let's just all calm down. Let's see where we're heading, because I can't quantify the worth of the company until we get to a point where I can see everything from up there. We've had business deals, project deals with major companies. I can't mention their names now, but then about 3 major companies. One is on drone for parcel delivery, another one is on energy management, and another one is on waste management. Now, this is to say a few, because we have other engagements with government in some areas that we cannot talk about. But then for us, it's a milestone, because we started off as a training institution, and now we are moving into product development, and this is the curve that if we can continue in that trajectory, there is no way saying we've got to the end point yet. We haven't.
But these achievements did not come on a platter of gold. Ayola says setting up RAIN was not a walk in the park, especially in a country where electricity is a luxury.
Money is never enough. You want to set up a world-class institution, you're competing with people who spend billions and trillions to set up the same thing. So how do you set up the same thing with lower and lower budget? That was the biggest challenge for me. How do I make this place look expensive even though I'm not spending all of that money? Because I'm not the richest in Nigeria to be able to set up something like this. People walk in here and say, wow, billions have gone into this. Well, yes, billions, but not billions in money, but billions in ideas. Because my first challenge was, I must make this place look like $1 billion has been spent on it, even if I don't have that. And that was the first challenge. We did that. We did that very well. Then the second challenge is the power aspect. We run on 24 hours power. We can't do without power here. This is not a place where power will go off and everybody will be like, let's just wait for NEPA to bring light. We must have constant, because we do 3D printings. And 3D printings, you dare not wait for any second, otherwise you might lose the entire quality. So we do a lot of work, we do a lot of research, interfaces, meetings and all of that, and we need power. So the challenge there has been, how do we maintain steady power? The concept of generator, solar and all of that have come, but they can't meet our needs. We just need constant power from the government. But that's going to be a thing of the past now, because we are working on a project with a UK company on developing homegrown power solutions. and it's going to be a very large project. So one of the big power engines will be domiciled here at RAIN for demonstration and all of that.
Ismaila Surajo is one of the student trainees at RAIN. Surajo used to be a self-taught technician in his little village of Rubochi in Kuje Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory, where he's been inventing locally made tractors and machines. Surajo got a scholarship to study at RAIN in 2020 after inventing a local water provider in his village. In less than 2 years, the 23-year-old is now developing smart water meter.
I've learned how to program using my system. When I was in school, I can build a car. I'll be the one to control it. But now I can use my system to control it. I intend to become an engineer in robotic design. I can design a robot that can help the community to solve some problem. I make smart water control device. Once you put your card, it on the water for you. You can subscribe on my own water device. I have other projects I'm going to work on.
It's been sponsored by one of the people in government because he was given an award by the president in November 2020. And now he is developing solutions that will benefit his community directly. He's building a smart water meter that people in the locality can just slot in their card, their smart card, and water is dispensed in their bucket. So that way, what he's trying to do is to encourage lawmakers or people in government to donate boreholes to communities, because the people will not take it for free. They will pay a token using that smart water meter, and by using that token, the money for maintaining that facility, that water infrastructure, is provided.
Ayola has indeed paid his dues in starting up RAIN. His vision is to make an impactful change in Nigeria's development pace and education sector by imparting his knowledge and skills of artificial intelligence. And the company's milestone so far shows he's right on track.
Give RAIN about 5 years or less, and you'll be surprised that many things we look for outside would be produced in-house. And it's not going to be RAIN only, it's going to be offshoots of RAIN. People that RAIN has actually promoted or produced, and they are the ones that would begin to solve these problems. So if you look at 10 years from now, you'll see big entrepreneurs saying, I decided to set up this business after my training at RAIN, and I figured out that this was a major business need for the country. And of course, there you go. So we are really helping the country to prepare for the future now. The structure we've set up, fine, AI and robotics is not new in the world, but the structure we have set up for AI and robotics, no facility in the world has set that up. Where you do training and certification, where you do robot research and projects for everybody, not for your company. For example, Toyota, they have the Toyota Research Institute, where they do research in AI and robotics for their company only. But we are now setting up something that does AI and robotics research and product development for anybody. So what that means is that we are taking this to people's homes. So in the future, RAIN may be not a Nigerian-based company any longer, but a global body, competing with the likes of SpaceX and so on. Because we have all of that model embedded in what we are doing.
The technological advancement of any society is hinged on its ability to invent and innovate, as these are the cardinal bedrock upon which development is built and sustained. With RAIN's drive to nurture and train the next generation of AI experts in Nigeria, one can say the country is well on its way to achieving sustainable development. I'm actually excited for the country. I mean, imagine the potentials of these experts that RAIN will be churning out. Anyways, this next innovator will blow your mind. With his invention, you wouldn't even need to lift a finger to reduce your power consumption and control a lot of home appliances.
Okay, at Ving Global Technologies, we create solutions for human with our full home and office automation. And we do that with our OVO products and our OVO Smart app, where we make life easy for everyone. They can have total control of their home, their offices, and their hotels. And they can do all that without a human intervention using our OVO Smart app. They can control everything in their home and save the cost of their electricity bills. They can know who comes into their home at every given point. They can turn off the electrical appliances and every of the appliances at anywhere they are in the world. My name is Onyeka Onwoka. I'm the CEO of Ving Global Technologies Limited. Computer, turn on bedroom lights.
Okay. Who would have ever thought that in decades to come in Nigeria, words of mouth will be able to control gadgets without having to move an inch? From carrying out big tasks to attending to menial errands, engineers across the world are leveraging technology to make life easier for people. One of such innovative engineers is Onyeka Onwoka, a 32-year-old graduate from the National Metallurgical Training Institute in Anambra, Southeast Nigeria. Bothered by the high energy consumption plaguing his country, Onyeka decided to establish Ving Global Technologies, an engineering technology outfit, under which he developed a comfortable solution to help people control their home and electrical appliances from anywhere in the world through an automatic systemic app. He calls it the OVO Smart application.
It has been a very long time. I started developing this app. And the reason why I started developing it was I've seen people leaving their home appliances on. They left their home appliances on and went out and then came back and started complaining about their electricity bills being piling up, forgetting that once it's turned off, your electricity bills won't be reading. So I started looking for a way to help people do all that. I've seen people turn on their gas on and leave it. Then they forget to turn it off. They might be carried away seeing a movie, or they might be carried away watching social media. So I started looking for a way to help people do all that without human intervention. I started looking for a way to help people turn off their appliances off, turn off their gas. Then that was what led me to create the OVO Smart app. Let's say if you want to control the light, you buy our OVO switch lights. When you buy it, you don't need to change your bulbs, just the controller. So you buy the light and then remove, you don't need to break your walls. All you need to do is to change the fittings. If you already have the old fittings, the manual fitting, you just change the fittings and then use our fitting. So once you use our fitting, you sync it with the OVO Smart app, and then from there you can control your lights. If you want to control your gas, we have our gas controller that you can use in your gas cylinder. Then if you want to control your TV, you use our IR, our OVO IR controller to control your TV. You can use it to control your AC. You can use our OVO water heater switch to control your water heater. You can also use our gate controller to open your gates and close your gates. Ving Global Technologies will make sure your security is intact. Ving Global Technologies will make sure that your electricity bills is being slid down to 60%. Ving Global Technologies will make sure your comfort is what you need. It will make sure that you have comfort, total comfort. We'll make sure you have that easy lifestyle.
By connecting their devices to the OVO Smart app and the internet, users can control them all without moving an inch. All they need is a voice command, smartphone or fingerprints. Onyeka says the OVO Smart app is connected to all the OVO products designed by his team. The customers then connect the product to the appliances. When the customer then orders the app to do a task, he gets notification once the task is completed.
What our OVO Smart app does is whenever it does any command being said by you, it will notify you that it has done it. So let's say someone comes to your home and you unlock remotely. Once the person gains access, it will notify you on your phone that the person has already gained access. So you can see the person with your OVO camera and you can have a conversation with the person, and once you turn off your gas as well, it will notify you that your gas is being turned off. So it doesn't just turn it off and leave you blindly. So once it does the command you set, it will notify you immediately that it has done this for you. Even hotel owners, they use our sensors. Once you have a guest and the person check in, you can see it will notify you that a guest just checked in your room. So it will notify you as a hotel owner. You don't need to be in the hotel to ask your management what rooms we are fully occupied. Is my rooms fully booked? So from your OVO Smart app, you get notification. You get notified that your rooms, if it's fully booked, you will get the notification. If 20 rooms were booked, you get notification. So all those things, you get notification from anywhere you are in the world.
Onyeka launched the OVO Smart app in 2020. Working in a country where electricity is not stable, he says achieving this feat was not a walk in the park.
You know, developing an app, you have to do the graphics, you have to write the codes. So I did all that with my team. In my team, I have a graphic designer that designs the graphic that I need to do. The commands, I wrote the commands on my own. So the challenges I was facing that time was I need to always stay strong. The challenges I was facing was the power issue, because I have to test my app with a generator and also test my app with the power from the government. So if I want to test it, I'll have to wait for the lights to come so that I will test it. So those were the challenges I was having at the moment while developing the app. But after all said and done, it came out a success. I'm trying to set up the internet to be able to run the program using a minimal internet to charge in kilobytes and not in megabytes. So with 1,000 Naira subscription, all your appliances will be running. And we also try to make it work with every internet providers, like MTN, Airtel, Etisalat, every internet providers. We also try to make it work with all that.
Since the launch of the application, Onyeka says he and his team continues to work to improve on the application and introduce more features to make life easier for customers.
We have our competitors, and that is why we are working hard every day to make sure we give in the best quality. When we started our app, there was no virtual assistant. What I mean by virtual assistant is using your voice to control everything. You know, it's not every time you go to the app and start scrolling, looking for the light that is on and off. So we brought in, because as each day goes in, we keep on pushing. And now you can sync our OVO Smart app with your Siri, with your Google Assistant, with your Alexas. So we keep on bringing the best every day. That is why we work hard to make sure we are at the face of everyone.
Since the OVO Smart app broke into the market, Vin Global Technologies have continued to record accelerating growth, and even though the tech firm is yet to get a major investor, it now has over 20,000 customers across Africa.
At first when we brought it out on social media, few people came to patronize us. They saw that it was good and they started spreading the news. They started spreading everything, letting people know that we are using this thing. Like our smart locks, there are people, people have been using it for 2 years, 2 years plus without no issues. So you don't need electricity to run the smart app. It uses a finger battery. So after 1 year, all you have to do is to change your finger battery. So people started advertising for us, people we don't even know. They started advertising our product for us because they've used it and it's working. So we started, we have influencers that helps us to do all that as well. And when the influencers does that, people use our product and see that it's of good quality because we chose quality over quantity. So people saw that our products were of good quality, and then that was how the marketing level started. We started moving from places to places, going to real estate developers, showing them what we have, and from that we keep on. That was how we started expanding. Right now we don't have investors at the moment, but we have up to 23,000 plus customers. We have a lot of customers that are patronizing us already, and we have more coming each day. We have customers coming from South Africa, from Ghana, from Cameroon, from Sierra Leone, from Nigeria. We have people buying our product from all these African countries. We don't have investors at the moment, but our product is going because it's of good quality, and all our products are 2 years warranty.
Onyeka says the future projection is for its innovation to break into the international market and in extension save Nigerians from bogus electricity consumption, which makes them pay more.
In the next 4 or 5 years, I want our company, Vin Global Technologies. I want my company, Vin Global Technologies, to be talk of the world. I want us to be the #1 in automation system and all that. I'm making sure that every home, offices and facility have our products all over the world.
At a time when authorities in the country continues to seek a lasting solution to energy consumption and increased electricity tariff, Onyeka's innovation, if expanded, might be the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm actually impressed by the good work these guys are doing to improve technology in Nigeria. Anyways, this is where we'll be signing out on the program today. Until I come your way next time, I am Abisola Adebayo. Bye.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV360 Sports. And definitely today will be another enticing and interesting day. My name is Mudashiru Shitu, and I will be talking about one of the fastest growing sports in the country, and that's chess. But I won't be doing this alone. I have, honored to have the Vice President of Nigerian Chess Federation as Prince Adewale Adeyinka, who has done so well for chess in the country. And we'll be talking about the development of chess. And there's one particular, also we'll be also looking at one particular chess tournament that is taking the city of Lagos by storm, talking about the Kappa City chess tournament. It's good to have you in the house.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here again.
It's really honored to have, should I say, the second most important person staying the affairs of chess in the country.
The Vice President,
the Vice
more like
President,
it, yes.
And you've been doing so much. During your tenure, we had, still your tenure, we had the president of FIDE in the country. Yes. And so far, so good. How have been the policies to ensure chess develop in this continuous development? How far, so good with
that? Thank you very much. Just like I said earlier, it's my pleasure to be here. You know, when you have the people who is actually in charge of the global affair of chess visiting you, they will definitely point you to the right direction about things that you're not doing right and how to improve. We're privileged to have President Hakadi. That's the president of FIDE. FIDE is the global body that regulates chess all over the world. So we're privileged to have him during the tournament called AICC. That's Africa Individual Chess Championship. He was there to grace the occasion at the opening ceremony. He was actually in Nigeria for 3 days. He also visited one of the chess in slum that we have that is being promoted by Mr. Tunde Onakoya. And he made a lot of promises that we're going to do a whole lot. And we are also seeing this. Recently, FIDE has appointed Tunde Onakoya as one of the members of Social Commission in Nigeria. So he's one of those people in Africa that has been identified. So that was one of the effects of his coming to Nigeria.
Okay, interesting, and I'm sure that obviously we're already on the global map when it comes to chess, and one of the top nations in Africa. But we still also know that chess still has a lot of T's to cross and I's to dot in the country. But one of your policy, I want to ask how far you've gone with that, is to ensure that sports, chess become a curriculum in school. Instead of an extra curriculum, it should be part. So I'm sure that other things you are putting in place. Can you tell us a bit about some of your policies?
Chess in education. We've seen that chess and education, they are one, and I mean, they are very related. Some of the features of chess, you also see that there are also features that are required in education. The skills are almost similar. So, and that's why we are promoting the fact that instead of making it to be optional for students in school to actually, especially at the elementary level, the primary school, the secondary school can be optional. But at the primary level, we can actually ensure that a child actually plays chess. One major thing that you can pick from a child that plays chess is that you will see that such child will pay attention. The concentration level of such child will be very high. So if a child is actually disturbing you and you introduce a child, that particular child to chess, you will see you will want to go and play chess, and thereby taking you, I mean, you give him more attention. I mean, you are giving attention to other things because that child is engaged playing chess. Apart from other things that the child can actually benefit by playing chess, by his brain that is going to improve, the analysis level of the child that is going to improve, the cognitive level of the child which is going to improve. So we've seen that this is necessary. And that's why we feel we cannot just promote without having people who will drive it. Okay. And that's why we are trying to ensure that we train our people. Not just training, we certify them by the world body, by FIDE. So, and that's why recently we had a training where we had one of the commission member from FIDE come around to do a physical training with our member, I mean some of the people who are currently doing chess in school. And we believe that if we're able to run this kind of program throughout the year, we'll have a quite number of people throughout Nigeria that can actually teach us. So when we equip ourselves, we can then go out and say, oh, we can train other people in what chess is able to provide to them. And I'm sure a lot of people are also, the awareness is increasing in terms of why people should play chess or why their children should actually play chess. Besides, chess can actually be played by different kind of people, irrespective of the age, irrespective of the gender, irrespective of the disability. Chess can be played by anybody.
Okay, interesting. And I'm sure that in chess and education, there's obviously some orders to cross. And I'm sure some of them we might need a legislation to ensure some of this. Inside of the government, how progressive, how cooperative are other stakeholders in ensuring this?
Okay, so right now what we are doing is to do more of stakeholders engagement. Okay. We have not pushed any policy yet. What we are doing is to look at people who will listen to us and see how to tell them the reason why this should happen. So, and we believe when we get to the point where we feel we have engaged people who can actually make it happen, we will then go all out and make a policy and push our policy through the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sport, which is the ministry in which we are operating under. What we need is actually a collaboration between the Ministry of Sport and the Ministry of Education. So, but our ministry needs to accept it first before we go all out to collaborate with the Ministry of Education.
Interesting moment for chess lovers. Also thing is we should know is that for all this, how enlightened or how knowledgeable are the general public to know you're doing so much on this? Because to me, I feel that this is one policy or this is one thing that needs to go. So in schools right now, are they aware of the coming of such a policy, or are there something that will also keep them on their toes to achieve this?
I would say yes and no.
Okay.
The reason is that when you are trying to put a policy, you also do not want to go to the beneficiary first. You go to the people that will make the policy work first. So what we are doing is to engage the people who will make the policy to actually work. Definitely, the awareness is very high now. Practically almost all the private schools in Lagos are actually playing chess, but what they are doing is more of an extracurricular, whereby they call it chess club. But we don't want it to be called a chess club. We want it to be called a chess class, whereby a certified tutor, instructor, will be the one that is teaching these children. Aside the chess itself, there are so many other benefits that the children can actually benefit. So you can only derive that from someone who is certified on this. So we believe when we are done with the engagement with people who will make the policy to fly, it is then we can start creating awareness. And we also appreciate what you are also doing. Okay. This is part of the awareness. Okay. You are making, you give us opportunity for us to communicate to the world. This is a fantastic platform for us to also, which we are leveraging on.
Okay, interesting. I also know this policy, I think also part of it is a policy of ensuring that every region in the country have at least a chess tournament per region. And I'm sure that I'm aware about the Southwest, and I'm also aware about the Southwest. How impactful are all these policies and this chess championship in the region? How impactful are they?
So this has actually come to stay. This came up during our first board meeting. That was 2021, where the president, Sani Mohammed, DIG Sani Mohammed retired. Made it that, okay, while we are looking for sponsors, institutions out there, that each member of the board who has come from a particular zone, you have represented from South, like I come from the Southwest. I represent the entire Southwest, all the 6 states in Southwest. Why some other people represent Southeast, North Central, Northwest, and Northeast, and the South. So he made it mandatory that all of us who must actually conduct a championship in our zone. So last year we had Southwest, South-South, Southeast, North Central, Northwest. Northeast was actually organized but couldn't hold due to some issues in that region. But we believe that this year the calendar has come out. We released calendar very late in January, and you will see all the tournaments are listed in that particular calendar. So we're still going to have all the tournament, North Central, Northwest, Northeast, Southwest, South-South, and South-West. We're going to have all the tournament during this year. Like Southwest is slated to happen in the month of August in Lagos here.
Okay.
We are trying to rotate it.
And the last one
was actually held in Osun State.
Okay.
So this one we want to do it in Lagos.
Okay.
So we are still contemplating. It might be Lagos, it might be Ogun State. Either Lagos or Ogun State is still Southwest.
So for until your tenure is over.
Yes, every year we must actually have it.
Okay.
Every
Each
year.
of these
Each of the
zonal,
zones,
okay.
yes. So in fact, right now, the champion of each of those zonas will come and play the national qualifier to play in the national championship.
Okay, we'll still come to the national championship.
Okay.
But before then, let's go a step ahead to Africa.
Yes.
What's agreed Nigeria in terms of chess community in Africa? Where can we put ourselves? So that I'll also be boastful, please, listeners, I'll also be boastful that, okay, in Africa we are this, we are that, in as much as we know you are doing so well at home. But let's go beyond ourselves. In Africa, right now, what agenda are you pushing, and what level are we in Africa?
Okay, so thank you very much. In Africa today, there are many yardsticks or KPIs, if I can put it, or that you can use to actually assess or appraise or evaluate yourself that this is where you belong. I can tell you before even mentioning the yardstick that we are actually supposed to be ranked between, we should be top 10 in Nigeria.
In Africa?
Sorry, in Africa, rather, in Africa. However, when you're actually ranking the position of the country in Africa, things like Grandmaster, International Master, FIDE Master, that is the number of Grandmasters that we have, the number of International Masters that we have, the number of FIDE Masters, and the number of Candidate Master. Those are different titles that are actually assigned to chess players. So the highest title that you give to a chess player that is playing globally is actually called a Grandmaster. Of course, each one of them is expected to have a rating. So even Grandmasters have levels. There are Grandmaster of 2400, there are Grandmaster of 2500, there are Grandmaster of 2600, 2700, 2800. That is where the current world champion Magnus Carlsen is. It's 28 plus right now. Some other players have also been there and have dropped out of that band as well. So in Nigeria today, in Africa today, we do not have a Grandmaster. So it is not then easy for us to actually be boastful that we are there yet. So we are not at that point that we have. And that is one of the agenda we're trying to push for. That is, how do we achieve a Grandmaster in the next 3 to 5 years? For us to achieve a Grandmaster in the next 3 to 5 years, our players need to play a lot of tournaments locally. Our players need to go to Continental to go and play. Our players need to go to the Zona to go and play. Our players need to go international to go and play. Because if you are playing only locally, it's only the knowledge that you know that is available locally that is also going to be available to you as the champion of the local level, of Nigeria. But the truth is, if you go out, you go and play in Europe, you play in America, you play in UK, you'll be exposed to what is happening to international world. And you are able to also gather some international ratings that will increase your own rating. And that can actually make you to attain that Grandmaster level. So right now, we do not have enough. There are so many tournaments that are lined up for the year. But unfortunately, there are little resources that we can actually use. We have a lot of youth tournaments to take place. There is one that is going to happen in Greece very soon, which is a youth tournament. So if we have sponsors, we're supposed to actually have about 10 players, 10 youth players, under 14, under 15, under 16, under 18. Take them to that particular tournament. You'll be surprised that we have a lot of talent in this country. Like, for example, one of our young players is actually ranked among top 10 in the world. But these chess players does not have what it takes to go all out and participate.
Okay.
So
How is that?
Right now, I'm not sure because the rating actually fluctuates every month. So I don't want to mention name because I'm not sure what happened last month. So if the person play or someone else has gone above that particular person.
It could have been the man in, what's that young man, the FIDE master that you give him an award one time.
Is it Isaac Okeke? No, not Isaac Okeke.
So
we have very young, very young players. But right now we are expecting that most of this will get sponsored for those people. We'll be able to take them out. You know, it's not easy to buy flight tickets and accommodation over there. So we'll still believe that we will have one or two people out there or institution out there that can actually showcase and support chess.
We got the video of the president of FIDE. We'll go on a quick break and we have an interview with the president of FIDE when he came to Nigeria last year, and he has so much to say. Enjoy this.
Be a guest of this huge country with long tradition, and one of the countries where chess is developing successfully. Still, the level, of course, is not as in the most advanced countries, but I love the enthusiasm, level of inspiration people have here, and this deserves support. I think that there are many opportunities in this country after having seen both the city and people, including both professional chess, raising a new generation of talents, and social projects, including chess in slums, chess in prisons and others, also with a special focus on women, since this part is underdeveloped everywhere, and we focus on this more and more in FIDE. So I have good impressions from Nigeria up to now, and I have many ideas in my head how we can support the development of chess in this country. Are willing to continue support to the continental associations, while the sustainable way is to attract own sponsors, own partners for these entities, and we would be willing certainly to persuade some of our partners to support ACC directly and to support African tournaments directly, not just through FIDE support fund, through FIDE Development Fund. Meanwhile, before that happens, we'll continue supporting Africa through the Continental Development Fund. It will provide minimum necessary finances both for organizational work and for major tournaments.
Welcome back. Interesting moments of talking chess. We still have the Vice President of Nigerian Chess Federation here, Prince Adewale Adeyinka, with us. And it's good to still have you in the house.
Thank you.
On your list of events which you've brought out this year, there's a particular event that seems very interesting, and that has to do with the Capacity Chess Tournament. It's tell us more, is it biannual, bi-monthly tournament?
So capacity events, chess event is actually a new chess tournament that's I personally sponsored the initiative this particular year as part of the objective of encouraging chess development in Nigeria. And the major focus of this event is to increase the rating performance of chess players in Nigeria for classical tournaments. And this capacity is actually a name coined out of two bodies. That's Capablanca company in Nigeria,
Okay.
and City Heights Luxury Hotel in Nigeria.
Okay.
So I was able to convince the chairman of City Heights Hotel and the chairman of Capablanca that this event will have a whole lot of impact. Imagine a place where you're supposed to pay almost 500,000 for event, and the man said, just bring 50,000 and have the hall. So it shows a lot. So the man gave us that. So, and we really appreciate the efforts that this man has put into chess. So this event is going to run throughout the year. Okay. We're going to have it at least once in 2 months. Okay. We're looking at having every month, but you know, a business place also needs to be run as a business. So this is an event that is used for daily, weekly events. So we cannot just be given the sole rights to run the whole place every month. So the month that the place is available, we will use it. But we have been guaranteed that this event will take place at least once in 2 months.
Okay. And what do you intend to achieve with this? Because obviously, like you said earlier, that events are meant to always, chess players are always meant to take part in chess to be able to lift their ranking and all that. But what do you intend to achieve? Because it's divided into two, as the classical and the blitz.
Yes.
And of what purpose and what do you intend to achieve?
Okay, so just like I said earlier, the main purpose of this event is for strong players to emerge at the end of the year. Now, what do I mean by some players to emerge at the end of the day, year? At the end of every tournament, there is a rating that comes.
Okay.
And that rating can increase or decrease based on your performance in a particular event. Right now, the rating of some players does not actually reflect their strengths. Okay. Why? Simply because they have not played so much tournament. So this event is going to give such player an opportunity to play a lot of events, a lot of tournaments that will make him to gather and gain a lot of rating that will take him near his particular position or to his particular position.
Okay.
So that is the purpose of this event.
Okay, and if you do that monthly, that means if you
every
do that
month.
If you do that once in 2 months, that means the rating increase.
It will be
as long
at the
as
end of every month. This rating is not managed by us. This rating is managed by FIDE.
FIDE.
This is a world rating.
Okay.
So everybody, every chess player that has an ID supposed to have a rating. So if you play a tournament, we will submit that event because this event is FIDE rated.
Okay.
So that event will be submitted to FIDE, and FIDE will rate the event and tell us what your rating is at the end of a particular month.
Yeah. Lastly, because of time, we had in the first edition we had 123 participants. Are you looking for
this event?
Yeah.
We had 75.
So for
we
the
had 75.
classical,
yes,
and for the blitz,
we had 75 players. It's part of the 75 that also participated in the blitz.
Oh, okay,
yes.
interesting.
So we have 48 people.
Is there a process of trying to increase the participants? And tell us what you're having one in March?
Yes.
Tell us what to.
So the month of January is a very good one. The first event, you are having 75 players participating, and in that 75 players, you have players who are Indians residing in Nigeria who participated.
Okay.
We have people who are English people who are based in Nigeria who participated as well.
Okay.
So, and that's the first event. Okay. So, you know, sometimes it is when people see what happened in the last edition, they want to actually participate on the subsequent one. So we believe the one that is coming out in the month of March is going to be...
specific?
Yes. Right now we are looking at between the 26th to 28th of March. Again, it depends on the availability of space for us, but we have been guaranteed that we will be given a slot for the month of March.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much for...
Thank you very much for having me.
Time will not allow me to let people know that the Blizz, you won that.
Yeah, I came second.
I came second in the Blizz.
Yeah, I came second, yes.
Thank you very much for being
part of the position. Thank you, sir.
That's all we could take on our favorite program, that's 360 Sport. And we'll be talking about chess and chess development. We also had the interview of the Vice President of Nigeria Chess Federation. If you're wondering who I've been speaking with, it's the Vice President of Nigerian Chess Federation, talking about Prince Adewale Adeyinka. I'm Mudashiru Shitu. Thanks for watching. Same time, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sports. Bye for now.
Left Nigeria 2016 July, went through Benin to Kano, to Abuja, Abuja to Kano, Kano to Niger. So from Niger we went to Agadez, as Agadez is also part of Niger. So from there we embarked on the journey through the Sahara Desert. We were put on a truck, a very Toyota Hilux. We're like almost 30 on that Hilux. On the normal ground, that Hilux will not size 20 persons, but we're up to 30. We're packed like load, like goods on top of the Hilux. And we spent 4 days on the Sahara Desert. There during the journey, there was no water. Water got finished. And we had to hold on till we were able to get to Mozouk. Mozouk is a town in Libya, downtown. So from Mozouk, I spent 2 days before I was actually dressed like a lady. Because if you are going in Libya, you have so many checkpoints. The soldiers there, they don't want to see black moving on the street. So because if I enter the taxi as a male to move, they are going to arrest me. So the connection man dressed me as a lady. I had to barb all my beards and my head, makeup and the hijab. So when we get to the checkpoint, we just look the driver, because the driver is a Libyan man. So we greet the soldiers, they will allow us to pass. That was how I passed through and I got to Tripoli. From Tripoli I had to move to seaside, Sabrata, where I'll cross. I actually tried to cross October 1st, 2016. That experience was a very ugly experience. During the journey on the high sea, the Mediterranean Sea, I discovered that the boat that we entered was having a leakage. So from there, that leakage, where the boat stopped, was no longer moving. We spent close to more than 3 hours on the sea. Everybody, you see women crying, you see the children crying, and at the end of the day, some were praying, the Muslims praying, the Christians praying. Then the police, the Libya police, they came to rescue us. They arrested us on that very occasion. I went to the prison. I spent more than 3 months in the prison. So from there, I called my family. They were able to raise money to release me. Well, finally, how I came back to Nigeria, I tried to cross again. So crossing again, I was actually arrested again. And I was taken to Gerian. There's a prison called Gerian. Irregular migration is not worth it. And people, they think that out there the pasture is green, and it's not true. You, at times when you experience these things, you are not, some persons, they experience these things, they are not normal, they are not the same again. So it's not good for other people to experience what we've experienced.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Yes.
I was expecting the noise.
Noise?
The siren and everything.
Can't I have a break even for a few hours from these sirens and so on?
Now I see why you want to come back here now.
Yes. You can see this place is more friendly, isn't it, than Abuja?
Wow. So how much do you miss it when you're not here?
Well, very much so. That's why when I come, I keep my eyes very wide open, as if it was the first time I'm coming. This fruits bearing trees are growing very fast. Yes.
So you're counting the days now?
I am counting the days, not even the months.
What amazes me is that if you know him now, to me, is the same Buhari I knew, 1953. He's a good listener. He will accommodate you, listen to you, and he will never fight back.
If you are not hardworking, if you are not honest, if you are not dedicated to your duty, don't come near Mr. President Buhari. He has a very long face, but you have to catch up. He looks after the welfare of his staff, especially his close aides. He makes sure everything is well or is fine at home front, because he asks questions. That's how is everything going on? And whenever there's anything, he takes your problem as his own problem.
The ordinary people are his friends. And then Kaduna, you come and see them in his sitting room. They are not only in the sitting room, but they are on his dining table, eating with him.
There wasn't any day you go to Sultan Road #1 that you will not see people queuing, and that he will not attend to you.
When he goes to his farm, the only thing you will know that he is not with them is because of his white dress and height. He mingles with them. When we're going to the mosque, we enter the normal place where other people are and join the queue from where we find it. We don't overstay our queue. And normally, during Christmas or Salah, the father buys a dress for his children. And from 1996, when I started working with him, up to this year, he will buy me Salah dress. Every Salah. So along with his children. So I'll have my own children, my own Salah dress.
When my mom passed away, we were going to hold a commendation service for my mother in Lagos, and I just sent her some cards. I sent one to his house in Kaduna. Lo and behold, on the day an SUV just drove into the premises of the hall, and I went to welcome whoever was in it. When they opened the door and I saw him, I was shocked. So you could make it? He laughed. And he stayed with us throughout that service, a Christian service. A man they used to call a Muslim bigot. He stayed throughout that Christian service. It was one of the things that convinced me that the man was not who people were saying he was.
I first met him in 2007 because they were trying to meet pastors who could also, and not only pray along with them, but who could identify with him to remove the toga of Islamic fundamentalism, which he has been labeled with for too long a time. I saw him as a forthright person, an incorruptible leader, and one that was ready to bring about discipline to our society.
The very self-effacing person, also very witty and humorous when he's comfortable in the environment he is. He can be surprisingly shy when he's not comfortable, he's amongst people who he's not accustomed to being around, and he can live in his own skin and say very little. But when he's comfortable, he can be a pot of good humor.
I got to know him from about 1976 when he was the Minister for Petroleum. And I was working in the presidency. You know, he has this expectation of people to take their responsibility seriously. He gives you an assignment, he expects you to carry it out.
Mr. President.
President Buhari, you walk into his office, see him reading, let's say, a memo. You not even notice you are there. He puts in his 100% on that memo until after he reaches the end of what he's reading. He does not even know somebody is there standing.
We first met January 1953. Buhari, as a child, was quiet, humble, and reserved.
There's one thing I also learned, that you lost your father very early. How was that growing up?
Yes, well, it was a difficult time. I didn't know my father, so I was an orphan, which means I didn't enjoy the protection of a father. I didn't know my father. And I went into a boarding school for 9 years. 3 of the primary school and 6 secondary school. Yes, I miss my parents, but I was lucky. We were a generation of lucky people.
His father passed away when he was 4 years old. His father had 3 wives. Muhammad was the youngest of 23. He had sort of surrogate fathers throughout his career, including within the military and including within the school system.
He was brought up by his senior brother, who was a teacher. He is one of our teachers. So he had a good home training under the care of his senior brother.
President Buhari is my uncle. I'm his nephew. My name is Naira. His mother, Hajia Zuleihat Musa, is my grandmother. Her first child was my father. Her last child was Muhammad Buhari. My father was his guardian, but it was tough for him, but tough for us also. Life was very tough in those days. You went to school in the morning, you came back and you go to the bush, collect firewood for the night reading. We had no lamps in those days. We used firewood to light, and we had slates, which we wrote chapters of the Quran and read. And so you have one chapter, you read it during the session, and then tomorrow morning you wash it, and another chapter or a piece thereof is written and you learn it by heart.
So when I was away from home, I think I was constrained to behave myself because there was nobody to rescue me. So I was behaving myself. As I said, I became a class monitor, I became a junior prefect, I became a senior prefect, I became a head boy.
You know, boys will be boys. You will transgress on occasions. You'll be late for school, refuse to attend lessons sometime, go out to play, and that will be severely punished. Whoever did that will be punished. And the teachers were, I wouldn't say harsh, but they were disciplined. They taught us discipline. If you transgress, they lash you.
There was discipline in schools then. There's corporal punishment. And I think to a certain extent, it molded the minds of the children and so on and so forth.
Our generation was very lucky. Our teachers were absolutely committed and dedicated. And they treated us like their own children. If you do well, you are praised. You are brought before the classroom, your work is shown and you are praised. If you don't perform, you are again brought before the classroom, stripped and flogged on the buttocks. And there is no way I can forget school, because what we call the teacher I see there, called Malam Abdul, is a very strict person. And he doesn't spare the rod. We call it Bulala. Really. We don't like the rainy season approaching because we have to go to school farm. You wouldn't be late there, just like a classroom. And if you are late from 6 to 2, Bulalas on your buttocks. And you have to remove your shorts so that you get the message proper. Among the teachers, I could only again remember our Arabic teacher. No matter how hot it is, he comes in with a turban. And every week we are given to recite part of the Quran. Every week. And the only thing we can do to avoid it is to report sick if we haven't recited the part given that week. So we report sick. But even if you report sick, then you are stopped from going to a breakfast break until you recite the verse you are given in the class.
I'm sure you didn't get too much Bilala because you are always like a leader in class.
You will be very surprised. I got a lot because I try to avoid going to the school farm. And if you miss it, you are not allowed to go on breakfast break. So you will have no break until the school is closed. But what I do between the first whistle and the last one, I go over the wall of the school, rush to home, and sometimes I'm eating up to the time I go into the classroom. And no way one could forget those days. Trying to be clever by half.
How did a boy from Daura end up in Liverpool, straight out of secondary school?
I was picked from here, and then the whole of the north, again, I was the only person picked to go to UK, recommended to go to UK, Elder Dempster. Elder Dempster line. Were given some slots for children from each region, from the north, from the west, from the east then, and from Lagos. 4 of us were taken. And that's how I managed. You can see the system then. Here in Kaduna province, we are the junior part. In Daura here, but I was picked, from the whole of the north to go to UK for holidays. That's what my father did to the UK. And what struck me when we arrived at Liverpool, we went to the center of the Liverpool. Some of the cities in London, then there was a central roundabout in the town. From there, you can go to other places. And when we went down about break time, I saw people coming out. Everybody well dressed up, just the way you are, but almost 3-piece, handsome, healthy. And then I reflected a street back here in Kaduna on my school days. When I'm going to the mosque on Fridays, blind men, cripples, leopards, people in rags begging for what to eat. So I say, God, how can we understand? That impression is still there in me. You look at people coming out as if they made it up themselves. Very well dressed, handsome. Underdevelopment is terrible. The only thing I can say.
He was interested in science at the time. He was thinking of becoming a doctor. He was born in 1942, sort of the end of colonial era in Nigeria. They didn't really have a medical school yet at ABU. It turned out not to be a career path for him, although it was an interest. When he was finishing up secondary school, the Emir of Katsina, who was the neighboring Emir to Daura, was encouraging young men from the north with leadership potential to go into the officers' training.
The Emir of Katsina then, he sent Hassan. It was no longer a profession for the poor. My height was a disadvantage to me. Then there were cadets only in government colleges. Zaria, Kepi in the north, I don't know how many in the south. The provincial secondary school, which was my school, they were not given army cadets. But the Emir of Katsina wanted to make a case to late Sardona that he wanted a cadet school, a cadet in his secondary school in the state. So the Sardona told the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister told the Minister of Defense. And then Katsina had a cadet, and then a retired ex-World War II veteran from Katsina was made to be in charge of the training. Just because of my height or something, I was picked to be the sergeant. So from there, I was impressed by the military discipline and so on. So when I left, I just went straight to the army.
And he was very attracted with the idea of uniform, discipline, and extracurricular activities like night exercise and drills that attracted him very much. And he was eventually, plus he had a few friends like Sheikh Eradua, may God have mercy on him, and Jega, Emir of Gondu, and Magoro. They were his classmates, and they all started, so that the hard instinct also had an influence in his decision to join the army. And he has never regretted it since.
It must have been something for him. I mean, he went into the army to be a soldier. Then there was a political crisis, the coup and the counter-coup, then the civil war.
This is where the value of fighting for country comes in, because at every point of his military training, he was taught, you know, you fight for your country, you die for your country, and you do it with honor. And so the idea of splitting the country it just sent shockwaves through these people. It was, even though they knew some of these counterpart officers on the other side, they never saw it as Buhari never saw it as an Igbo thing, as an ethnic thing. He always saw it as the rebels and the attempt to split the country.
His battalion, the 2nd Battalion Nigerian Army, he was number 2 in the battalion. They were the first to fire shots. A battle in which they were advancing, and the opponents, the rebels, shot at them, and the fellow on his right was killed, the fellow on his left was killed. But he was unscathed. It was dreadful, dreadful. I was so afraid reading the dispatches to see the casualties, and I always pored over the casualties to see if his name was involved.
The Biafran Civil War was one where you didn't know you were going to survive. They were hacking their way through the rainforest, which was very different than the dry savanna in the north. And his men had to be sure to take health precautions, change their socks, not get fungus in their feet and things. So he was always concerned with the welfare of his men. I think even his critics would say this, that this was a young officer who took his leadership seriously.
And if I tell you that I walked across Nigeria from Benue State virtually up to the sea when we were fighting the Civil War, the 30 months of the Civil War, I was always in the front within the small arms range for the 30 months. I was never relieved. But when I was sent to India and the United States subsequently to do my training, people were saying, why always Buhari? But when I was being sentenced to the front, nobody asked, why didn't they bring me back to their headquarters where they have time to drink and dance? This is Nigeria.
There was a bloodless coup today in Nigeria, which is Black Africa's biggest and richest nation and the world's 8th largest oil producer. The overthrow of strongman Major General Yakubu Gowon.
Fellow Nigerians, events of the past few years have indicated that despite our great human and material resources.
So, how do you met the then Colin Buhari when he was governor of the Northeast?
Way back in the early 70s or mid-70s, I was a young student, aged about 18, 19, and he was then governor of the Northeast. He was military governor of the Northeast, and I was a young student activist as the Secretary General of the Students' Union in the then Northeast College of Arts and Sciences. And when Murtala was killed, I led a delegation of students to protest the killing of Murtala, demanding that the coup plotters be brought to book and be tried. Well, he was quite a very serious-looking military officer, and my impression of him was that he was somebody that was destined for the future to become an effective leader in this country.
General Shehu Yaradua, may God bless him, may Allah have mercy on him, told me how Buhari was made Minister of Petroleum in Obasanjo's government. They set the group who were naming ministers and governors and so on, and they said, who is the most honest and the most serious among the officers of the Nigerian army? The one with the most integrity, and they honed in on Buhari. So they appointed him Minister of Petroleum, and they all thought he will not get his hands dirty with oil money.
Fraud, indiscipline, corruption, squandermania, misuse and abuse of public office for self or group aggrandizement, which had assumed debilitating proportions in the last few years, will be dealt with ruthlessly, no matter whoever may be involved.
It wasn't easy in the sense that I noticed a lot of things were going wrong, personally. People were looking for office just to be materially endowed or empowered. I thought it was wrong. I think leadership is a sacrifice.
It was clear to the senior officers, including Buhari, that the junior officers were going to do something if they didn't. And the junior officers were taking their cue from next door in Ghana, where Jerry Rawlings had just taken over, a young flight lieutenant in the Air Force, and lined up and shot the previous senior military people who had been ruling the country. So the senior military people in Nigeria thought, we'd better stabilize the situation. We don't want another Jerry Rawlings situation here.
Buhari was not terribly keen. He wasn't terribly keen about it, but there was nobody to lead the change of government, nobody with the credibility and the integrity to, to convince the country that a change was necessary. It wasn't his choice.
We need to emphasize self-discipline and leadership by good example. Begin by drawing public attention to little but important everyday manifestations of indiscipline, such as
try to impose discipline on the country. So it was a kind of a culture clash between military culture and the Nigerian grassroots culture, if I may say.
The night of the coup, you were with him, right?
I was in Lagos and we had dinner and then we talked until about 11 p.m. Then I went back to my digs. We had no idea, no inkling whatever, something was afoot. In the morning, one staff came and told me, look, there has been a change of government. Your uncle has been deposed. The coups in Nigeria have a history of being very violent and very bloody. So I pray to God that they don't kill him or injure him or something of that nature.
The people who know him well said he was aware, but the only way he could have prevented it was to execute, 6 or 8 of the senior officers, and he wasn't willing to do this. I think he prevented a more serious situation, because when you start killing officers, who knows where it's going to lead. Now he's down in Benin. He's under house arrest. He's living in a cottage with guards. He figured that if Babangida wanted to kill him, he would be dead by now. So it was really a question of just marking time and using it to realize, well, this is the end of his military career, and it was possible for people to visit him, but only with the permission of General Babangida, who is now in charge.
He was detained for 3.5 years. I went to see him regularly every month in Akure and in Benin. Very restrictive, and it's very boring, and he didn't know what eventually the government would do with him, and he was only released on the death of his mother. But throughout, I think his spirit never for a moment broke, because so many people gave me messages to tell him to say, please write to Babangida and tell him, since he has taken over, let him go. He said, no, I'll never write to him. I'll never talk to him. His spirit never broke throughout the 3.5 years.
Even though Jonathan Abacha was part of the military elite that toppled his government, out of patriotism, to save the government, he accepted to serve as the chairman against the advice of many of his close associations. He said, no, it is not about Abacha, it is not about toppling of the government, it is about the country. We need to save this country. We need the infrastructure has decayed. So he accepted the chairman, and quickly he assembled some professionals, largely young men, and we went into work.
If you go down even to our hospitals to check, we see, if you see linens that are curtains, shielding the beds, besides the few procurements, you will see PTF inscribed. If you see the roads today and you go through from north to south, there hasn't been any corner you will go through without seeing the project of the PTF. If you see hospitals with equipments, basically even in the theaters today, you will see that you will have the little, inscription of the PTF.
Nearly every week, some delegation from different parts of Nigeria were coming to see us in Kaduna, saying, look, you have to come and take care of have to come and lead this government. We're drifting. We're going back to the 1983 period. And he resisted this for a long time until both political parties sent emissaries to tell him that if he wanted, they will give him the ticket to run for the presidency. He succumbed to the pressure.
On Thursday, 26th of April, 2002, we went to Daura, where he registered as a card-carrying member of the then APP, which is the second largest party after PDP at that time. I think it was 1,145,359. Yeah, that was his number in the APP.
I received a phone call, and they said I should help them look for a vice presidential candidate. That's Christians from the South. We couldn't make any headway, and we decided to lay down. Until January 15 at 12 noon, I received a phone call from the general. He said, I prayed my own way, and I want you to pray. I would like you to be my running mate. My first response was, Thanks, but no thanks, sir, because I'm heading a group, and I've given them my word that I will neither join partisan politics or seek an elective office. But even within the group, they said, you have been positioning us for this. We are now saying you must take this. Long story short, by the time I called, Pastor Adeboye called everyone, contacted this and that, the rest is history. I had to team up with him to become his running mate. And it was such an experience that I cannot forget.
Character, credibility, competence, integrity, those are the issues. And by the grace of God, 2011, we will have a new president.
All the three elections were rigged, massively rigged. Let me give you an example. 2007, after our lawyer made his submission to the Supreme Court, I went to his office and I asked for the results of just one of the states. He gave me results of Imo States. I went over carefully over the results. And then they just say, PDP, that's Umar Yar'Adua, 25,000. Buhari, 5,000. Round figures throughout, round figures. The winner of the election, Umar Yar'Adua, himself said the elections were faulty, if you recall. After you know you won in 2003, rigged. You know you won in 2007, rigged. You know you won in 2011, changed, rigged. What will you do?
In is the third and last one for me. Since after it, I will not present myself again for election into the office of the president.
So he didn't break down in tears. He just broke down in pity for the system, for the country, and he said, I'll never do it again, never do it again.
So when this thing happened in 2011, it was worse than what had happened in 2007. It was worse than what had happened in 2003. So it is this thing, it is not the bitterness that he lost that worried him. And then he said, well, it will appear now nothing is going to change this thing. It's like, well, it's a country of over 150 million. I have tried my best. I have made my own contribution. My contribution is not recognized. And surely it's better to keep off from this.
This is his eldest daughter, Magajia. She suffered all her life with sickle cell disease, and then a confluence of events. A few days with the announcement, she also died. So that shook him very much. But I would say that the death of his daughter shook him more than the loss of the election.
There is what they call sickle cell anemia. There are people who are SA, there are people who are SS. So I think when the developed countries found about this sickle cell disease, they try to stop marriage between AS or SS so that they don't have this sickle cell anemia. My first wife, my late first wife, unfortunately, I think she is SA or AS and I'm AS. So my two children, my first daughter and my first son, happened to be SSS and they died of it. It was hard, but when I gave to my second wife, I asked who introduced her to me that she must be AA, so that if my child picked the S from me, he could only pick S from A from her. So AS is not normally susceptible to the anemia.
So in 2013-2014, you decided to team up with the other opposition parties. How did that come about?
The PDP. We are so confident that nobody could remove them. And I think they just ignored even being careful. So we persuaded the other parties. The CPC, Congress for Progressive Change, which I was leading, the ACN from Southwest mostly, ABGA from Southeast geopolitical zones. I said, until we came together, there was no way we could remove PDP. I persuaded them, they agreed. Aswaju, Tinubu, from the north, from CPC, this was myself, and then from the southeast, Abga, Rochas Okorocha. So we got people from various parties to come together.
Now you had a strong opposition party, but you almost got killed before the election.
I think Kwankwaso was very generous. He gave me an armored vehicle, a Land Rover. He said I should be using it because he believes that the competition I am about to, I am going on, I think there are people who really wouldn't like to compete with me. They would like to eliminate me. I said, okay. So I had to go to Kano, and I was using that Jeep. And a vehicle near the secretariat, federal secretariat in Kaduna, wanted to overtake us. My escort stopped them. But before we go on that overhead bridge, which was parallel to our filling station on the right as you are leaving Kaduna for Zaria, they just blew the thing. And when I looked, I saw the pieces of human beings. People who have been blasted by the bomb. The chap who we were traveling with in the car on my left was thrown on my left because the bag, you know, the crash bag, which is the vehicle have, some of them, the one on my side was blown. The one on his side, I think, was not blown, so he was thrown on my left. And when I looked, I saw blood on my trousers and on my gown. But none of us, the two people in the vehicle and two of us behind, four of us, none of us were injured. But somehow I saw blood because of the number of people killed outside and was blood of the bomb. And I came out, I was concerned with the dead people, but some people stopped a vehicle, pushed me inside and drove me home. And that was the end of it. That's how efficient the Nigerian security agents are up to today.
It is now my pleasure to hand over the certificate of return as prepared by the National Convention Planning Committee to the winner of the All Progressives Congress presidential primary, General Muhammadu Buhari, retired.
Throughout the campaigns, and we went around in buses a lot, you know. We traveled from state to state, you know, and I recall in particular, we were at I think it was in Zamfara, where we saw these young people, and this always happened, of course, pressing themselves against the window of the bus that were traveling, you know, shouting, say, Baba, you know, Baba, Oyoyo, and all of that. And he said, look at the faces of these young people. He says, the expectations are high, very, very high. He says, and they expect us to do magic the moment we get into office, you know. Look at all of that.
Here in Kaduna, we voted for General Muhammadu Buhari, not because he's a northerner or a Muslim, but because we believe he's going to bring change. He's going to stop the insecurity, the corruption, and the callousness and the impunity.
That Muhammadu Buhari of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law and scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Buhari, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve...
Well, don't forget that I tried 3 times. 2003, I think 2007, and 2011. And I ended up in Supreme Court 3 times. The first time, I went to address the pressmen and some Nigerians that were very curious. I was expecting sympathy, but the group laughed at me. So I said, okay, God day. And God sent technology. With permanent voters card, PVC, it's very difficult, you know, to do what politicians used to do in Nigeria.
Well, some of us will claim credit to the fact that we are popular, but key is the character of our candidate. First, his character was essential to salvage the country. The country was in so much crisis, financially, security-wise, in every ramification.
This is the victory that is completely due to the support of the people. The normal elites, those who normally decide things, were all against this movement, and it came to victory. And I knew the country needed Buhari, and it has got it now. It is one of the best moments in my life. I didn't know I was going to be part of the government, but the fact that Buhari has won was just enough for me as a cause for happiness for this nation.
I remember that very, very day when the announcement was made. He from his office in lobby to upstairs, he came down to my office, and I look at him, you know, he was looking in the ceiling in very pensive mood. After some 1 or 2 minutes, I says, I would not like to congratulate you. I would rather pity you. He said, thank you. Thank you. So we went out, back to his office.
He is a man of inflexible integrity. he's also a very simple man, a very religious man, and also dedicated to Nigeria. If he has political views, is that Nigeria together is the best for all the peoples.
He's a man of his words. He's a man of honor. He's a man of courage. He's a man of uprightness. He's a no-nonsense man. He has never, for once that I know him, done anything that will advance his selfish interests, either for himself as a person, for friends, for family.
He believes in the ultimate goodness of each and every Nigerian, including those of us who work with him. Yes, he will discuss challenges with you, but ultimately he always believes that you will do the right thing.
Muhammad Buhari, he listens a lot. He is not too much in a hurry to take decisions, and he is also very considerate. Said Nigeria is a very complex place. You need to take measured decisions because every decision you take will impact on the lives of people. So, but he is a very, very thorough leader. There are so many adjectives you can use to describe Buhari, but truly, he is a leader whose time has come, and he has led this country very, very well.
Under no circumstances, the leader will probably be sending his people or be asking you to do this for him. Buhari has never sent anybody to me in the last 7 years to do anything for him or for the person.
I've had the privilege of serving 7 Nigerian presidents in my public career. The styles of leadership are different, the circumstances are different, but as a boss, he gives you the resources to do your work. You can say anything about him or his policies, but nobody doubts his integrity and his commitment to ensure that public resources are very well managed and that he cares about all parts of the country, including those that may not have voted for him, conspicuously not voted for him in several elections that he has undergone in this country.
His driver took me from his house to go to Governor El-Rufai's house. And when we got to El-Rufai's house in Kaduna, his driver said, "Daddy," he was referring to me, "I'd like you to pray with me." I said, "I beg your pardon." He said, "I call you Daddy." I said, "I do not pray the Muslim prayer. I can only pray for you as a Christian." He said, "I'm a Christian. I'm a member of Equa Church and I'm born again. I've been driving him for 10 years. This is the 3rd or so electoral process that I've driven him." I said, "You are a Christian?" He said, "Yes." I prayed with him. That was very shocking to me. Second thing that I received as a shocker, a serious shock, we did the first flag off in Kaduna. It was such a mammoth crowd. And if anyone we pushed that day, there would be a serious stampede. And then after the flag off, we got to his home, and he staggered. And he said, "Jesus Christ of Nazareth." I said, "Excuse me, sir?" Because I would have said, "Is that a swear word?" And he looked at me and said, "Pastor, you don't have monopoly of Jesus Christ." I said, "Okay." I calmed down, I left it. Then we were in Abuja. And early morning I was going to his hotel apartment, Presidential Suite at Transcorp Hilton, and I met his bodyguards at the door. And one of them said, "Good morning, sir." "Good morning, Daddy." I said, "Why do you call me Daddy?" He said, "You are our grandfather, actually, because our pastor is your son in the faith. We go to Lighthouse." And I said, what kind of a man is this? Never at once try to hinder my faith or to try to say, to be irritated by me. And all around him a cook and this and that were Christians.
So how do you cope with Abuja if Daura is noisy sometimes?
No, Abuja, I'm effectively protected by security and COVID-19. You see, security wouldn't allow people to be seeing me, they said because of COVID. So I am thanking the security and COVID.
Where do you find the energy? You'll be 80 in December.
Yes.
You walked from the mosque today. You walked almost an hour now. So where do you find this energy? I mean, I'm younger and I'm tired.
Yes. If you were a village man like me, I think you would have been stronger.
There's a crazy one that was going around at one time that you are not Buhari. Did you hear about that one?
Yes, people said I'm somebody from Sudan. They even mentioned the name. I didn't bother. Nigerians, when they don't understand things, they create their own mysterious way of explaining themselves.
Does it help that you have your sense of humor to find those things funny?
No, it's not funny because those who are advocating or who are making those statements, they just want to be cheeky. They want to distract attention from the main issue. Our main issue is do the infrastructure, make people aware that they need to work hard to live well. They just can't, enjoy life without earning the respect of their communities and so on.
After you leave the presidency,
yes,
what are you going to miss the most about the presidency?
I wonder if I'm going to miss much. I think I'm being harassed. I believe myself that I'm trying my best, but still my best is not good enough because there are people around that think that they can intimidate authorities to get what they want instead of going through established systems, and earn whatever they want to earn. There are still people who behave, who are clever by half, let me put it that way. When I left secondary school, I came back here. This is my base. Coup, counter-coup, civil war, coup, counter-coup, detention. I have gone through it all. I have tried hard enough. I think I have tried hard enough. The results are obvious, and I'm praying very hard that I will end up well.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said for Western Media School, one vote woman and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies. The banks took over the wheels on the Niger stock market today as sellers eased.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Mary Kano. In a fresh twist, the federal government has asked the Supreme Court to dismiss a suit filed by 3 states challenging the February 10 deadline set by the Central Bank of Nigeria to end the use of the old Naira notes. On Wednesday, the Supreme Court temporarily restrained the federal government from stopping the use of the old Naira notes from February 10, 2023. A 7-member panel of the Apex Court led by John Okoro made the ruling on Wednesday in an ex parte application brought by Kaduna, Kogi and Zamfara states. Meanwhile, hours after the Supreme Court restrained the CBN and the federal government from sticking to the February 10th deadline for people to swap their old Naira notes for the new ones, the federal government has approached the Apex Court asking it to dismiss the original suit challenging that deadline set by the CBN. In the preliminary objection filed on Wednesday through his lawyers, the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, argued that the Supreme Court lacks the jurisdiction to entertain the matter. President Muhammadu Buhari had met with the CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele and Attorney General of the Federation at the Presidential Villa, Abuja, shortly after the Supreme Court ruling, but the outcome of the meeting is yet to be known. Despite the Supreme Court's interim injunction restraining the CBN from enforcing the deadline for phasing out the old notes, more commercial banks have showed their doors to customers, halting cash operations while putting out notices informing customers that the deadline still stands. The CBN too has not given any indication yet that it is going to comply with the ruling of the Supreme Court. There are unconfirmed reports that the Apex Bank may choose to ignore the Apex Court's ruling on the argument it was not a party to the case before the court. Now, to speak more about these developments, legal expert Tunde Falola joins me now. Thank you very much for joining me on the program. Now, there have been arguments in some quarters that the Supreme Court acted outside its jurisdiction in its ruling, which prompted the suit filed by the Attorney General. Do you agree with this? And also, what's your reaction to the judgment by the Supreme Court halting the February 10 deadline for the validity of the old Naira notes?
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you for having me around. Let me start by saying, even though as a lawyer, we are not expected, to discuss the issue that have been submitted, to courts, for adjudication. However, for the purpose of this program, I will, as much as possible, restrain myself because the matter is sub judice. Be that as it may, and going back to the question to ask, you pose the issue that whether the Supreme Court has jurisdiction or not, and that is the position of the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation. I want to disagree with the office of the Attorney General with due respect to his office. I want to disagree on the basis that, the Supreme Court, under the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, particularly Section 233, has been vested with power to deal with, issues between states and the government of the Federation of Nigeria. And that, on that basis, was the reason why the government of Kaduna, Kogi, and Zamfara went to Supreme Court to challenge, the policy implementation of the federal government regarding the monetary policy. So to say the Supreme Court has no jurisdiction, to say the least, and with all due respect to the office of the Attorney General, is misconceived in law because states are involved. And the mere fact that not all other states of the Federation made parties in the suit, does not, invalidate the jurisdiction or the competence of the court to adjudicate on that matter. That was the first point. The second point is that the judgment of the Supreme Court, or the ruling, as it were, is being a final court, is binding on every authority throughout the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So to say that maybe it is the Central Bank of Nigeria was not made a party to the suit, doesn't render the suit incompetent and doesn't take away the jurisdiction from the court. Now, regarding the temporary ruling, the implication is that the government, as well as its agency, which include the Central Bank of Nigeria, they are bound by that ruling until set aside. So they are bound to comply with that ruling. And that is why you can hear the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation this morning or yesterday that said the government is going to comply with that order. That's my position.
Go on and on and on about this case, but you know, some have argued that the CBN is not party to the case before the Apex Court. Now, what do you make of the argument and that the ruling could not apply to the CBN?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, you have to you know, find out the status of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Even though the Central Bank of Nigeria is an entity, it's a legal entity that can sue and be sued. And that is why you have a plethora of cases where matters are involved, you know, banks in another entity, they, you know, took the Central Bank of Nigeria to court. However, in this instance matter, the Central Bank of Nigeria is an agency under the government of the Federation. So, and once the principal is joined as a party, it is not necessary, you know, to join the agency as it were in this case. Secondly, misjoinder or non-joinder of party, you know, is not a matter of jurisdiction. It doesn't render the court, you know, the case incompetence. The mere fact that you do not join a particular party that ought to be joined ab initio, you know, doesn't render the suit, you know, incompetent. But the appropriate court the other can make is to ask, you know, the party concerned to, you know, to join or on his own join the party that is, you know, expected to be joined in the first instance. So the mere fact that this CBN was not made a party to that suit doesn't render the suit incompetent.
So far, the CBN has not given, you know, any indication it plans to comply with the ruling of the Apex Court. Now, if that happens, what can the Supreme Court do?
Well, the Supreme Court, just like any other court, more so this is the Apex Court. They have that punitive power, you know, on the prompt of any of the party before it. So if there is any, you know, non-compliance by any agency of the government, I think the parties that went to court, they know what they should do before the court. And in any event, the Office of the Attorney General has given indication that the government is going to comply. So who is CBN to say they will not comply? Once the Attorney General has indicated that the government will comply, they dare not dare the Supreme Court.
All right, now let's move to something else. The 2023 general elections, you know, the elections are fast approaching, and with all of this confusion and chaos caused by the redesigned currency and saying that, well, like I said, we are just a few weeks to the elections, somehow do you see any of these issues impacting the elections?
Thank you very much. And I think before the Supreme Court ruling, there was every indication that the nation is heading towards anarchy, lawlessness, as a result of the scarcity of you know, of the Naira. But thank God that the Supreme Court, you know, has waded in and has temporarily you know, stopped, you know, the implementation of the policy. If not, only God knows what will have been happening by now. You can see, you know, recently we have cases of demonstration in some states of the Federation, Osun State and one other state, that people took to streets to protest, you know, the hardship they are passing through. In the history of this nation, I don't think this country has ever passed through this kind of, you know, economic hardship orchestrated by this unpopular policy. It is expected that every government policy must have human face. But in this case, the reverse is the case. You can have money in the bank and you can't get it. And in some cases, you have money in the bank, you have to pay to get your money. So with the intervention of the Supreme Court now, I think peace and you know, the tension has started, you know, are being calmed down. You know, people are no longer agitated as it were before the Supreme Court ruling. If that has not taken place, I doubt whether that election will not be postponed. But with this recent development, I think there is no excuse for INEC not to go ahead with that with the conduct of the election.
Well, INEC has said the elections will go on as scheduled, but there are allegations that commercial banks are holding these Naira notes. You know, bank officials have also been arrested after hidden bills of unopened new notes were discovered. Would you call this a sabotage to the federal government's efforts?
Well, I think the Central Bank of Nigeria, being the regulatory body over all banks and commercial houses in Nigeria, they should know what to do. They should put in more efforts, you know, at arresting this situation. There have been reports from the Central Bank of Nigeria that they have enough money in circulation. But the question is, where are this money? I can give an example. Yesterday, I went to one of my bankers that I needed money. They said they don't have cash. How can a bank, a commercial bank, be telling its customer that they don't have cash? Where are the cash given to them by the Central Bank of Nigeria? I think they have to intensify this monitoring. Let that be task force, you know, set up by the Central Bank of Nigeria, you know, with the mandate to, you know, pursue and arrest all these people that are sabotaging the effort of the government, aiming at, you know, making the funds, the Naira available to the generality of the people. So they should intensify. Let them step up, you know, their efforts, aim at, you know, getting, you know, across to those people who are sabotaging their effort. That is what they should do.
Well, all right now, Tunde Falola, legal expert, thank you for your insights and for joining me on the program.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, we'll take a break and be right back. To stay with us. Welcome back. The Supreme Court on Monday restored the Senate President Ahmed Lawan as the senatorial candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC for Yobe North Senatorial District. In a split judgment of 2-3, the Apex Court affirmed Lawan as the authentic senatorial candidate of the APC in Yobe North Senatorial District. The Apex Court, in the majority judgment, avoided and set aside the decisions of the Federal High Court and the Court of Appeal, which had affirmed Bashir Machina as the APC candidate, having won the party's primary election held on May 28, 2022. Justice Sentus Chima Weze, who delivered the majority judgment of the Apex Court, held that Machina ought to have commenced his case at the Federal High Court with a writ of summons, given the grievous allegations in his suit against the defendants. Meanwhile, one of the coordinators of Bashir Machina for Senate campaign, Mohammed Gaskanta, has vowed that the organization will not support the candidacy of the Senate President Ahmed Lawan in the National Assembly election for Yobe North Senatorial District, despite Monday's ruling of the Supreme Court nullifying the candidacy of his principal. Well, to speak more on this, Fumi Adeogun, Treasurer, NBA Spidel, joins me now. Thank you very much for joining me. Let's begin. The ruling by the Apex Court remains controversial. How would you say the Apex Court came up with its judgment affirming Lawan as the APC senatorial candidate, saying that he did not contest the primaries?
Thank you for having me. We can see that the starting point is, what are the issues for determination that was submitted for the courts to adjudicate upon? We see that the appellant has, number one, asked the court, and I will read, to determine whether in the circumstances of the appeal before the courts below, especially with the allegation of fraud in the midst of other irreconcilable conflicts, in the numerous affidavits, further affidavits filed by the parties in support of their various conflicting positions, the court below was correct to hold that the trial court was right to have respondents originating summons. We see that the main issue here is the mode of commencing the action. We all know as lawyers that if you want to commence an action by originating summons, it is only when you are calling upon the court to interpret maybe the law, an instrument, and so on and so forth. Of course, the Machi's lawyer has gone to court to call on the Federal High Court to interpret the Electoral Act, Section 85, to interpret Article 4.0 of the Constitution of APC and its electoral guidelines for 2023. And in supporting his own case, he has front-loaded so many exhibits that he attached to it. And he was saying that the court should determine whether Bachil is the one that the APC is supposed to send his name to the INEC, whether INEC is not under mandatory duty to forward his name to the INEC based on that provision of APC Constitution and the electoral guidelines, and so on and so forth. And the other party has come to bring their own counter affidavit, saying that, oh, it cannot happen like this. The exhibits you have attached, these documents, number one, they attach so many documents to say this document does not emanate from them. The documents they attach some exhibits 8, 7, 8, 9, saying that some of them were not dated, they were not signed. Particularly the one that really catch my own attention was the one they said the election was conducted by Planning Committee of APC as opposed National Working Committee. They also said that the election was conducted for the vacancy seat in Zone C, and there is nothing like Zone C. Having attached those documents, they have attached the result from Zone C as opposed the result of senatorial district for the North, or Yobe North. They are saying, no, it cannot happen. Zone C is non-existent. The other party is also filing counter, further affidavit to say that, come on, this planning committee, the person you are referring to as planning committee, they were actually appointed. They were 5-man election committee appointed by the National Working Committee of APC that asked them to conduct that primary election. However, the Lawan's lawyer is also saying that there was no such evidence before the court. So when you place all these facts and counterfacts before the court, the question is, can the court of law actually resolve them based on mere affidavits? Especially now, where we now have allegation of fraud. And this allegation of fraud, you know, it is our law. It remains our law as of today, that you have to prove it beyond reasonable doubt. It has not changed, and there is no exception to electoral procedures, that if it's under Electoral Act, then you should just prove it on a normal ground. Even in civil proceedings, if you allege any criminal activities or fraudulent acts, you have to prove it. And in the affidavit attached to the originating summons, we're meant to understand that even the particulars of this fraud were not stated. If you're alleging fraud, is a must for you to state the particulars. Having not done all these things, can you resolve them based on that originating summons? And the answer is no. So what the Supreme Court has just done is to follow the law, strictly say so, follow the law. And you cannot crucify the Supreme Court justices, because the starting point is, what is the issue before them to determine? The issue that was brought before them is, where you have substantial disputes, can it be determined based on originating summons? And we all know that the answer is no, and that they have answered correctly.
All right,
I
you
have a
said
similar
the
case.
Supreme
Okay.
Court followed the law, but we see now a resultant effect, you know, of the Apex Court's judgment is that the lawyers involved in the case were split into two opposing sides. You know, 3 justices of the court judged that Lawan is the rightful candidate of the APC, while 2 other justices based their judgment on the fact that the election that produced Lawan was illegal and was conducted in violation of the Electoral Act. So how do we juxtapose Lawan being the rightful candidate and all that you've said so far?
Yes, like I said, the starting point is what's the issue? What have they said I should come and decide upon? If I've decided that you cannot come through this originating summons, then there is no point for me to go for them. And I think that is what they have done. The others will just be like a mere academic exercise.
All right. According to reports, Machina lost to Lawan mainly on the grounds of technicality. But do you think the judgment by the Supreme Court has somehow set the precedents with regards to political matters in the country?
Yes, I think what they have done, they have not derailed from anything. They have done justice to the case. However, what I would have expected them to have done in this matter that is so glaring to everybody that Lawan actually was busy contesting for presidential primaries, and after that, they said they conducted another primaries for that district. Yeah. What I would have expected the Supreme Court to do in that circumstance that is so glaring to the public that, you know, public, they are saying, no, everybody can see that this guy did not participate in it. Instead of just striking out the matter, they can, maybe they just order that they should go back to trial courts and go and argue their case, you know, by writ, in which in our normal courts they do, when you comment by originating summons and they see that there are conflicting facts in your various affidavits, substantial disputes, you know, of facts, they just ask you to convert it to writ of summons. They will not strike it out, so that, you know, sometimes all these cases are time bound. If they strike it out, for you to bring back the action, you might be out of time. It might be statute barred. So to salvage that, they will just ask you, oh, convert to writ, and it will still be running as if you have commenced it like when you did as the time of originating summons. That I think the Supreme Court should have done instead of striking out, you know, the matter.
That the APC has called the judgment, you know, a victory for the party. That's the judgment of the Supreme Court. The APC has said it's a victory for the party and, you know, not against any individual. Do you agree with this?
Yes, the victory is a victory for the party and even for true lawyers, you know. Like I wanted to say earlier on, that I have a similar matter going on at the appeal, just too similar. And I'm saying that the facts, we have substantial disputed facts that cannot be decided on originating summons, in which the trial court had given judgment to the person that brought in the originating. Immediately I saw this judgment, I was like, fantastic, I have another authority, you know, to cite. So it's not only victory to the party, it's the victory to all and sundry. Is the rule, is the true justice in this matter, sincerely speaking.
Well, Fumi Adeogun, Treasurer, NBA Spidel, thank you for your time and your contribution. That's how much we can take on this edition of the program. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu.
My name is Ali Shedu. I'm from Kogi State. I live in Abuja. I'm a fashion designer tailor. On that last year, October 2020, early in the morning, I fetched water from my wife after my praying I picked up on my wife around 6. I went to go to my working place for Central. And when I reached junction for police somebody here, I see crowd. Everywhere was blocked. I tried to find my way. I cannot find my way. I went back to house again. Around something 10 to 11. I said, make I find my way go work. I get family. My daughter is 2 months that time. I can't find my way. I just stand. They leave people where they protest. I'm not a protester. I'm a fashion designer. I tailor where they hustle up and down to feed my family. After then, police just came. They shoot. The next thing when I see, I just see my leg. They call. I'm not carry my leg again. Where would it get? They thought they do everything. They clean my body and my legs. They clean everything. We go and do another X-ray again to see how the inside is. Where we did the X-ray after then, the doctor charged us 400 and something. But since then, my brother he not have much like that. So maybe they carry me go Gogolada hospital, general hospital for Gogolada. One doctor waiting for the hospital come bring one number. Said na youth where they in charge of this youngsters. Anything will happen to somebody like this, they feel help. Actually, we try the number. By God's grace, the person where they pick the call. I'm talking to them. I don't even know the person where pick my call. Whether a woman or a man, I don't know. He and the doctor speak. She transfer the money to the doctor. They start the treatment. People Nigeria they can do money from almost like 60,000. One day, all they hear say I will hear and say all panel, the people where panel, where government choose for this thing, anything where the thing affect, they help, they make the report. We go to National Human Rights for inside town. We almost like 5 or 6 people. The guy where the parent where they kill in children for where bullet hit for chest. They follow us go that time. Where we reach there, we stay for gate. Now we they sing. Now one person come call us and make one of our or the person where they in charge make it enter inside, make go meet the people they there. After they meet the people, they come and say make they come tomorrow. The next day, almost like 3 days, my brother called them. They say the people never answer them very well. That the government they bring a black paper and they need to bring white paper if they want to do better things for people this thing affect. But today I never hear from them because this thing, this police don't make this life tire me because this my leg now, no feel and do anything. Even the bullet is still there on my leg. The place where the bullet the doctor said they don't remove one for now because they the way the vein there. Now here in there. They will not remove one for now. Let the bullet come off that place where in there. If they want to remove one, they could come enough harm to my leg. Even like this, my leg not remove one like this. But I try to move like this, I pick one. If I want to use and do work self, but if I want to try to use and do work, make I use and do exercise. Not to use and do work, but I they use industrial machine. But I use and press machine like this. The thing to carry and come back. I'm not feel carry and come back. I just need help from Nigeria government. Need help from police, please. They don't scatter my life. I'm not. All this will happen to me. I'll not be expected. Since almost a year now, I stay for house. How are you feel now? Let go of another question. I don't know. But my brother always try for me. But I don't feel like on my brother forever. Just thank God say I see their alive because my time now reached. Now let God know how it takes in my life. Me, I don't even know. If that bullet you hit me for tail, hit me for head, I don't know how God even give me a miracle, how it takes in my life. I don't know, sure. But I thank God for everything. I just thank God for everything. Let God save my life.
what we're having here today, the theme of the exhibition is wet in waste. That is, what are the wet you can get from waste product, that is coconut shell. So, and the reason why we are saying wet in waste is that we have so many processors around. We have people that use coconut for their products, like coconut oil, coconut candy, coconut flakes. The name has so many. But what do they do to the shell? Nothing. So if you eat coconut, the shells, you throw it off. But some of them, they use it for making fire, fueling their fire while cooking. But that can cause environmental pollution. So we are using this now to tell a story that, okay, instead of destroying the environment, why don't you get the wet that is involved? Instead of throwing it to block our drainages, why don't you turn it to a wet making machine? So that is just the short story behind the wet in waste. Aside from that, it is unique and nobody is using it for anything. When I started, I didn't see anybody that is doing anything like installations like this. In fact, when I Google online, what I saw were craft works, cups, key holders, and the rest of them. But I started doing this just to give myself a unique name from others. The response has been very, very good. Though initially when I started, people were like, what type of thing is this? They gave me so many names. Sometimes if I stretch my hand to greet some people, they will say, your hand is too tough, blah, blah, blah. But today now the rest is story. And initially the acceptance was not there. I was giving my souvenirs to people free of charge. But now I sell them at good prices. The funny thing about the Circle of Nigerian Coconut Artists is that we started in February. The dream just came, okay, why don't you bring these people that are doing coconut craft together? I have some of them who are my participants that I've trained over time during workshops. So, and some of them, they don't practice the craft again because the challenges are there for them. How do they sell their craft works? Who do they sell to? And the challenges of how do you cut, how do you remove the debris and the rest of them. So many challenges. But the basic one is if they produce it and they don't sell, they stop producing. So we are using this now to create a kind of platform for them so that they can showcase their work. You can see different stands here. You can see different tables with different type of artworks, even this. So they now have a platform where they can exhibit the works. When visitors come around, they see. And with that, they will be encouraged to do more. So that is the story behind this. What we do is we'll cut the shells. When you cut the shells, you remove the debris, you sand it in and out and cut the shapes you want. Then, if you want to do stuff like this, you start joining them together with gum. You have handsaw, you have jigsaw, you have bandsaw, depending on the level at which you are. If you are just starting, you can't get a bandsaw because to buy a bandsaw now is expensive. So you can start with the hand hacksaw. Is going viral, and another thing is that we are taking it to the 5 divisions of Lagos State. After Badagry, we are going to other divisions. We have Ikorodu, we have Epe, we have mainland. So we are taking this show around there. So if we have the opportunity of showcasing it 10 days in other divisions, so we'll do, just to encourage the young ones around so that they can join us in removing debris from my environment and turning it to waste, to wet. like this one, if you have seen the Eyo before, this is that cap they put on. So I use this now to represent Eyo. Instead of putting the whole thing, it will be too big for me. So I just decided to work on the cap alone. So that's that about Eyo. And here we have Yeye Oge. Like this Yeye Oge, I don't know, I just love the work. Now, I use this to tell a story of a young lady. And generally, most of our ladies, they are the only one who has been questioning God, that why do you create me this way? The eyelashes are not enough, they want to add more. The lipsticks are not too clean as created by God, they want to add more, and they will embellish their hair with so many designs. So that is what I just use this one to represent, just epitome of love. Simple. The Last Supper that Jesus Christ had with his disciples. Now, I use these ones here to represent the disciples, and this is Jesus here. If you count, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those are the disciples, and this is their table. And while eating your drink, you need a jug to fetch water from. You have that, you have the cup, and you have the fruit. Instead of putting amala and the rest, I decided to use just fruit. This is August meeting. Yes, now August meeting is popular among our friends from the East, whereby they have this their colorful attire, uniform attire, and they celebrate themselves, the women mostly. So that's why I have about 3 women there with different gele and the rest. This one now, I titled it the National Summit. There's so many stories behind it. Now, at the center you have banana, and the objects surrounding it look like monkeys. So, yes, now, without much decoration, you see this is the mouth, this are the eyes for monkeys. Now, but I'm using this now to represent the Nigerian setting or the Africa setting, whereby we have delegates, people who will send them, okay, go and represent us. But they are not particular about the people that sent them. When they get to the zoo there, or when they get to that area whereby you have flowers, you have adorable things around them, they forget those of us who sent them. The only thing they are particular about is the national cake. So I use the banana here now to represent the national cake. So that is what all of them are after. They have adorable things. That's why I use leaves, just to represent things like flowers. So in the midst of flowers, you know, you'll be happy, oh wow, you are surrounded with beautiful things. The next thing, they will have forgotten what we asked them to go and do for us, go and represent us, but no. The only thing is the national cake, which they rush after to get for their self and their self alone.
My experience as one of the artists is that we, in this part of our area here in Badagry, we that are involved in this kind of work is not well appreciated, in the sense that, you know, here this is our area. Coconut, Badagry is predominantly recognized with coconut. So, and as a result of that, while we are doing this thing, they did not see any value to it. So, like Jesus Christ, even though does not have value at his own time. So that is the similar story that we are having towards this. But outside that, we are using this thing to promote our culture, to know that this craft can bring economical value for our teeming youth. This product, this work we have involved in, can bring a kind of job creation for people. Little do we know that craft work of this nature can transform this coconut craft, the coconut shell, from the waste product they used to know it for, to a valuable thing. Before, in this area, after extracting the oil is one of the valuable things extracted from the coconut. Then coconut completely is a valuable tree, but the shell is they throw it away, or they burn it. Nobody knows that it can be transformed to a valuable thing. So that is why we are involved. Now coconut is going to an extinction with the activities of other activities around. But engaging this shell in transforming it to a valuable things of this nature, so people can know that we can begin to use it even to better our life. It has more economical value. So if people engage themselves in doing it. I'm an indigenous of Ajidu in this Banaghe environment. Gone are those days, after extracting the coconut, you see a lot of heap of it. But when we now begin to censor our people that it can be transformed to this kind of ornament, so we gather, we have a collecting center. So if you have used your coconut, just gather it, we come, we pick them. And better still, we just, if you want to get maybe the one we use for the consumables, the one we can use for either cups, jugs, the one that we can use for consumption of either drink or food. Those ones we need a good quality of coconut. Those ones we go to farm to select better coconut. So, but those ones we can use for decoration of those ones, so we can pick shell. Those are the waste ones. We can use those ones and use those ones and transform it then to this type of ornament. The publicity, we thank God a little bit for the immediate past supervisor for tourism and education, Honorable Samson Nunayo Akpata. He has been helpful in that regard by collaborating with us in sensitizing people. So we train the like-minded, those that have interest, we train them, and then we do our publicity. Like this event that is going on now, it is one of the first of its kind in this Badagry. It's just to publicize this and to create the awareness that something of this nature is ongoing. It has come out and have come to stay. So we, the craftsmen, are highly involved in this, and we are ready to partner with whosoever that is willing to partner with us, even to give it more publications.
When I start coconut art, people look at it as a strange something, but later they now blend to it. And I've faced many people, although I'm into tourism too, when you're talking about tourism and art, it blends together, because if you travel to any area, you don't come back with souvenir, definitely you don't have anything to remind you about your visits. That's why I always work on coconut shell as souvenir. If it comes to Badagry, you must go with a coconut shell souvenir. Sincerely, if you said turning waste to wealth, it even adds to the value of the environmental listing, because it makes its cleanness, change the environment so that you don't see anything dirty in the environment. And mostly from this coconut shell, we have brought up many people, and people are blending with it. always tell you to remember that whenever you are doing in life, there is a time you will go and the footprints will be there. And you have to remember that we are not going to live forever. And you have to remember that nobody is going to stay with you in that grave. Whatever you are doing, forget about religion, forget about everything, but your humanity service matter a lot. That's why I name it, remember. These are brooch. You can see we have brooch of local government. These are Lagos, local government. Ministry of Tourism. We have another brooch. This pendant, map of Africa. We have earrings, kiodas, and you can see on this textile, what we have there is the button. We always use the coconut shell as button on textiles. Pen order and so on. And these are little takeaway items you can get from coconut. This cup, this coconut purse. You use it in different ways. You can keep your jewelries. You can use it as safe to keep your jewelries. For example, you buy something, you can put it inside. You can put it inside, you lock it, and you can use it for your decoration, for beach outing or anything like that. Use it. We have anything like this.
What is here is Wash Go International actually. It's of international standard. It's unusual, unexpected, and I think this man needs to be celebrated more than what we are seeing. We know that the level of unemployment right now in Nigeria is really high, and if there was a way to get this skill to more youths, and especially with the advent of social media, I think there's so much that can be done with what is here. Yeah, it will help this country as a whole. This is the kind of thing that I came here all the way from Ikorodu, and I'm sure if a lot more people knew about this, it will bring a lot more people here, and it will boost tourism here.
I was excited, I did not believe that they can use coconut to do so many things like this, and it was beautiful. When I reach my school, I can tell them about it, that we saw many things, that the people that are not here, so that they will see, they can come here to look at it, and some people would like to join or do something like this. I can now see that coconut is very important in Badagry, that we can use it to do many things. And when I see it on the ground, I can pick some ones to do like the kioda. Me too, I can try, and I can encourage some people to look at it. That coconut shell can do many things. That we can use it to do jug in our house, and spoon, and the kioda minces.
Sincerely, I will commend the organizer of this kind of show, and being for the first time, and the way they are able to organize the program. Before this time, I have to question them. I do question them that why are they using Badagry for the starting points, due to some challenges that we have to come down to this place. But upon everything, they said the symbol of this show is coconuts, and we are well known as a place that we produce coconut, granules and coconut a lot. And there is no need for them to showcase the first program in another place. And the main thing behind this event is for them to know the value and what the end product of coconut, what we can derive from it, so that it will not be wasteful, at least creating wealth out of nothing. Sincerely, I'm overwhelmed. Each artistic design, the kind of way that the organizer name each one, and the explanation to us, sincerely, that shows that the artist know what he's doing. Likewise, there is a lot of vision, there's a lot of prophetic, profitable something for every individual. As a starting point, what they have over here can meet up international competition.
It's not anything that is new to me, because I've been with the artists for a very long time. It started from very awkward creation. I mean, very, very awkward background, you know. It started from nothing to something. So, you see, what I've seen, what I've learned, and that I want the youth to learn is focus in whatever you are doing, in whatever thing that you think this is good. There's no way you won't find, you won't encounter challenges. The challenges are natural, and they test your mettle as a man. If you want to succeed in life, you must face challenges. So he's been on this thing for more than a decade. And what I saw today is amazing. It's really, really amazing. And it's telling you that, telling me that there's still more to explore in this community. Things that are insignificant, I will see as nothing. We can really make it something. And that was that done. This is the identity of Badagry. When you go to Osun, you see carving. But here, he has created an identity for Badagry. We need the government buying into this. He has a lot to offer in terms of all this, but the government has to come in to support him. There's still a lot. There's still a lot that can be achieved, that can still be created out of this nothing that we are seeing as coconut shells. There's still a lot that he has proven that. There's still many things that can still be done, that can be achieved in terms of creativity. So, but he alone, and he's been struggling for more than a decade. That is he's been able to take it to this level is miracle. Honestly, it's miracle, because he has been doing all alone. Okay, you can see what, for instance, I expected that before we, just ordinary citizens of the community, comes here, we expect that other dignitaries will have come here to open it.
So that encourages the artist. It inspires him that his effort is being recognized and acknowledged. But when you don't have things like that, sometimes you kill spirit. So we need government buy-in. We need the support. Apart from the government, the support of the community. Things like this today, we want the community to be here, everybody be here, all the VIPs, all the government, they should be here to, to recognize and acknowledge this work of creativity that has been displayed.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
CBN's Naira Redesign policy case till February 22 insists that all notes remain legal tender. Violence erupts in various parts of the country amid Naira scarcity crisis. And federal government inaugurates duty-free shopping village for diplomats to promote economic growth. Many thanks for joining us on News Now this evening. I am Simisola Adigun. Amid the Naira crisis in the country, there have been reports of unrest in different parts of the country on Wednesday. In Delta State, angry youths in Warri town burnt down one of the branches of Access Bank while protesting against the persistent scarcity of Naira notes. Videos on social media show the angry youths protesting around Udu Road access, disrupting vehicle movement and destroying valuable property in the area. The angry protesters were also seen throwing stones and destroying some properties within the bank's premises.
See money, see money. They say they don't go collect them. All this thing, they don't go collect them. See money now. Money plenty where we go send. See money, see money, see money. Say that so.
Adaba FM talk say they have extended. Mojala talk say they have extended. Now they now come say they now collect it again. And in today's news, they said that our people have responded, and they said they will not collect it. Why they are support us like this? They did not supposed to support us like this. They are our leader, and we're obeying them. We have to do a election, and sometimes they will tell us to go and cast our vote. I have my PVC here. This is my voter's card. This is my voter's card here. This is my voter's card. I'm not going to vote anybody.
What is happening is that filling station, they didn't collect the road money from us, and the bank too, they didn't collect anything from us. So we are a driver, we are driving a motor, but we don't have option to go to anywhere, because when we go to filling station now, they will not accept the money from us. So everybody are versing. Not only this place, so everywhere, people are versing now. We want government to announce that everybody should be collecting the money. When it is filling station, they should be collecting it. If we want to buy something, then we should collect it. Because if they don't collect it, this job will be continued like this. We are tired.
Meanwhile, Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, has accused some politicians of hoarding the redesigned Naira notes, which is one of the reasons for some of the challenges encountered in the new Naira notes access. Emefiele made the remarks while briefing the diplomatic community on recent monetary policy decisions of the CBN on Tuesday in Abuja. He said the Apex Bank had conducted an extensive in-house analysis and consultation and saw a need for the policy to redesign some Nigerian bank notes. Emefiele added that the mop-up of notes by politicians has contributed to the lengthy queues at banking halls and automated teller machines, ATMs.
As at October 2022, currency in circulation had risen, indeed more than doubled, to over 3.2 trillion naira, out of which only 500 billion was within the banking system and 2.72 trillion held in people's homes. What happened is that when suspicious transactions are reported by banks to the NFIU, the FCC and ICPC are obligated to pick those suspicious transactions and investigate them. But of course, what we found is that in the course of investigating them, those who felt that they were being investigated for those suspicious transactions began to abandon the banks and began to build vaults in their homes. That is the reason we've seen currency outside the banking industry at 2.72 trillion out of 3.23 trillion. This is unacceptable. The policy is typically expected to cause deflation in the market, as less cash holding reduces currency outside banks and retards money circulation. The accompanying decline in money supply will thus slow the pace of inflation. As you can see, we have started to witness inflation trending downwards, following general price stability in almost all genera of market, including goods for goods and financial products. For instance, analysis show that an effective implementation of the policy could by itself scrap 4 percentage points off the current level of inflation, as it steadily slows inflation rate to about 18% by the mid of 2023.
The Supreme Court has adjourned the case on the Naira swap policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, till Wednesday, February 22, for hearing of the consolidated suits by 10 states. The Apex Court also ruled that its February 8 order barring the federal government and its agencies from enforcing the February 10 deadline for the use of old 200, 500 and 1,000 Naira notes still subsists. The court chose the date after joining the Attorneys General of Katsina, Lagos, Cross River, Ondo, Ogun, Ekiti and Sokoto states as co-plaintiffs in the earlier suit filed by Kaduna, Kogi and Zamfara states. Edo and Bayelsa states were also joined as co-respondents. Speaking at the court proceedings, Governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, said the states were not at war with the federal government over its cashless policy, but were only concerned about its negative impact on the citizens who are now denied access to their funds.
I want to urge, and of course, all of us governors, we want to urge all Nigerians. Yes, we are all suffering, but let's stay alive. Let's maintain peace, law and order. If we kill ourselves, others will remain there to enjoy your money. It is just a temporary setback for us in this country. We are not condemning this particular policy of President Muhammadu Buhari. It is going to be the way to go, but the implementation, that is what we are questioning. To ensure that Nigerians have lives, use your money. Nobody should compel anyone to open an account if you don't want. You may choose to keep your wealth the way you want to keep it, utilize it the way you want to do it, and every Nigerian should have the liberty to live freely in this society.
We are working towards solving this problem. It's a national problem, and we are working towards solving this problem. There aren't two sides. We are affected on both sides. We are trying to solve it. Please, I want you to know the government is not deliberately frustrating the plaintiffs. This is a problem that we are trying to solve. With a little time, it will be solved. Please, I beg you, let us not inflame it. It's going to be solved. It's been solved. We are getting over it. Do you agree? Please, that's all. They are not deliberately refraining from putting money in the ATM. No, nobody is deliberately. It's the banks. The banks operate the ATMs. They do. And I join in appealing to the banks to put money in the ATM if they have it. I join the court in making that appeal.
Well, now to speak more on this development, legal expert Liberos Oshoma joins me now. Thank you very much for joining me, Liberos. Now, there are currently two standing orders from the Supreme Court and the Central Bank of Nigeria. Please clarify, does one supersede the other?
It is one order. There are no two orders. What the Supreme Court did was the Supreme Court gave an order. And that order, the Supreme Court today again reiterated. And so the CBN order cannot override the Supreme Court order. That's except we are saying we are in a lawless society. So there are no two orders. The parties have submitted to the jurisdiction of the court to determine jurisdiction, because I learned their applications to determine jurisdiction. And the court had said, well, pending while we do that, some other persons have applied to join as interested parties in the matters on the ground that they are also affected. And so while we are waiting to do that, we have joined all the parties that want to be joined. So hold fire till on the 23rd of February, and we reinstate the order we made before now that parties should maintain status quo pending the hearing and determination of the motion on notice. And then let parties go and join issues on it, and then come back and the court will hear it. The order we issued earlier on still stands. So the Supreme Court cannot, the CBN cannot come and say, we are going ahead with the deadline that we had issued, despite the Supreme Court of the land saying that parties should maintain status quo. That is why you hear Kanu Agabi SAN saying that there are no two sides. It's just one side and they're finding the solution. But the only thing I find curious in all of this argument is this attempt at blaming banks. It is sad that the stakeholders, people who should know, people who are knowledgeable in this thing, are pushing the blame to banks, and that is causing the banks hardship, because the ordinary man on the street who does not understand both ends, it is not healthy. It is not healthy for our people to make, especially very senior lawyer at that level. It is quite unfortunate. The question should be now, what hardship will the CBN suffer if it decides to obey the order of the court to allow both currency coexist? What hardship will the CBN suffer? Why the fire brigade approach? That's the question we should be asking. And is there enough cash for the bank to put in the ATMs? Can the bank print Naira and put in the ATMs? Is it not the CBN that allocates cash to the banks to put in the ATMs? If the banks do not have a note to put in the ATM, will they pour water there? So let us not unnecessarily inflame people and allowing them, the illiterate ones, to begin to destroy banks by our statement. I think, we should all be circumspect when we make a certain statement that we are truly not fully aware of. It's quite unfortunate.
Sorry to cut you short here, but how do you expect the situation to eventually pan out? And what significance does this Supreme Court order have on the controversy surrounding the redesigned Naira policy?
There's no controversy. First and foremost, let us understand this issue. None of the parties is saying that the CBN does not have the power to redesign the Naira note. None of the parties is saying that. None of the parties is saying that the redesigning of the Naira note or the swapping of the Naira note is a bad policy. No. What they are, like Governor Yaya Bello has said, what they are after is the implementation of the policy, that the fire brigade approach implementation of the policy and the deadline is creating untold hardship on the people, and that they should allow reasoning to prevail and allow an extension of the policy so that as it is done, like we always say here, so that they allow, application of international best practice, allow both currency to coexist until you phase out the old currency and then the new currency becomes operational. We have redesigned the lower denomination from the paper denomination to polymer. There was no crisis. We redesigned the 100 Naira note and there was no crisis. So what is creating this crisis is the non-availability of the note and then the deadline. So what you are seeing happening now is that those people that have some of the currency are going to keep it to say, well, I don't know what will happen, especially considering the fact that the election is around the corner. So they don't know what is going to happen. So they are going to keep the little that they have because there is scarcity. Once the supply is low, demand will be high and the prices will be high. So that's basically what it's playing out. It's a simple economics.
Thank you for your time. I'm sorry I have to cut you short here, but thank you for your time and your contribution. Moving on, in a bid to enhance a better and healthy life for Lagosians, the APC-led administration in Lagos State has organized a free medical mission exercise under the Rural Health Program of the Lagos State government. The event, which took place at Palm Avenue Primary Healthcare Center, Mushin, served as a platform to enlighten the general public on basic health care. Our correspondent, Mary Kanu, has details in this report.
Here at the Palm Avenue Primary Healthcare Center in Mushin, Lagos State, a large number of residents have assembled to take part in the free medical care outreach organized by the Rural Health Program of the Lagos State government. One after the other, residents take turns to see a specialist doctor to test for diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, eye problems, as well as breast and cervical cancer. The organizers of the initiative say they worked in collaboration with the Lagos State government to sensitize those living in the rural areas to always check their health on a regular basis.
The goal is to catch them right at the place where they work, amongst their market spaces and in public facilities where they are currently working. So on the one hand of this outreach, we are doing a whole lot of work with health education. We are reaching out to children, we are reaching out to women, talking to them about their health, about how to make sure they have improved health-seeking behaviors.
So this intervention is a consolidation for continuity. It's a consolidation for us to continue to do more. And it's also, where the reward of hard work is more work. And so when we were informed of this intervention, we were very happy because we know that the people of Mushin, because of our populations, really need all this intervention on a regular basis. And that's why we've been doing it every month.
In Nigeria, access to quality and affordable health care is often far and in between. For these beneficiaries, this is an opportunity that cannot be overlooked. They also commended the Lagos State government for the provision of free medical tests and drugs they enjoy from the health outreach without costing them a penny.
I really appreciate Governor Sanwo-Olu for doing this for Mushi constituency. We love him, we appreciate him, and we are looking forward for his coming back in this second term because he's the best governor so far. I'm very overwhelmed for what the governor did because I came to complain about malaria and I was so surprised and shocked for the drugs given to me instead of buying it with my own money in this cashless period.
He came here to come and do free tests and he gave us free drugs and so on and so on.
Speaking of the exercise, the Senior Special Assistant to the Lagos State Governor on Health, Oluwafini, says the free medical outreach is geared towards increasing access to primary and basic healthcare services in Lagos communities.
We've just brought this here to encourage people to seek health. Generally, our people in the country, not just in Lagos, have poor health-seeking behavior. They don't look for the doctor until sometimes it's too late. So if you bring health to their doorstep, if you've brought the doctor to their doorstep, to their market, to their mosque, to their church, then as they are walking by, they will access it. And a lot of the diseases that would have taken long and perhaps would have proved fatal, we can catch them quickly and then make sure that we have a healthy population.
According to Finney, the Lagos State government plans to cover more than 25,000 residents under its rural health program of the state government. Mary Kanu, TV360, Lagos.
We'll take a short break here, but still to come, Nigeria's inflation rate rises to 21.82% amid Naira redesign policy. We'll bring you details of this story right after this break. Welcome back. Now here's a recap of our top stories tonight. The Supreme Court has adjourned the case on the Naira swap policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria till Wednesday, February 22 for hearing of the consolidated suits by 10 states. The Apex Court also ruled that its February 8 order barring the federal government and its agencies from enforcing the February 10 deadline for the use of the old 200, 500 and 1,000 Naira notes still subsist. We also told you that there have been reports of unrest in different states across the country on Wednesday amid the Naira crisis in the country. Residents in the states barricaded roads, causing heavy traffic and destroyed property while protesting their inability to get cash at banks. The incidents have led to the death of some protesters, with others injured. In case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. In COVID updates, Hong Kong researchers have concluded that smoking and being obese are likely to increase the risk of people contracting mild to severe COVID-19. Hong Kong researchers say having a high body mass index can increase risk of a severe bout of COVID by 81%, while smokers are at 65% higher risk. For obese people who can't lose weight and smokers who can't give up cigarettes or vaping, the researchers recommended getting a vaccine booster shot. We'll take another short break here and return with business updates. Don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
The president must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places, the Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Mary Kanu is on standby with business updates. Over to you now, Mary.
Thank you, Simsala. Welcome to Business News. Amid the Central Bank of Nigeria's Naira policy and currency scarcity crisis in the country, the Consumer Price Index, which measures the rate of change in prices of goods and services, has surged to 21.82% in January 2023, up from 21.34% in the previous month. The inflation rate data is contained in the latest CPI report released on Wednesday by the National Bureau of Statistics. According to the NBS, the January 2023 inflation rate showed an increase of 0.47% points when compared to that of December 2022. However, on a year-on-year basis, the headline inflation rate was 6.22% points higher compared to the rate recorded in January 2022, which was put at 15.60%. We'll take a break and return with stock market report. And for the second time this week, Triple G is leading the Advancers League after its share price rose from ₦1.50 to ₦1.65, up by 10%. Although at a slower rate, Nigeria's equities market increased by 0.02% as investors tread cautiously on Custom Street. Now, amid declining activities, investors in 2,905 deals exchanged 134 million volume of shares. In the aggregate, 109 NGX-listed equities participated in trading, ending with 20 gainers and 16 losers. Now to some select global stocks. Stocks are down in the US and Asia as investors weighed new economic data and continue to digest mixed signs on inflation, which could complicate expectations that the Federal Reserve will soon shift to easier policy on interest rates. That's all in Stock Market Review. Semisola, back to you.
Thank you, Mary, for that update. And on the global scene, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has warned of the threat posed by rising sea levels to hundreds of millions of people living in low-lying coastal areas and small island states, as new data reveals seas have risen rapidly since 1900. He added that developing countries in particular must have the resources to adapt to a rapidly changing world by ensuring that the $100 billion climate finance commitment to developing countries is delivered.
Rising seas are sinking futures. Sea level rise is not only a threat in itself, it is a threat multiplier. For the hundreds of millions of people living in small island developing states and other low-lying coastal areas around the world, sea level rise is a torrent of trouble. Rising seas threaten lives and jeopardize access to water, food and health care. Megacities on every continent will face serious impacts, including Cairo, Lagos, Maputo, Bangkok, Dhaka, Jakarta, Mumbai, Shanghai, Copenhagen, London, Los Angeles, New York, Buenos Aires and Santiago. Among other things, this means delivering on the Loss and Damage Fund, making good on the $100 billion climate finance commitment to developing countries, doubling adaptation finance, and leveraging massive private financing at a reasonable cost.
In sport, LA Galaxy star Julian Araujo is set to finally complete his move to Barcelona on a reported deal that runs till 2026. Barcelona had earlier missed out on a move for Araujo in the January transfer window after filling the paperwork 18 seconds too late on deadline day. Following discussions between both teams, Araujo is due to travel to Barcelona on Thursday and will complete a €4 million transfer from LA Galaxy. Well, that's our package this evening. Many thanks for watching. I am Semisola Adigun. Bye for now.
You look at Lagos and you'll think you're in one big dustbin, residents say, as they narrate ordeals with pollution. According to the World Bank, at least 30,000 people die yearly in Lagos due to pollution, and the tales told by some residents bear witness to these statistics. This is home to over 300 families who reside in Itire Surulere on the Mushin local government area, a community built around the canal that has been transformed into a home recognized by the Lagos state government. gaining entrance, and a mixture of different putrid smell welcomes you. Children running around exposed to the biohazard, chemical hazard, and physical hazard of living in this area.
So many years now we don't face this mess. If you can look around, you can take a cameraman to observe the area. Even you, where they talk to me, you they perceive some odors. We get some small children here. She be una see us here. We dey chop here, we dey feed here. We are human beings. We not Nigerians. Some days ago, one big rain will fall for this area. Small pikin for that park wey dey that side. Water carry pikin go. If you ask anybody for this area, they will tell you the story. And they come from mosque, so as I hear the story. But today now, okay, imagine the dirty around and all that. Rain never fall. If rain fall now, all this dirty now, you go enter person's house, you go enter anywhere. Cholera everywhere.
I think being on road okay, at maybe 15 years. Okay. Tajo wa nínú àdúgbò. So ti àdúgbò gba ton de ṣe títí Adébáyọ̀ bí báyìí ton ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ fún wa. Abili pé báyìí wọ́n máa ṣe gbogbo gutter yìí náà ni. Wọ́n de bá wa ṣe but nsin bí ọmọ ṣe gbogbo bí ọmọ tí òjò wá gbé lọ lọ́jọ́ yẹn ló mú anybody gan ta because ìgbà ton bọ̀ wá láti Jímọ̀ lọ́jọ́ yẹn. Jímọ̀ ni wọ́n lọ. Wọ́n bọ̀ wá. Àwọn ọmọ yẹn wá mọ ibi tí orí pákó yẹn wà mọ́ àwọn méjì náà fara wọn lọ́wọ́. Ìkíní bó ṣe bọ́ sínú odò nìyẹn. Ìkejì olóhùn fẹ́ lọ fà. Ó fẹ́ lọ fà yọ. Bómi ṣe gbé yẹn lọ ti ẹni. So ti àwa rọ ìjọba kan bá wa ṣe àdúgbò wa kó dáa.
I was born here. This is my year of 25 years now in this area. You understand? And this area now have been dirty for so years. When I was in small self, I was seeing all this kind of thing. Talk less of now that I've already been gotten hold. And still yet, the area is still like this. You understand? And I want government to come and do here so that it will be okay. So that water will not be flowed everywhere. This dirty now is not from only here. The dirty now from under side and other side too. They used to come here to come and jump hard. You understand? And when it jump hard, it affects us that lives around because the water does not flow. Assuming it's flowing now, we will not be complaining. Let them come and help us and do it so that this dirty now will not be just jump hard and be staying so that we will not be feeling sick.
Party packs, pet bottles, feces and other forms of bacteria-carrying components are the aesthetics around the surrounding. Having lived for many years, some of the residents I spoke to say they strongly believe the state government does not care about their lives or living conditions.
We dey pray for Nigerian government to help us for the environment. To help us, make government self come look this place. Make them know wetin to do for us so that we self go live better life as a good Nigeria wey we be.
Àwa rọ ìjọba kan bá wa ṣe àdúgbò wa kó dáa. Kan lè bá wa ṣe environment wa kó dáa because bómi ṣe ń gbé ọmọ lọ kó dáa. Wọ́n bá wa ṣe bridge bẹ̀ yẹn. So ti yé, kan bá wa ṣe bridge bẹ̀ yẹn kó cross. Omi ó lè bá máa lọ because táwọn èèyàn bá ti ń lọ free. Kò ní sí pé bóyá omi ń gbọ́mọ lọ.
This place cannot take them just even though how many just a 6 months they will do it because of the corruption. Make some people, local government council, they will take off the money and put it in their pocket, eat it, and why we are suffering it.
In his journey to preach about healthy living and further prevent the spread of infectious diseases, public health expert Nsiabasi Ekonem joined me to this community where he says living in such an environment has long-term implications.
People are living here. There's a high level of pollution in these places such that even the air, the effluent from this place is really stinky. And that tells to air pollution. This air pollution affects people that are living here because you can see young children of under 5 years that are staying in this very dirty environment. That increases the advent of childhood diseases like cholera, diarrhea, amoebic dysentery, scabies, ringworm, dandruff, all those kind of skin diseases as a result of, the contact with water from this very, very, unhealthy environment. Because there is defecation, open defecation here, when the water comes up, it carries those feces and deposits them in open water sources like wells, and people fetch water from that well. This leads to, waterborne diseases like cholera, like amoebic dysentery, hepatitis A and E, just all kinds of waterborne diseases.
Streets littered with waste.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
The Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove in Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria, is one of the last remnants of primary high forest in southern Nigeria. The site, a natural habitat that has been preserved for over 400 years, has served as both a pilgrim point as well as a tourist center for millions of people who visit the site annually to worship and celebrate the Osun goddess that is believed to inhabit the river that runs through the grove, giving the water the ability to heal and grant wishes of its believers.
Osun Grove happened to be a site that we all refer to as a living site. It is a living site just because activities that have been carried out over the years are still performed the way it used to be then. And secondly, it is a site where the worshippers do come to perform every 5th of the day, which means 5 days. They do come. For example, in churches, we go to churches during the week, but on Sunday, we christen it to be, we go to church on Sunday. Likewise, the Muslim goes to mosque on Friday. So, despite the fact that the devotees do come interval, but they have a 5 day, which they call Ojose. Aside this, the uniqueness of this site is the name Osogbo was derived from this site. The appellation of the king was derived from this site.
From the entrance, one could feel the tranquility that comes with the well-preserved forest. A little further down comes another feeling of an elevated being's dwellings. This is the Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove, one of the last sacred forests in Nigeria, along the banks of the Osun River, just outside the city of Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria. In this forest of 75 hectares of undisturbed areas of land, no residential building is allowed, no killing of any kind of animal, no fishing, no hunting or felling of trees.
Apart the fact that it is 75 hectares of the core zone and 47 hectares of the buffer zone. It's one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa and the second UNESCO World Heritage Site in Nigeria. The kind of people or crowd that comes around, one would be marveled why this. But it is a festival and a river that people believes in. Because of the sacredness, you can't cut a tree, you can't fish. And if you are not a devotee, there are certain activities you don't do so that you don't blame yourself.
The one path that cuts right through the grove is lined on either sides with sanctuaries, illustrations of traditional Yoruba deities, and primary high forest. Adekunle Olatunji is the curator and site manager of the grove that has existed for over 4 centuries. On a tour of the sacred forest, Olatunji describes how the name Osogbo came about and what the grove stands for.
At Ipole, some kilometers from here is in Iboku. There's an hunter. It's not just an hunter that going to the bush to kill rattle. It's a big hunter that hunts for elephants, bigger animals. In one of his sojourn, then from Ikolemu looking for where they can get water, they now got to this site. On getting to this site, he was astounded. We were looking for almost a 40 kilometers from here, looking for water, still large water here. So he decided to go back to inform the king. My brother, we are hunting, I got to his place and I saw this river. So the hunter then was Oguntimeyin, while the king then at Ikolemu is Laroye. So the two of them came down to the site, seeing what they wanted. So they decided to settle down at the bank of the river. So in one of their trying to rent the tent, a tree now fell into the river. And a voice came out of the river saying, Eyoma Darewolo, you have broken my time, but 84 Kokwa. So everybody the two of them were so shocked. Who is this person? Simultaneously, the spirit now answered, Oshogbo Pele, Oshogbo Rola, Oshogbo Pele, Oshogbo. That was when they knew they are in Oshogbo. Literally meaning Oshogbo. So now, they now felt, what is the next thing to do? In Yoruba then, something strange happened. You do divination. During their divination, they wanted to know what's happening. So the Babalawo now said, Osun dwell here. You cannot stay with Osun. So they moved from the bank of the river, moved up. They now built a hut. That hut today is what we call the First Palace. And there's these promises between them that if we say we should leave this place, as a powerful person, they felt, how will somebody in the river be telling us to leave? So if we are to leave, what will you do for us? And I said, okay, if you are to leave, I will make you prosper. There is no war that will conquer you. Do my bidding, and every year there must be somebody from your lineage to come and bring object of appeasement to me every year.
But the grove wasn't always this beautiful and serene. In fact, there was a time it was completely infested with termites until an Austrian artist, Susan Wenger, and her husband Uli Bayer arrived to save the sacred monument. Wenger devoted some 50 years of her life to preserving the forest, and with the help of local craftsmen in the city, she transformed the sacred grove into a sculptural garden with compelling artworks and objects of habitation. Because of them, this 200 acres is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
When Mama started with the Osun Groves, she started at the area we called Ayedakun. Ayedakun is also part of the groves. Our first 2 sculptures are still there, where we have Obatala and Yemo. And she did that, you know, not in one place, you know, at the main shrine, Ebu Yamako, and inside the forest there are the sculptures there that she made. And Mama would do the heart with meditating, you know, like communication with the deity before doing any form of art. And Mama got her inspiration, you know, from there because she stayed there for a while.
She was invited to come and see or assist us in treating this termite attack. In doing that, she now fell in love with the culture. So she is so powerful and mystic that if she sleeps, revelations of what she is expected to do for this place will come to her. Then she now felt, for somebody of her status, there's a need for her to have people to work with. Then she now got in touch with the Oba. Then there and then some interested indigenes that were into art then were introduced to her. So that was why they formed what we call a new sacred art movement. With this new sacred art movement, from instruction from her, that's why we have all these structures.
Shaded by a canopy of trees with a flight of stone leading downwards, the inner grove lies within a natural depression, marking the exact spot where the first palace of the founder of Osogbo was located. The ancient palace with its ornate pillars and elegant designs has remained in its original state for decades, and its sacredness upheld for as long as it stands. A short walk away from the palace will take you to the Osun River, which on a normal day looks just like any other river except for the utter stillness that pervades the atmosphere around it and the occasional carving in the midst of its waters. Otherwise called the Herbs of Osun, because according to its devotees, this calm flowing river transcends ordinary water.
Everything about the Osun Grove revolves around this river. It's like the life of this place. You take it away, the entire place becomes lifeless. This is where the history of the grove actually started from. And every year, thousands of devotees of the Osun goddess converge by the bank of this river, where they pray, believing that all of their problems will be solved by the goddess.
If it is just a mere river, why the crowd? If it is just a mere river, why are people taking this water? I'm using this water in context because here we don't have river, we don't have water. Please, we don't have water. Once you are here, you want agbo, apps. People that needed one thing or the other comes here to seek for assistance from Osun goddess. Believing, as I said, it's your faith. Believing he or she will do it for them. Whatever is being taken here is apps, is agbo. If you take it with your faith, be you me, you'll be healed. It has been proven beyond reasonable doubt.
While the grove is the site of Osun's most sacred shrine, many Yoruba deities are also depicted here with sculptures that are centuries old and shrines where their devotees worship. Despite the sanctity attached to it, managing the grove is not without its own challenges.
There's no lumber that will come into this site that will not pray will sleep off 72 hours. So that before we wake up, we would have cut down all the trees. We do have butchers, and despite the native laws that we do use to operate, because here you are not supposed to hunt. If you are caught, you'll be taken to the enforcement agency through the authority of Osogbo. And because of developmental pressure, as the town grows, you are bound to see people wanting to build closer to the site, thereby giving you problem. You have the challenge, but God is helping us through that native law. That native law don't cut, don't fish. And aside that, the native law, I will tell you authoritatively, because if all of us goes home, we have night security if they are here. If you eventually decide that you want to catch any fish, you will cook it from now till that kingdom come, it will not done. So you will definitely put yourself into trouble.
Once sparkling and clear and home to a variety of fish, today the sacred river is murky and brown. It is now under constant threat from pollution from waste disposal and other human activities. Another fascinating thing about the grove is the standalone suspended bridge right at the heart of the forest and just above the Osun River, built some 87 years ago. The bridge has no pillar holding it because they say the Osun goddess forbids it.
One of the unique things to see at the Grove is this suspension bridge. We understand it was built in 1935, commissioned in 1936, and the reason why the bridge was constructed was to enable people around here move goods now, especially palm products, from one end of the bridge to the other. And up till this day, the bridge is standing. It's one bridge a lot of tourists who come to this area love to see.
Despite the gradual fading away of celebrated African culture and tradition, the Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove is one cultural phenomenon that has not only stood the test of time, but also become a reference point for people from this part of the world. The grove remains more or less pristine, leaving visitors with this sense of peace and a connection to the dwellings of an elevated being and the ancient Yoruba tradition.
Our make a chop attitude to governance now what is spoil Nigeria reach today. Refineries of quick fixing. NNPC recently signed an agreement with Dewu Construction Nigeria Limited for the rehabilitation of the Kaduna Refinery in what was described as a proposed quick fix initiative expected to restore the refinery to a minimum of 60% of its capacity by the fourth quarter of 2024 at a cost of $740.6 million. Oh boy, see money. NNPC claimed that the last time this refinery was maintained, or what they call turnaround maintenance, was 15 years ago. Even a same refinery with refining capacity of 110,000 barrels per day has not produced any fuel for years. But we all know recently recorded a loss of 22.9 billion naira in 2021. You are not working, you just chop money. Even though we agree that restoring the Warrior and Kaduna Refinery back to its operation will guarantee energy security for the country and reduce our dependence on imported petroleum products, also reduce pressure on forests, guarantee fuel supply, eradicate long queues in our filling station, and end this debate about should there be subsidy or not. But I want to ask, is it quick fix that is needed for a refinery that has not been functional or maintained for 15 years, or a complete overhaul, rehabilitation, and revamping? What is the working capacity of the nitrogen plant in Kaduna Refinery? At least Warrior, we know say not even get. To at least to guarantee preservation of the equipment, since almost all the equipment go down corrode, including the storage tanks and the pipelines within the refinery. Even the power plant in the refinery has not been working. As we all know, say, now PHCN, they take the power the refinery. When PHCN on their own, they use generator on their own office. Nigeria, our own dear motherland. If you are quick fixing a 110,000 barrel refinery at the cost of $740 million, how much do you need to build an entirely new refinery of such capacity? we like to spend money uselessly here. Is Daewoo a refinery construction or maintenance company where they don't build refinery before, where they don't maintain one before? What happened to the original builders of this refinery? Also, since Kaduna no get seaports that we can use VLCC, large vessels to carry crude to, how NNPC want to transport crude from the Niger Delta to Kaduna if not be pipeline? What is the operational capacity or integrity of this pipeline to determine if they can still carry crude to the refinery? Considering the fact that the pipeline, having been operational for years, would have been corroded by water, insecurity, and vandalism. Was any integrity test conducted on the pipeline? And what is the outcome of this integrity test? What is the value of the contract for repairing, overhauling, revamping, or quick fixing the said pipeline and storage facility, if at all? What alternative means, if any, is NNPC going to use to transport crude from Niger Delta to Kaduna, if not pipeline? Why is Nigeria building gas pipeline to Europe if pipelines are no longer necessary? Anyway, hope this would end up as the case of the Omoku power plant that was built and commissioned by Odili and Obasanjo, if you can remember those days, only for them to discover on the day of commissioning that there was no gas pipeline built and connected to the power plant that will gas the power plant to power it. We even hear say that night they used generator to take commission, and Omoku people sleep for darkness even though they had a power plant. How do you award a contract to quickly fix a refinery when never worked for years to people when never build or repair refinery before? And yet, also no contract to fix the pipelines when we carry crude go the refinery. Would they think at all for this country? Anyway, I hope this quick fix no be last minute cleaning up for some people in government, now. I will therefore advocate that whilst we are debating about the political parties and their candidates, or my thief is better than your thief, we should not lose sight of the facts of the happenings around government ministries, parastatals, and agency. We should consistently scrutinize the activities and seek answers to pertinent questions concerning any contract awarded at this time. As this time usually is a quick cleanup for certain persons. We know quick fix has never fixed anything. So hope they are not quick fixing this money into their pocket. Remember, if you remove your eyes from government activities at this critical time, you'll be shocked to realize after the election that you not only meet an empty treasury, even the treasury box, somebody don't whisk them away. That's all time will permit us to take for today. But for previous episodes, just follow us on all our social media platforms shown on your screen, and there are loads of them there. And like we say in law, you can't put something on nothing and expect it to stand. It will fall like a pack of cards. So even those stealing and destroying our pipelines are part of the general problem of Nigeria. So report pipeline vandalism. See you next week.
On the news tonight, Supreme Court adjourns CBN's Naira redesign policy case till February 22, insists that all notes remain legal tender. Violence erupts in various parts of the country amid Naira scarcity crisis. And federal government inaugurates duty-free shopping village for diplomats to promote economic growth. Many thanks for joining us on News Now this evening. I am Simisola Adigun. Amid the Naira crisis in the country, there have been reports of unrest in different parts of the country on Wednesday. In Delta State, angry youths in Warri town burnt down one of the branches of Access Bank while protesting against the persistent scarcity of Naira notes. Videos on social media show the angry youths protesting around Udu Road access, disrupting vehicle movement and destroying valuable property in the area. The angry protesters were also seen throwing stones and destroying some properties within the bank's premises.
See money. They say they don't go collect them. All this thing they don't go collect them. See money now. Money plenty where we go send. See money. Say that so.
Adaba FM talk say they have extended it. Mojala talk say they have extended it. Now they now come say they now collect it again. And in today's news, they said that our people have responded and they said they will not collect it. Why they are someone else like this? They did not supposed to someone else like this. They are our leader and we're obeying them. We have to do election. And smarter they will tell us to go and cast our vote. I have my PVC here. This is my voter's card. This is my voter's card here. This is my voter's card. I'm not going to vote anybody.
What is happening is that filling station they didn't collect the old money from us, and the bank too they didn't collect anything from us. So we are a driver, we are driving a motor, but we don't have option to go to anywhere. Because when we go to filling station now, they will not accept the money from us. So everybody are versing. Not only this place, so everywhere. People are versing now. We want government to announce that everybody should be collecting the money. When in this filling station, they should be collecting it. If we want to buy something, then we should be collecting it. Because if they don't collect it, this job will be continued like this. We are tired.
Meanwhile, Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, has accused some politicians of hoarding the redesigned Naira notes, which is one of the reasons for some of the challenges encountered in the new Naira notes access. Emefiele made the remarks while briefing the diplomatic community on recent monetary policy decisions of the CBN on Tuesday in Abuja. He said the Apex Bank had conducted an extensive in-house analysis and consultation and saw a need for the policy to redesign some Nigerian banknotes. Emefiele added that the mop-up of notes by politicians has contributed to the lengthy queues at banking halls and automated teller machines, ATMs.
As at October 2022, currency in circulation had risen, indeed more than doubled, to over 3.2 trillion naira, out of which only 500 billion was within the banking system and 2.72 trillion held in people's homes. What happened is that when suspicious transactions are reported by banks to the NFIU, the FCC and ICPC are obligated to pick those suspicious transactions and investigate them. But of course, what we found is that in the course of investigating them, those who felt that they were being investigated for those suspicious transactions began to abandon the banks and began to build vaults in their homes. That is the reason we've seen currency outside the banking industry at 2.72 trillion out of 3.23 trillion. This is unacceptable. The policy is typically expected to cause deflation in the market as less cash holding reduces currency outside banks and retards money circulation. The accompanying decline in money supply will thus slow the pace of inflation. As you can see, we have started to witness inflation trending downwards, following general price stability in almost all genres of market, including goods for goods and financial products. For instance, analysis show that an effective implementation of the policy could by itself scrap 4 percentage points off the current level of inflation as it steadily slows inflation rate to about 18% by the mid of 2023.
The Supreme Court has adjourned the case on the Naira swap policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, till Wednesday, February 22, for hearing of the consolidated suits by 10 states. The Apex Court also ruled that its February 8 order barring the federal government and its agencies from enforcing the February 10 deadline for the use of old 200, 500 and 1,000 Naira notes still subsists. The court chose the date after joining the Attorneys General of Katsina, Lagos, Cross River, Ondo, Ogun, Ekiti and Sokoto states as co-plaintiffs in the earlier suit filed by Kaduna, Kogi and Zamfara states. Edo and Bayelsa states were also joined as co-respondents. Speaking at the court proceedings, Governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, said the states were not at war with the federal government over its cashless policy, but were only concerned about its negative impact on the citizens who are now denied access to their funds.
I want to urge, and of course, all of us governors, we want to urge all Nigerians. Yes, we are all suffering, but let's stay alive. Let's maintain peace, law and order. If we kill ourselves, others will remain there to enjoy your money. It is just a temporary setback for us in this country. We are not condemning this particular policy of President Muhammadu Buhari. It is going to be the way to go, but the implementation, that is what we are questioning. To ensure that Nigerians have lives, use your money. Nobody should compel anyone to open an account if you don't want. You may choose to keep your wealth the way you want to keep it, utilize it the way you want to do it, and every Nigerian should have the liberty to live freely in this society.
We are working towards solving this problem. It's a national problem, and we are working towards solving this problem. There aren't two sides. We are affected on both sides. We are trying to solve it. Please, I want you to know the government is not deliberately frustrating the plaintiffs. This is a problem that we are trying to solve. With a little time, it will be solved. Please, I beg you, let us not inflame it. It's going to be solved. It's been solved. We are getting over it. Do you agree? Please, that's all. They are not deliberately refraining from putting money in the ATM. No, nobody is deliberately. It's the banks. The banks operate the ATMs. They do. And I join in appealing to the banks to put money in the ATM if they have it. I join the court in making that appeal.
Well, now to speak more on this development, legal expert Liberos Oshoma joins me now. Thank you very much for joining me, Liberos. Now, there are currently 2 standing orders from the Supreme Court and the Central Bank of Nigeria. Please clarify, does one supersede the other?
It is one order. There are no 2 orders. What the Supreme Court did was the Supreme Court gave an order. And that order, the Supreme Court today again reiterated. And so the CBN order cannot override the Supreme Court order. That's except we are saying we are in a lawless society. So there are no 2 orders. The parties have submitted to the jurisdiction of the court to determine jurisdiction, because I learned there are applications to determine jurisdiction. And the court had said, well, pending while we do that, some other persons have applied to join as interested parties in the matters on the ground that they are also affected. And so while we are waiting to do that, We have joined all the parties that wants to be joined. So hold fire till on the 23rd of February, and we reinstate the order we made before now that parties should maintain status quo pending the hearing and determination of the motion on notice. And let parties go and join issues on it, and then come back and the court will hear it. The order we issued earlier on still stands. So the Supreme Court cannot, the CBN cannot come and say, we are going ahead with the deadline that we had issued, despite the Supreme Court of the land saying that parties should maintain status quo. That is why you hear Kanu Agabi, SAN, saying that there are no two sides. It's just one side and they're finding a solution. But the only thing I find curious in all of this argument is this attempt at blaming banks. It is sad that the stakeholders, people who should know, people who are knowledgeable in this thing, are pushing the blame to banks, and that is causing the banks hardship, because the ordinary man on the street who does not understand both ends, it is not healthy. It is not healthy for our people to make, especially very senior lawyer at that level. It is quite unfortunate. The question should be now, what hardship will the CBN suffer if it decides to obey the order of the court to allow both currency coexist? What hardship will the CBN suffer? Why the fire brigade approach? That's the question we should be asking. And is there enough cash for the bank to put in the ATMs? Can the bank print Naira and put in the ATMs? Is it not the CBN that allocates cash to the banks to put in the ATMs? If the banks do not have a note to put in the ATM, will they pour water there? So let us not unnecessarily inflame people and allowing them, the illiterate ones, to begin to destroy banks by our statement. I think, we should all be circumspect when we make a certain statement that we are truly not fully aware of. It's quite unfortunate.
Sorry to cut you short here, but how do you expect the situation to eventually pan out? And what significance does this Supreme Court order have on the controversy surrounding the redesigned Naira policy?
There's no controversy. First and foremost, let us understand this issue. None of the parties is saying that the CBN does not have the power to redesign the Naira note. None of the parties is saying that. None of the parties is saying that the redesigning of the Naira note or the swapping of the Naira note is a bad policy. No. What they are, like Governor Yaya Bello has said, what they are after is the implementation of the policy, that the fire brigade approach implementation of the policy and the deadline is creating untold hardship on the people, and that they should allow reasoning to prevail and allow an extension of the policy so that as it is done, like we always say here, so that they allow, application of international best practice, allow both currency to coexist until you phase out the old currency and then the new currency becomes operational. We have redesigned the lower denominations from the paper denomination to polymer. There was no crisis. We redesigned the 100 Naira note and there was no crisis. So what is creating this crisis is the non-availability of the note and then the deadline. So what you are seeing happening now is that those people that have some of the currency are going to keep it to say, well, I don't know what will happen, especially considering the fact that the election is around the corner. So they don't know what is going to happen. So they are going to keep the little that they have because there is scarcity. Once the supply is low, demand will be high and the prices will be high. So that's basically what it's playing out. It's a simple economics.
Thank you for your time. I'm sorry I have to cut you short here, but thank you for your time and your contribution. Moving on, in a bid to enhance a better and healthy life for Lagosians, the APC-led administration in Lagos State has organized a free medical mission exercise under the Rural Health Program of the Lagos State government. The event, which took place at Palm Avenue Primary Healthcare Center, Mushin, served as a platform to enlighten the general public on basic health care. Our correspondent, Mary Kano, has details in this report.
Here at the Palm Avenue Primary Healthcare Center in Mushin, Lagos State, a large number of residents have assembled to take part in the free medical care outreach organized by the Rural Health Program of the Lagos State government. One after the other, residents take turns to see a specialist doctor to test for diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, eye problems, as well as breast and cervical cancer. The organizers of the initiative say they worked in collaboration with the Lagos State government to sensitize those living in the rural areas to always check their health on a regular basis.
The goal is to catch them right at the place where they work, amongst their market spaces and in public facilities where they are currently working. So on the one hand of this outreach, we are doing a whole lot of work with health education. We are reaching out to children, we are reaching out to women, talking to them about their health, about how to make sure they have improved health-seeking behaviors.
So this intervention is a consolidation for continuity. It's a consolidation for us to continue to do more. And it's also, where the reward of hard work is more work. And so when we were informed of this intervention, we were very happy because we know that the people of Mushin, because of our populations, really need all this intervention on a regular basis. And that's why we've been doing it every month.
In Nigeria, access to quality and affordable health care is often far and in between. For these beneficiaries, this is an opportunity that cannot be overlooked. They also commended the Lagos State government for the provision of free medical tests and drugs they enjoyed from the health outreach without costing them a penny.
I really appreciate Governor Sanwo-Olu for doing this for Mushin constituency. We love him, we appreciate him, and we are looking forward for his coming back in this second term because he's the best governor so far. I'm very overwhelmed for what the governor did because I came to complain about malaria and I was so surprised and shocked for the drugs given to me instead of buying it with my own money in this cashless period.
He came here to come and do free tests and he gave us free drugs and so on and so on.
Speaking after exercise, the Senior Special Assistant to the Lagos State Governor on Health, Oluwafini, says the free medical outreach is geared towards increasing access to primary and basic healthcare services in Lagos communities.
We've just brought this here to encourage people to seek health. Generally, our people in the country, not just in Lagos, have poor health-seeking behavior. They don't look for the doctor until sometimes it's too late. So if you bring health to their doorstep, if you've brought the doctor to their doorstep, to their markets, to their mosque, to their church, then as they are walking by, they will access it. And a lot of the diseases that would have taken long and perhaps would have proved fatal, we can catch them quickly and then make sure that we have a healthy population.
According to Finney, the Lagos State government plans to cover more than 25,000 residents under its rural health program of the state government. Mary Kano, TV360, Lagos.
We'll take a short break here, but still to come, Nigeria's inflation rate rises to 21.82% amid Naira redesign policy. We'll bring you details of this story right after this break. Welcome back. Now here's a recap of our top stories tonight. The Supreme Court has adjourned the case on the Naira swap policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria till Wednesday February 22 for hearing of the consolidated suits by 10 states. The Apex Court also ruled that its February 8 order barring the federal government and its agencies from enforcing the February 10 deadline for the use of the old 200, 500 and 1,000 Naira notes still subsist. We also told you that there have been reports of unrest in different states across the country on Wednesday amid the Naira crisis in the country. Residents in the states barricaded roads, causing heavy traffic and destroyed property while protesting their inability to get cash at banks. The incidents have led to the death of some protesters, with others injured. In case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. In COVID updates, Hong Kong researchers have concluded that smoking and being obese are likely to increase the risk of people contracting mild to severe COVID-19. Hong Kong researchers say having a high body mass index can increase risk of a severe bout of COVID by 81%, while smokers are at 65% higher risk. For obese people who can't lose weight and smokers who can't give up cigarettes or vaping, the researchers recommended getting a vaccine booster shot. We'll take another short break here and return with business updates. Don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, the truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Mary Kanu is on standby with business updates. Over to you now, Mary.
Thank you, Simsola. Welcome to Business News. Amid the Central Bank of Nigeria's Naira policy and currency scarcity crisis in the country, the Consumer Price Index, which measures the rate of change in prices of goods and services, has surged to 21.82% in January 2023, up from 21.34% in the previous month. The inflation rate data is contained in the latest CPI report released on Wednesday by the National Bureau of Statistics. According to the NBS, the January 2023 inflation rate showed an increase of 0.47% points when compared to that of December 2022. However, on a year-on-year basis, the headline inflation rate was 6.22% points higher compared to the rate recorded in January 2022, which was put at 15.60%. We'll take a break and return with stock market report. And for the second time this week, Triple G is leading the Advancers League after its share price rose from ₦1.50 to ₦1.65, up by 10%. Although at a slower rate, Nigeria's equities market increased by 0.02% as investors tread cautiously on Custom Street. Now, amid declining activities, investors in 2,905 deals exchanged 134 million volume of shares. In the aggregate, 109 NGX-listed equities participated in trading, ending with 20 gainers and 16 losers. Now to some select global stocks. Stocks are down in the US and Asia as investors weighed new economic data and continue to digest mixed signs on inflation, which could complicate expectations that the Federal Reserve will soon shift to easier policy on interest rates. That's all in Stock Market Review. Semisola, back to you.
Thank you, Mary, for that update. And on the global scene, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has warned of the threat posed by rising sea levels to hundreds of millions of people living in low-lying coastal areas and small island states, as new data reveals seas have risen rapidly since 1900. He added that developing countries in particular must have the resources to adapt to a rapidly changing world by ensuring that the $100 billion climate finance commitment to developing countries is delivered.
Rising seas are sinking futures. Sea level rise is not only a threat in itself, it is a threat multiplier. For the hundreds of millions of people living in small island developing states and other low-lying coastal areas around the world, sea level rise is a torrent of trouble. Rising seas threaten lives and jeopardize access to water, food and health care. Megacities on every continent will face serious impacts, including Cairo, Lagos, Maputo, Bangkok, Dhaka, Jakarta, Mumbai, Shanghai, Copenhagen, London, Los Angeles, New York, Buenos Aires, and Santiago. Among other things, this means delivering on the Loss and Damage Fund, making good on the $100 billion climate finance commitment to developing countries, doubling adaptation finance, and leveraging massive private financing at a reasonable cost.
In sport, LA Galaxy star Julian Araujo is set to finally complete his move to Barcelona on a reported deal that runs till 2026. Barcelona had earlier missed out on a move for Araujo in the January transfer window after filling the paperwork 18 seconds too late on deadline day. Following discussions between both teams, Araujo is due to travel to Barcelona on Thursday and will complete a €4 million transfer from LA Galaxy. Well, that's our package this evening. Many thanks for watching. I am Semisola Atikun. Bye for now.
thanks for joining me on another edition of Startups. I am Abisola Adebayo. As usual on the program, we celebrate men and women who have passed the startup test, prevailed all limitations to making their dreams a reality, and are oiling the wheels of Nigeria's economy. Today on the program, we'll be talking to two startup owners who are using technology to solve several challenges in the Nigerian society. Let's find out how.
Grey Hub now becomes an innovative hub and co-working space, as well as a creative industry focused center where people come to do their works, where startups come around, especially startups that are tech related or tech inclined, come around to grow their businesses. My name is Raphael, Issa Raphael, and I'm the CEO and founder of Grace of Technology.
In recent years, Nigeria's rising unemployment rate has become the center of social and economic concern. The situation is so bad that data from the National Bureau of Statistics show that 1 out of every 3 Nigerians is unemployed. Seeing the rate of unemployment, which has led to increased poverty in the country, Issa Raphael decided to establish Grace of Technologies. In 2015, Graysoft started out as a service IT company that provides technology solutions to companies, but later in that year, the company decided to change its strategy after it almost ran out of business. In no time, Graysoft started equipping unemployed individuals in digital skills, helping them gain access to the opportunities available online.
It started as a service industry. It was a service IT company. But then in that same 2015, when there was a change in government, we noticed that the economy experienced a downturn. And what we saw happen was that company began to rapidly downsize. As a matter of fact, we were, one of our famous projects then was a preventive maintenance. That means that we service systems, computer systems for companies. And then before anything happened, so they were on a routine maintenance plan. But then as companies began to downsize, what we saw was that people were no longer willing to do preventive maintenance. They wanted it to be reactive. They're like, oh, wait, let it go bad first, and then we began to run out of business. So we immediately had to change strategy. And so we decided to pursue that one vision, help people access digital opportunity. If we know that the world is a global space and there's no barrier whatsoever, it means that I can be here and work for people in the United States. It means that I can be here and work for people in Canada and in the UK and all of that. And so we do not now talk about the availability of jobs as to a given space or time. We don't say that there's a job available in Nigeria or not. We are saying, are there jobs available globally? And the answer is yes. And we can't find enough people to do the jobs that are in those places. So we decided to go on a journey to have most people, especially Nigerians and by extension Africa, access these opportunities. Our mission now for Grace of Technologies is now to help people leverage technology for improved livelihood. So we decided to build that company to a brand where we are able to train people to acquire these skills, and also not just train them, but to help them see, recognize, and access, and finally utilize these opportunities to improve their life.
Grace of Technologies is situated in the heart of Kaduna, Nigeria's center of learning, Raphael says he made the decision to establish his company in the north-central state to help close the digital skills gap, which sadly is a luxury to a large section of its population.
I believe that the north is underserved, and you see that as a matter of fact, for all the foreign direct investments that comes from Europe or from the West into Africa, as it were, Nigeria swallows 70% of it, right? And of the 70% that Nigeria takes, Lagos, as the south, takes about 80–90% of that. You understand? And that's because they have structure. They understand what it means to have a properly functioning service industry. They have all of these hubs that we are just recently opening and all of that. So it becomes a very viable point for investors to go to because they've already built that structure. So Kaduna, as well as other northern states, are lacking there. This is why we decided to situate here in the north to ensure that these opportunities do not always miss us. You know, so we're trying to achieve proper structure for MSMEs, trying to see that startups are properly structured, especially those of them that are tech inclined. We're trying to see that we are able to solve our own problems right here in the north using technology. The good thing is that as of now, we have a governor who is, that's a person of His Excellency Governor El-Rufai, Ahmed El-Rufai. He's Nasir El-Rufai. He's someone who is tech inclined. He's tech savvy, someone who appreciates technology, and his government has done quite a lot of things that shows that yes, indeed, technology is the way forward. So as more people come into tech in the north, you know that it brings about accountability, it brings about effectiveness, it brings about transparency, and it brings about resourcefulness.
After 5 years of its establishment, Greysoft Technologies would later go ahead to launch Greysoft Hubs, a conducive and state-of-the-art co-working space for entrepreneurs and tech startup owners. Beyond skill acquisition, startups are often faced with the challenge of renting space. Other necessary expenses, such as electricity and internet bills, are often too much for a new company to bear. As a solution, Greysoft Technologies launched Greysoft Hubs, a conducive and state-of-the-art co-working space for entrepreneurs and tech startup owners.
GreyHub saw a bright light. GreyHub now becomes an innovative hub and co-working space, as well as a creative industry-focused center where people come to do their works, where startups come around, especially startups that are tech-related or tech-inclined, you know, come around to grow their businesses. You should really understand that when startups are starting, their greatest challenge, one of their greatest challenge, of course, will be to rent a facility. They don't even have money. They're just starting, right? And they can't recruit the proper team that they need at that level. They can't afford to pay salaries. When you come to they can't buy 24-hour electricity, neither can they buy 24-hour internet service. So when you come to this place for a very small token, right, you have access to GreyHub, which is the co-working space. You know, I think our smallest package is about 15,000. You know, so you can have access to 24-hour electricity, 24-hour light. You can have meetings with your clients in this place. You can have access to our business incubation and acceleration programs. You can have access to our business mentors. You have access to informal teams, and that means that the next person sitting by your side is just able to answer the next question that you're looking for someone to do for you. You want to design a logo or you want to do some digital marketing, the person on your side could do it for less than you could have paid someone. That's GreyHub.
Poised to be a one-stop shop for everything digital technology, the company has other sections. The Grey Tech section that services technology needs of companies, Grey Create that helps creatives leverage on technology to produce content, and then Grey Funds that assist entrepreneurs improve their income.
Now, Grey Tech is all that surrounds the whole idea of technology. We have an internal team where we build applications, we serve other clients, and build you know, solutions to various problems that people can afford to pay for and use to you know, solve their challenges. That's everything that has to do with Grey Tech. All right, Grey Create is everything that services the creative industry. And that's from local content or cultural creations to filmmaking, to music, as it were. And it will amaze you that we see things differently here. Music here is not just seen as an entertainment like it is seen. in most places. At Great Create, we see music as a therapeutic tool. And we see that even dance, as it were, things that people can use to exercise themselves instead of just for entertainment, that music also is also seen as a tool that is used to calm the mind sometimes. So we try to engage these things from this point of view. And of course, Grey Fund, like you said, finally, is a sort of trading, forex trading we're trying to put together, but to mainly serve the grey soft community. As for people who are subscribed to us, we try to put a funding, a sort of a fund for them where they can get professionals trade for them to help them improve their income. And this is also so that they might not necessarily even look forward to paying next month's subscription, depending on what they've invested. Depending on the profit that they make from the Grey Fund, these profits can cover for their next subscriptions, and then they also make something in return. This is just seeing that the community is able to serve them and to give back to them.
Raphael says even though funding was an initial challenge for the organization, Greysoft has been able to overcome this challenge through its focus on empowering people.
Our major challenge so far, since we started in 2015, of course, was funding, and that's why we stopped at a point, and the various government instability as per policies that came on, the taxing policies and all of that put together. But of course, as it is now, with the hub coming through, and as our vision begins to come clearer and centers more around people, we have decided to concentrate and focus solely on empowering people. And since that's our main target, you see a lot of people coming around to learn stuff here for free. Of course, there are some premium courses, but then you see a lot of people coming here to learn stuff for free. And because of the things that they're able to learn, they also want to give back to also stay and train more people. And of course, that now reduces the number of people that you want to pay for, because they have learned for free, and they're also willing to train other people also for free. So funding, as it were, is no longer a problem for us, because we have a culture where money as it is not what drives us here. We seek after creating value.
The advent of the global coronavirus pandemic has drawn focus to the importance of supporting entrepreneurs with technology. This has helped Greysoft contribute to its success story. Among other things, the company is now a certified Certiport authorized testing center, licensed to give certifications for digital skills worldwide.
As a matter of fact, Greysoft is a certified Certiport authorized testing center. So we are licensed to give professional certifications for courses, Microsoft related courses, IBM, Adobe courses, and all of these professional standard courses. Very much recently, I'd even tell you that we on our launch, we executed a memorandum of understanding with the Kuka Center, where Bishop Matthew Kuka himself was here. And that is the whole essence of that MOU is to sponsor an award series for young Africans. I'm talking continentally, young Africans who are doing exploits in the ICT industry, so that we can use that to encourage young people abroad, to come back to Africa, come back from diaspora, come back to Africa and strengthen their own countries.
For Raphael, the big plan is to make a global impact by empowering entrepreneurs across the country that would empower others to build businesses across Nigeria and Africa at large, with the belief that the domino effect can generate revenue for Nigeria's economy and drive down its unemployment index.
Well, just like Raphael said, the world is now a digital space that we have no choice but to adjust to the new normal. And Wabi Nigeria in Lagos couldn't agree more. They are helping local retailers adapt to the new normal by bringing them on board in the digital space.
Wabi is a brainchild of Coca-Cola. So we do have that leverage in the name that we work with, Coca-Cola. Really, the key thing we're offering is convenience for our retail outlets, helping them be in a digital space, play alongside the big boys, and also be in a position where they can enhance their trade. My name is Omolara Adagbodo, and I'm the country manager at Wabi, Nigeria.
Nigeria's informal retail market is currently worth over $100 billion and continues to grow by the day, significantly contributing to the nation's economy. But this promising sector is plagued with the challenges of poor logistics, as retailers and traditional stores who dominate the market have issues getting goods from the distributors and wholesalers. They would have to go through the stress of visiting the market, search for products to buy, and even transport them to their stores. This process is usually time, energy, and resources consuming. Seeing this challenge, Wabi decided to open a country office in Nigeria to digitize the existing traditional trade channels and allow wholesalers and distributors in the FMCG space sell their product directly to the traditional stores online.
In Nigeria, we have two parts of the business that we will be working very hard to grow: Wabi to B and Wabi to U. Today, Wabi to B is live. And Wabi to B is that section of the business that helps these retail outlets order products from wholesalers that are around them. So imagine someone who's used to going into the open market to ask for prices on products, moving from one shop to the other, getting to a point where they can order all the products they need on one platform in the comfort of their shops. We see that the traditional trade channels are being left behind in the digital move. So what is happening, and what we see going on, is that digital commerce, e-commerce as it were, is building giants even in the space of selling groceries and daily needs. So it is important to make sure our traditional trade channels are able to play in the digital world, to be prepared for a great digital move as we have seen is going on. Now they see the need to go online. Now they have incentives to make them want to buy online, because they see that, why do I need to stress to go to the market, right? Somebody is going to give me the products I need at the best prices, and I can get everything I need in one place. So it becomes easier for them to transact.
Wabi2B is a digital platform where wholesalers can sell directly to retailers. On the platform, retailers can compare their prices, which gives them the opportunity to buy at the best price, and as a result, they make increments in sales.
Really, the key thing we're offering is convenience for our retail outlets, helping them be in a digital space, play alongside the big boys, and also be in a position where they can enhance their trade. So it's easy to know which products people are selling from which products people are buying, basically. So our retail outlets, when our field sales guys would go out to them, they would be the ones to say, we want this particular product, or we want this particular brand. Why don't you have this particular brand? Then we source for those products. Because when we first launched, we launched with Coca-Cola products, and then we started going out to other companies to bring their products on board. And like you said, There's over 5,000 SKUs in Nigeria today. How to narrow it down is to know what our customers are purchasing. And to know what the end consumers will purchase is from what the retail outlets are asking for. So we take their feedback and we'll continue growing. And this is how we maintain good pricing as well. Because sometimes, you know, a wholesaler will say, I'm selling this product at this particular price, and the retail outlet will tell you that, no, I bought it 2 days ago in the market at this price. So we can challenge the wholesalers with those and make sure we keep keeping the best prices on the platform.
The startup is a brainchild of Coca-Cola Company, which is an international beverage distributor. Country manager of Wabi Niger, Lara Adagundo, says, although Coca-Cola's reputation eased Wabi's transition into Nigeria's FMCG sector, getting the company started is not a walk in the park. Getting customers on the platform was one of the early challenges the startup had to tackle.
We do have leverage, to be honest, in the sense that Wabi is a brainchild of Coca-Cola. So we do have that leverage in the name that we work with, Coca-Cola, but it hasn't really stopped the challenges and the issues we'd face around getting people to want to actually do business online. Imagine a sales rep goes into a shop of Mommy Titi to say, oh, I want to put you online, you can now buy and sell online. They're suspicious immediately, right? Like, you want to defraud me, get out of my shop. And our guys did get that a lot in the beginning. And after that, we also had issues, you know, with retail outlets, wholesalers, not even wanting to go online at all because they believe that transacting online meant they were using their data, and they were very, very guided about their data. Greatest challenge we've had has been around logistics, and logistics is a challenge not only for e-commerce businesses but also for FMCG businesses in Nigeria. So this is a daily challenge that we work with, and we keep finding creative ways to solve.
Wabi's mode of operation is simple. To get the local retailers on the platform, sales representatives, who are referred to as Wabi hunters, go into communities, interact with local store owners on the convenience they enjoy when they register on the platform and place their orders.
So we have retail sales reps, as I mentioned earlier. They go directly to the shops. We have a specific number of sales reps who are assigned to certain areas, and they go directly to those shops and try to bring them on board. So they convince them with offers, deals, show them the platform, and then get them to register whilst they are there. For that crop of customers, we found that the best way to reach them is through one-to-one communication. So we have invested a lot in having field sales reps all across Lagos, speaking to them, bringing them on board. Once they bring them on board, the engagement starts, right? Then the retailers are able to place orders, and the retail sales reps, you know, continue to speak to them, getting what they need, getting feedback for the company, and then sending this through to us.
Since its launch in April 2021, the company has garnered over 10,000 retailers on the platform, with over 100 field sales representatives constantly engaging customers and gathering feedback. The company is set to launch Wabi to You, a platform that allows the local retailers they service sell to final consumers online.
Coronavirus time and the economy at hand currently. It's very tough for businesses like us because we play in the FMCG game, and if you are familiar with the FMCG game, you will know that it's just a game of numbers. You know, we just keep chasing targets, and little profits, you know, at the end of, you know, the whole quarter. But since Chimeze introduced Wabi to us, I remember, I think we started in June. I was very reluctant. I'm like, this thing sounds stressful. That's, you know, because for example, I would paint an instance to you. We buy from Macedo, we buy from Nestle, we buy from Caraway, we buy from GB Foods. We have stipulated targets to meet at the end of every quarter. We forget the reason why we're in business, which is to make profit. Wabi has actually changed the experience for us because, for instance, if I buy my cowbell or my peak milk, I'm selling to the customer buying from me at cost price. You know, I'm sure you'll be wondering how we're making profit, right? But since we joined Wabi, we've been selling profitably, to be honest. I think in June, we recorded about 26,000, thereabouts, very small. In July, it was going, like she said, incremental sales. It was going up. Last month, we did 7 million Naira sales. It sounds small still, right? But the profit on the 7 million is more than the businesses I've been doing with all my suppliers in the past. I don't need to say too much. Wabi is just the way to go. Wabi is the future. For instance, I sit at the convenience of my office, comfort of my office. The app pops up. Okay, I have 4 orders from Shomolu. I have 4 orders from Ikeja. I have from, So they keep opening up more spaces for me in Lagos to make sales. So that has been very, very wonderful. Right now, the sales is very overwhelming. As I'm speaking to you now, we are looking for more vans to be able to accommodate the order. It's not easy, to be honest, but they have created this niche for us wholesalers to be able to reach out to retailers that would originally or naturally not reach out to.
According to the International Labour Organization, the retail sector employs at least 142 million people in developing countries. Given the importance of the retail industry, services that startup like Wabi Nigeria offers is exactly what the economy needs to achieve economic viability.
That's all we have for you on this edition. It's been a pleasure having you on the show. Thank you for watching.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.